The international action continues here in Malta. We're changing format. We're going from the T10s, the ECIs, to T20 internationals. The boys, they're having a break today. We'll see Malta and Estonia again tomorrow, but now here come the girls. It's Malta against Croatia. It's two T20s and the action starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
and welcome to the Master Sports Complex, where we've got another action-packed day of cricket to bring to you. We've already had some brilliant internationals throughout the weekend. We saw Malta against Estonia in the men's side of the game, and there was only really one winner there. Malta took home all 5 wins and only actually lost 1 bonus point, so they'll be on a high looking to beat the Estonian men in 3 T20s. There's going to be a double header tomorrow and then a bonus T20 on Wednesday. But enough of the men, let's talk about the women. It's Malta against Croatia. They've played 5 games against each other as well in the ECIs, and it was the guests Croatia that came victorious out of those. They won 3 out of the 5 games. It was already actually wrapped up going into the final game yesterday evening, but Malta did win that final game, so I think they'll be coming into these T20s with a bit of confidence. So we're going to the longer format. We've got a double header today between the 2 women's sides, between Malta and Croatia, and I think both sides actually will be looking forward to playing this longer format. They've got their bowlers into a bit of rhythm. Of course, every bowler now can bowl 4 overs. The regulations are slightly different. We'll talk you through that throughout the day, but I think they're looking forward to having a bit more time out in the middle. Remember, a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are still quite new to the game. They've improved massively throughout the ECIs, and I think we'll see that improvement continue today. Before we talk a bit about the teams, let's go into the middle and see what happened at that coin toss.
Welcome to first batch of bilateral series between Malta and Croatia women teams. Malta is a home team, Croatia away team, so Malta will flip the coin and you will call for it. Okay? It's a head, okay, and it's a tail. Okay. Okay? Please flip the coin. Head. Head is the call. And heads it is.
We are betting.
So Croatia won the toss and they are betting.
There you have it, Croatia. They've won the toss and they have decided to bat. That doesn't surprise me really. We saw in the final 2 games of the ECIs that when the team put in first, got some runs on the board, they really were able to defend it. I think sometimes the pressure of having score on the board and having to chase that is difficult, especially for the women's sides where they are relying on a few of the top order batters to score the runs. So I think probably if Malta won the toss, they would have done the same. But Croatia is then who will be batting first. They have a few key players who I'm sure they'll be looking to get some runs. Helen Liko, she didn't play in that final game yesterday. Croatia rotated their side a little bit with an eye on the T20s this morning. She will be key with the bat. It'll be interesting to see if she opens again with Captain Lydia, who we usually see opening the batting. Of course, longer format means maybe different players will come into contention. I've been really impressed with Helen in the field as well. She usually fields to that short cover region and she absolutely throws herself around the turf, and she's a great bowler as well. Captain Lydia, certainly one to look out for. And of course, the MVP from the ECI series, that was Pavla. She's been a real breakout star for Croatia. She bats, she bowls, she also is a gun in the field. So looking forward to seeing a few of those Croatia players. As for Malta, well, during the ECIs, they really relied on one player with the bat, and that was Anupama. She got the golden duck in game 4, but apart from that, she scored consistently. She remained not out in the first 2 games, and in game 5 as well, she was the key to getting Malta some big runs on the board, and they were able to defend that. Someone else that I'm really impressed with as well is Switter, the fielder. She always fields at that mid-wicket region, deep mid-wicket. She's taken some amazing catches. She initiates run-outs, and she's been really good with the bat as well, actually. One thing is she's struggled a bit with her fitness. She has been retired out on one occasion, and maybe this longer format will be good for her, actually. She's got a bit more time in the middle. It's not quite so hectic, so she'll be certainly one to watch out for. Someone else to watch out for is in the commentary cage. Rico Full will be taking you through the action today. And Rico, the news from the toss is that Croatia have won and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much indeed for that lovely introduction. And of course, welcome everybody. Well, it's another week and it's another exciting week on the European Cricket Network. A lot of things happening. We're going to start things off here, of course, with this T20 internationals between Malta, the host, and Croatia. And the men will follow tomorrow, as you heard Tina say. But also, don't forget today, we start the Jersey Liberation Series there. I know there's a slight time difference between us and Jersey, about 1 hour. And they're going to have a bit of a line as well. They start there about 10:15 local time. But we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. These are the teams. So Jessica Reimer will be hoping that certainly Anupama, as Tina already mentioned, is at her best. I think Lakita Yadav could be very key. And I like the way that Thanuja really sort of blended into a good bowling kind of attack. I think she will be key with the ball as well. And Croatia, 59% to 41% to win this match. And of course, they've got good players in their side, players who really did step up over those T10 matches. Helen was great, Lydia as well, and then Pavla, who I think was absolutely sensational, and of course was the MVP in that T10 International Series. So really I'm looking forward to the day's play, and I always like to start off by telling you what day is today. And today is of course a big day for all of us. Europe Day is celebrated today, and it's all about peace and unity. Europe Day is a time to celebrate Europe's rich history while planning for its future. So happy Europe Day to everybody. You can see that well, umpire Adnan looking very dashing out there with his trilby on. Adnan Malik is going to be one of the umpires, and at square leg is Sunil Gowda. So your umpires for the first match. You can see the umpires just going through their motions. One of them, Sunil Gowda, just counting that there's the right number of players on the field of play. That's a very important role for the umpires to do. You wouldn't believe the number of times there's more than 11 players on the fielding side. It can happen. And you can see there that Adnan Malik just waiting for our official timekeeper, Rado, to give him and our scorers a heads up. I'm pretty sure very soon he will say, let's play. You can see that Lakita Yadav is going to bowl the first ball. And she'd like to start with it being right on the money. Bowling to Helen. And Lydia is her partner. Here's the first. It's going to be a wide to start off with. That's the loosener out of the way. Yeah, there you go. Warm up. Did see the women from both teams actually having a good warm-up sessions this morning. Of course, they're going to be, you know, a little bit stiff from the 2 days of matches they've had already. And straight up into the action. No rests for them, unlike the men. And there's the first runs off the bat of the day as well. Nicely played. Much better delivery there from Lakita this time. Gets it nice and right up there. Safe travels, of course, to John Hisham. And not going to be the same without seeing him sat there in front of the pavilion. But I'm sure that he'll still stay in touch in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson. And Edian, who's saying he's really looking forward to the T20s today. I think we all are, as another single gets taken here. And Jeffrey Mobbs also in the chat. Hello, Jeffrey. Hope you're well. And hope you all have a great start to another week. But it's another week, as I said. Not only is it another week, it's another important week for the European Cricket Network. This is going to be chased down to that vacant third area. And good running from the 2 batters as well. Be interesting to see how Malta apply some of the things that they learnt over the weekend in the field. And one thing I'm seeing from them already is that they do seem to be a little bit closer on either side of the pitch to try and prevent some of these singles. And that's played pretty well. And you see they do have a sweeper there on the leg side, so you can have that mid-wicket in just a little bit closer. So also don't forget it's the T20, so we will see, unlike the T10, we'll see the other end used, if you like. It'll be interesting because all of the action we've seen so far has been from this end. We could call it the car park end. And whereas, of course, we haven't seen any deliveries bowled as yet from the end, which I suppose you can call it the city end, because you can see parts of the city of Malta in the background. It'll be interesting to see how the 2 ends, if at all, if they differ. You can have that sometimes. That's a very good delivery. Very well played there by Lydia as well. Those sort of deliveries have been very successful. As the first over comes to an end, and despite starting with a wide, it's finished off very well indeed, actually. But fair play also, I think, there to Croatia, managing to take singles and keeping the scoreboard ticking. So 6 off the first over. It's a nice start from Lakita, but likewise from the two batters from Croatia, just getting themselves in their rhythm. But yeah, just going back to that, I think those full deliveries that are pitched right up on the stumps, they're the ones that sometimes have got through the defences of the batters, and I think that's the one thing that bowlers will be looking to do. So here we are from the city, and now at the end where Sunil Gowda is going to be standing, and Jessica just wants to get the field right. And I'm very surprised here with Jessica. I mean, early on she's already deployed a sweeper on that that leg side boundary. You know my views on that, folks. Likewise, somebody on extra cover, which I find a bit of a strange fielding position. I don't think you need to do that until the batters start playing it there. And I think these two batters, unless they get a Gundy ball, are not going to do that. They're going to be just looking to get themselves in and just take the singles. It's a different format, T20. And I just think that that fielder could be pretty wasted out there. We will wait and see, as this is Tanuja, who starts well. A couple of good deliveries in there. And somebody else who started very well this morning with their lovely introductions. And looking very bright as well. I think we're both looking pretty bright. Is Tina Goff, who joins me in our commentary cage.
Morning, Rico. Morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Monday morning, but it's never a miserable Monday when you've got T20I cricket action coming your way. Of course, the men, they're putting their feet up, I'm sure. I think there's been a few sore bodies throughout all four camps. I know Lydia, I was chatting to her at the toss, and she's saying, yes, it's been a long weekend. This is the final day of action for the women. Is that one? It's not called a wide, so there we maybe see the first slight difference in the regulations between T10 and T20. I think that probably should have still been a wide, to be honest, but generally there's a bit more discretion, I'd say, down leg side, especially if the batter steps inside it, as Lydia does on that occasion, but she gets a bit hold of it.
Oh, wow. A little bit of dirty dancing fielding there. That's Silvana. Well, I think Silvana here, as he does the early morning splits to do her stretches. Oh, we got that again. But she's a little bit of moisture maybe on the ground, and she goes down and does the splits. But she's okay.
It's a bit unusual seeing this camera angle now, isn't it? We're so used to seeing the action from just the one end. But of course, ECN relinquishes a little bit of control when it goes to T20Is. It's an ICC event, and we follow, of course, the ICC regulations as we come to the end of the second over. 9 runs coming from it, and big thumbs up from Ty, the former match referee, and there's a big thumbs up because, well,
what does he do now?
I think he's asking that question as well.
Tyrone. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say he looked very casual this morning getting onto the bus, as we see only 2 teams going to be playing these matches today, and just the 2 matches as well. So that's the standings at the moment. At the moment, they cannot be separated. But good over that from Tanuja. Yeah, when I saw Tyrone this morning, I thought, you're looking very casual. I thought, oh, it's a bit muggy, and that's almost put into the hands of the bowler. Lakita said it's a bit muggy. Maybe he's going to change when he gets to the ground. But of course, like you already mentioned, this is an ICC event, so we don't have our own tournament referees. You've got the ICC umpires here. So I think Tyrone is just the water boy.
Yeah, I think that's why he's got a big smile on his face, because it's not going to be a manic Monday for him. Looks like he's having a nice early morning chinwag there with Ravi. He likes to chat as well, doesn't he, Tyrone?
Tyrone does like to chat. I mean, he's a man full of all kinds of information. But if you get him started on cricket, or rugby actually, then that conversation will go on and on and on. I get the feeling that though we see them like a happy couple sat together at the moment, I think in a few hours' time, I think Ravi will find somewhere else to park himself. And that one is played and missed that, but the umpire's quite happy that it stayed well within the line. Yeah, going back to what you talked about in terms of how the rules, or we normally call them laws of cricket, change slightly in this format. So with the wides on the leg side, I think that's well struck. It's going to be a long chase for the fielder. And I think the ball would just hold up. So, and that's a good example of us talking about the fielder who's right on the boundary there. And I think that's Svetlana. Now, I don't think she's going to touch a ball in a long time, because even that's a good example there. The fielder has run all the way back and got there before she's managed to get there. So it's a waste at the moment of personnel, a waste of a resource having that fielder on the boundary. And I'm going to say the same about the lady who's down on the leg side by our Let's Play Cricket Stronger Together banner. I think they're not going to get too much play in. I'd like to see them in a bit closer. We were saying this about Malta during that ECIs as well, that they just tended to be just a little bit too far back. I like the field now on the offside, but you can strengthen that offside field by just having another person in it. Maybe just on the Tina just jumped out of her skin because some baboon behind us decided to honk his car horn. You all right there?
Oh, I'm a bit jumpy, I think.
What happened there? But would you agree they're just too deep and don't need to be?
Yeah, well, that's maybe goes back to what we were saying about the regulations as well. Well, there is the fielder in the deep, and she does pick it up. That's Sanjana out there doing the fielding. It's a longer boundary, so it's ICC regulation boundaries, so they get pushed out. There's still a bit of discretion on how long they can be, but there's a minimum length, and that means that the fielders out there, they're almost in a different postcode, aren't they?
Yeah.
And it needs a big old hit to get there. I think the deep mid-wicket, I can live with that kind of delivery there. The shot that they're going to go to every time is the cross-batted shot to deep mid-wicket, and she serves a purpose there. I don't see too many shots, and you can see the wide field there going deep into the covers.
Yeah.
You saw someone like Helen, she's great at cutting it, but it's more towards point, and even then, because there's not much pace on the ball, it's more of a guided point rather than crunching it. So I think she could probably come a good 15 metres in and still be outside of that inner ring.
Yep. That's up in the air. It's not going to go to hand, though. It will just be a single. And also, we've got a good look at the field from the opposite end a moment ago. And you saw that on the offside, they had 4 in the circle and 1 pretty close. I don't know if it's a deliberate different field to the bowler here, Tanuja. I don't think it is, but they haven't got the same field, which worked pretty well in the last. So still, they're containing pretty well. I mean, 14 came off the first 3 overs. Of course, T20s, power plays, and now the 6 overs. But I just think they could have one closer here. I like that what they've done there on the leg side. But just having said that, Jessica's just pushed that fielder back onto the circle now. So I think there's still work here to be done that Malta can do. That's up in the air. Now, this is a good example of what we're talking about. So you see the fielder. So this is Svetlana, who now comes in to do the fielding. But if she's on that 30-yard circle, that's a catching chance. Yeah,
and it's a catching chance, even if it goes over her head, because it's still quite early here. It's a bit wet out there. It's not going to fly away. It's not like where we saw maybe later in the day in some of those ECSs where it was bone dry and it was flying away, because there was a bit more pace on the bowling as well. So again, maybe little learnings for these quite inexperienced sides. Just on the boundary length, so the ICC regulations, minimum of 55, maximum of 65, so a slight difference there. I think we have it at 55 here, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, there's not too much further you can go if you look at the distance to the clubhouse. The rope's already quite close in front of the scorers there. And the regulations change for fielding restrictions as well. So the first 6 overs, you have the power play where you can have a maximum of 2 outside, which of course we've spoken about already. And then after the power play, so from overs 6 to 20, for the women it's 4 outside the ring, and for the men it's 5. It looked like Helen just ran out of batteries there. She just stood dead still, but it was a good leave. Yeah, that one did go down the leg side.
Yeah, Tanuja just losing the line slightly. As we say good morning to Terry Richmond, who say good morning to us. I hope you're well.
Morning, Terry.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for joining us. A lot of early chat on this Monday morning. Of course, it is Monday morning. Time is flying, and because it's Monday morning, of course, we will be seeing some action from Jersey, that Liberation Series. So also, as well as these two T20 internationals from Malta, you'll see the 5 matches from Jersey today. And then, of course, Phil G will be in action there in Belgium tonight. And back to 2 matches. I know there was a slight unavoidable hiccup there last night where he could only bring you the 1 match. But he's keen, and they're keen once again to bring you some more action. And it has been pretty exciting there. And I think you've got Antwerp in action tonight and the 12 Stars. And Hasselt are playing 2 matches. So the night crew will kick into action a little bit later. So great to have you all on board at the end of another over. Going pretty steady at the moment. You can see that they're definitely very different approach from these 2 Croatian batters. Whereas yesterday they were looking to also put away those short balls down the leg side. Today at the moment, for the moment, they're quite happy just to let those go by and take the wide.
Yeah, I think it was a good move for them to win the toss and have a bat. They want to get out there and use the full 20. I think, as I said in the intros, T20 probably suits these sides a bit more. They're not blessed with big hitters who are going to go from ball 1. So they've just got a bit more time here to build their innings as Lakita comes back on. They're going to go, I think, quite top heavy, Malta, with the bowling, because they know if they get 1 or 2 wickets, then they'll suddenly be on top. So they've gone for Lakita into her 3rd over. She's got 5 T20I wickets so far. Of course, a lot of these players have not played many games. For Malta, it's only the 19th T20I in their existence, and for Croatia, it's only the 9th.
Yeah.
So that kind of gives you an idea that they're still very young as teams.
It's Lakita continuing. She's bowling a 3rd over here now. So this is already something new for Lakita. Of course, in the T10s, 2 overs and you've done your bit. But she's bowled well. That one gets away, but batters will come back for a couple. Let's talk a little bit about the conditions here. Very muggy. Temperatures are likely to go up to about 25, 26 today. And a few people, the locals, saying it's going to be pretty warm, a lot warmer than yesterday. We're not likely to get that welcome breeze that was around yesterday. So it's going to be a warm day. I wonder if the umpires will take that into consideration. That's hit well, but it's to the fielder. I mean, they're definitely, I'm sure there'll be some drinks at the 10 over point. But if it does start to get stifling hot, they may even decide to put an extra drinks break in there. But of course, that's the thing here, that all of these decisions now are made by the umpires, and that's also important to remember when it comes to things like stumpings and runouts. I mean, though we do have the cameras here, then we will show the replays. We're just used to doing that, is normal practice for us. But the umpires will make their decisions not based on that. You won't see them call for the camera replays or reviews, because they don't use them, do they?
They don't, and it's something for the umpires to get used to as well. Of course, it's the same umpires that we've had for the last few days, and I think they like having the technology there. I think we all would, because if it's there, use it. But as we've said, it's not in our hands, and the ICC regulations, they want to keep it fair throughout, and I think there's certain regulations you have to meet in order to be able to have TV replays, and we don't with our setup as it is here. So it's old school cricket.
Yeah.
But the umpires, they've experienced ICC umpires, so I'm absolutely certain they'll do a good job here. Nikita bowled a decent over so far, but the 2 Croatia openers are just ticking along nicely. It's good to see Helen back at the top of the order.
Let's have a look at this. Now, this is where things are different. So have a look at this ball. So the umpire doesn't call it a wide, and that's because the umpire, in his opinion, when the bowler delivered that ball, it was going to hit the pad, and because there's that slight movement possibly from the batter, it misses everything, not called a wide, and that's, I think they call that profile. So they use the profile system here. So it's not like what we're used to seeing on when we're doing the T10 on the European Cricket Network, anything down the leg side, if it doesn't catch the batter or the bat, is a wide. They use profile. So it's an interesting one. And the reason why I think we, on European cricket, when we're doing the European Cricket Series or the internationals, ECL, ECC, the reason why we use anything down the leg side, as an umpire, it's in your opinion. It's a difficult one, and quite often, that's a good shot. And this is where that fielder will come into play, and she deals with it nicely. Well, Svetlana, she spent a good part of over 5 overs out there, and she finally gets called into play. Nice shot, but a good shot for one, that one.
Yeah, she pivots away nicely, and the reason she's in play is actually they've got those 2 boundary riders, and they're not, of course, making them swap it because it's a long old distance. So I think that leg side boundary rider is always going to come into play. That one's tickled away nicely. But you can see even when it's played behind square, it's not going with too much speed. So it is easy to cut off there for Silvana here on the 45 in front of us.
This is Anupama, who, of course, very good player. And I think in the longer format, with her bowling, getting 4 overs in here as well. And then, now that's probably pretty close. In fact, it's more than close. It's plumb, says umpire Sunny Ugauda. The finger goes up and they get the breakthrough. And it's the captain, Lydia, that will go. And Anupama, we know she's a stellar player, gets the breakthrough. The first wicket falls with the score on 29.
Well bowled, and I think the umpire had no doubt about that one. It's straight, and it's going straighter. See on this reverse camera angle here, where you obviously don't get quite the angle, but you can see there was no bat involved, and height was certainly not an issue. So that's a good wicket for Malta to get, an important wicket, as Lydia, she has to depart for 12.
Yeah, she will go. So the 2 batters have made a good little opening partnership, both on 12. Lydia will have to depart. And, that's a good breakthrough, because she's one batter that we know, if she gets her iron and stays out there, she can bat for a long, long time and also hurt you on the score department. So she goes, but another good batter comes out is Pavla.
In comes the MVP of the ECIs. What can she do here? That's well bowled, straight on the money from Anupama. It's no coincidence she's, as well as the top run scorer for Malta, 253 runs. The only batter for Malta all time who's got over 200, let alone 250. But also she's the leading wicket taker. That takes her to 15 T20I wickets. The second highest of the players out there is Tanuji, who we'll see, I'm sure, Tambi, sorry, who I'm sure we'll see with the ball in hand as well. But it's a good move, I think, from Malta, bowling top heavy. So they've already had Tanuja bowling 2, Lakita's bowled 3, and Anupama. It's interesting she doesn't open the bowling. She doesn't open the batting, doesn't open the bowling. I think there's an argument for her doing both.
Oh, that could be pretty close as well. In fact, it is. It's out. It's the second one, so both the openers being removed for 12. Umpire Sunny Ugauda has a longer think about this one, but it's a similar delivery that removed the captain, Lydia. It's full. I think this one does move a little bit off the seam, but it catches Helen on the back foot. You can see here, and I think the umpire feeling that that's where we're going to go on and hit middle and leg. It's a difficult one, really, for us to see from our angle. But remember that, I mean, not that we would use any referrals on LBWs anyway. So it's the second wicket that goes down. Croatia, 31 for 2.
That's a big 1-2 for Malta, isn't it? In the space of just 3 deliveries, both the openers are dismissed, both for 12 as well. I think that one, again, as you said, Rico, it's difficult to tell from our angle. If they could restrict the LBWs to the other end, that would be very helpful. But it did come in a bit. And so I think the only question would have been whether it was going down leg. And I've just realised, Rico, it's raining. Have you noticed that?
There's a little bit of rain around, which certainly wasn't on the schedule. Oh, yeah. Palmer gets one hand to this, but can't hold on to it. Maybe because it's the rain that's come and made the ball a little bit slippery. Let's have a look at this again. It's a good effort, but she just couldn't get it in to her hand. And Ines survives the first bowler. What a good over that is from Anupama Ramishan. Only the 4 runs from it, but she picks up 2 crucial wickets.
Big wickets to fall there for Croatia. It could have been 3 as well, and that would have been 3 of the best, as Anupama sticks out her right hand. It almost stuck, but it just dropped to the floor. So Ines, she survives her first delivery, but nonetheless an excellent over. As we get to the end of the power play as well, as signalled by the umpire there with the big old circle. And it's going to be Sanjana who comes on to bowl. So the fielding restrictions are lifted. I don't imagine Malta are going to push too many more out, especially with those 2 early wickets. But if they wanted to, and in fact, it looks like Sanjana has sent the fielder here out from mid-off to long-off, so pushed back Tanuja. I think that's okay for Pavla, but...
yeah, but inexperience as well. I know that Pavla, it does hit well straight down the ground, so I understand the move. But they've just come in. Both of these batters have just faced the ball, and you're pushing players back. I think let them hit it first, let them get one past you, and if they do, then make the change. You don't have to make that change so early. It's probably better to keep the pressure on and don't give away easy singles. I want to say hello to Imtiaz from Nepal, who's joining us, and also congratulations to Hayley, who gets her silver spanner. So congratulations.
Going into the 7th over here. That one's got a bit of air on it. I think it's actually okay for height. The umpire, square leg, unmoved. This one was dipping. You can see actually by the time it gets to Pavla, more or less just about knee height. Lucky she doesn't actually play that one on. There's still a bit of rain around. It's by no means anything that would trouble either of the sides or the umpires, but it's going to make the outfield just a little bit wetter again. Yeah,
it's not going to cause... I don't think this is going to cause too many problems for the players at all. I think it's going to cause problems for us because the little bit of rain is going to get all the little bugs to come out. I can see them already. The mozzies will be out. And also, we know that it's going to get very warm. That's just going to add to the humidity. So the heat is on. That's up in the air and just bounces before the fielder. It's a good throw, actually. I'm getting the feeling if this had hit the stumps, it probably would have been out. That's Lakita Yadav that's doing the fielding. Let's have a look. No, she does. She does make it back.
Nice pick up and throw there from Lakita, who's certainly one of those key players as well in the Malta side. That's well bowled. Oh, and that was unlucky for Malta's. Ines survives 2 in 2, and it's a scramble through. Pavla gets the afterburners on. She gets home safely. Ines could have been out on that first delivery. She shipped that one back to Anupam on this occasion. Just the old French cut, and it must have been very close to those stumps.
I liked Sanjana's bowling yesterday. You remember me saying I think she's got a lovely action. Love the way she gets into her bowling action. That one's going to be down the leg side, but she gives it a bit of loop. She also gets a fair bit of bounce as well. And looking forward to seeing 4 quality overs from Sanjana.
She's got this classic little hop, skip and a jump that you often see from spin bowlers. This time just a bit of an overcorrection. Did you have a nice Sunday evening, Rico? Again, we don't have too much time, but we will have a bit more time tonight at least.
Yeah, I did. You're absolutely right. Didn't have too much to... By the time I got back, I did sort of the usual bits and pieces we've got to do. That was it. It was... the time was up and it was time for bed. Up in the air, catching chance, and brilliantly taken. Lakita holds on to the catch. Sanjana picks up the wicket, and that's a huge wicket. Pavla has gone, and we know how dangerous that she is. And Malta, they're creating all sorts of problems here now, and I think it's fair to say that Croatia are now going to have to rely on batters who probably haven't had too much time out there in the middle. What a good wicket that is. What a great catch. That is a real highlight for Lakita.
Running backwards, not the easiest, and the ball got a bit big on her, so she had to jump up and catch it. She hugged it to her chest, and it worked a treat. And you could see just how happy Malta were with that wicket, because they know it's a big, big wicket. Pavla, well, she's got a bit of a target on her back now, doesn't she? She's the MVP, and I think you've sometimes got to take it as a bit of a compliment as a batter as well. If there's big celebrations when you're out, of course you're disappointed that you're out, you can at least say, well, they see me as a threat. But she is threatening no more, is Pavla, as she does have to depart. Just the 2 runs added from her. That brings Dora to the crease, who we did see bat a few times in the ECI, so not completely untested, but certainly they'll be relying on the batters who didn't have to score many runs in the ECIs. They were able to just contribute, chip in with a few runs here and there. They now have to try and lead from the front. As we take a look at the bowlers, they've just used the 4 so far, Malta, but I think this top-heavy tactic has actually worked really well for them. And if I were them, I would carry on with Anupama and Sanjana, because in an ideal world, Malta want to bowl Croatia out here.
Yeah, and congratulations, Sanjana. That's her first T20 international wicket. And what a good one it is, getting, of course, a very good player out, the MVP here of that ECIs that we saw here just come to an end yesterday. So 3 down, 36 on the board, 7 overs gone. That one's really floated up. That's well struck. Well, but they have got a sweeper out there.
They haven't stuck with Anupama as I thought they might, which, okay, I think it's a weird move that if Anupama's picked up 2 wickets, got the both openers out in her first over, I'm not quite sure why you would switch it up, but they have to use a 5th bowler at some point, and they've gone for Tambi. That first one just a bit too down leg side. This one's going to come down with loop on it, and that's a good delivery. Done for bounce more than anything there, Ines. Well taken by Captain Jessica behind the stumps.
I wonder if Jessica just thinking, well, I know I'm going to get 3 more very good overs in from Anupama. I've got to use other bowlers while we're on top here. And that is, again, so close. Good pickup, good throw, and Oli just misses. I think that's Sanjana in the action again. Look at a bit of fielding that is. There's the throw, and I think if that is hitting, yeah, it would have been out. And it's a pity that the bowler, Tambi, wasn't able to take that as well, because if she did take it, she could have been involved. So they're taking chances here. I think Jessica here, the captain, probably this is the time where you would now get those fielders that are on the boundary in. You put a real tight circle around the batters, because we haven't seen Ines or Dora really hit too many big runs. So I wonder if there's because look, it seems to be at the moment bat on ball and running.
Yeah, and that's what you want to cut out, really. It's what we were saying in the ECIs as well, especially now that the key batters have fallen, the top 3 all back in the shed for Croatia. You've got to put the squeeze on here if you're Malta. The chance up in the air, it goes over the fielder there, Rengini, but the boundary rider's out there, but she's got such a long old run from inside the boundary. Actually, Rengini it's quicker for her to turn around and pick the ball up than it is for Anupama out there right in the deep to run in a good 15 meters or so. That's the end of the 8th. Croatia 39 for 3. It was a good over from Tambi, so fair enough that they threw the ball to their 5th bowler there. Just the 4 runs coming off it. I mean, Croatia, they're getting runs on the board. It's just those wickets that will be a concern for them. And obviously now with Ines and Dora in, one of them's got to step up here and try to get their side to some kind of defendable total. You have to say it's been brilliant bowling from Malta so far as well. Just the 7 extras, or 7 wides, plus that 1 no ball. So they've kept things very tight. Yeah,
Sanjana will come back. She's very keen to make sure that she does push Thanuja on the boundary. So Thanuja on long off goes to the boundary. Long on has been pushed into the circle, so you got a mid on and long off. And let's have a look around here. Square leg remains back. They stick with a sweeper on the offside. It'll be interesting to see just how many of these hits are going to go past that 30-yard circle. So that's a good fielding position, and that's, see what I'm talking about, they're running on hits. And though the striker this time, Dora, doesn't move, Ines is halfway down the track, but just having that fielder in close, Stella, stops the single, and I think they could do more of that also on the leg side. Here comes bowler once again, well bowled, and she gets down and gets dirty and does enough to stop the batters thinking about taking a single.
It's good bowling, good start for the 2nd over here for Sanjana. Just to highlight how inexperienced these batters are, neither of them have batted in T20Is before, Ines and Dora. So it's congratulations for them. They've both got their first runs in T20 international cricket, something that most people in the world will never be able to achieve. So fair play. They're out there and they're still going. They're ticking along nicely. They could easily have panicked with the top 3 batters going out, and I know what it's like when you're playing in a team when you've got 1 or 2 really good batters. When they get out, no one says it, but everyone's like, oh no, who's going to get the runs now? But these two have stepped up really well so far, and they're just ticking along. They could have even actually, I think they could have got 2 there. The throw is coming in well from Anupama, but she still had a good 5-10 meters to run by the time they got the first single. Again, just something for them to look at. Probably they have to adjust as well, because there was hardly any 2s available in the ECIs because of the shorter boundaries. But now, with more space in the field, they can run that first one hard, see if they can put pressure on the fielders.
I like the way Sanjana, she's always checking the field. She made some subtle movements there to the fielder who was there at square leg, just getting her to go. She just lost her positioning a little bit, getting her to go back towards the umpire. So very well bowled. She looks like she knows what she's doing. She's a thinker with Sanjana, and she gets another good over in just 4 off that one. 44 for 3 at the end of the 9th over.
She's certainly someone who seems to have a cricket brain, a developing cricket brain. She might not always know exactly what to do, but she's always looking and tinkering and knows what she wants to do. That's a good sign for someone early on as well. You're not always going to get it right, but just thinking about it, rather than, everyone's played with players where they just rock up, they stand in a position, they walk around like it's like herding cats. But all of these Malta players and all the Croatia players, they're really engaged with the game. They want to learn, they want to get better, and they're seizing this opportunity out in the middle. And that's nicely hit into the leg side. The chase is on. Maybe the boundary will win this time. Will. And look at the celebrations out in the middle. Hopefully we've caught that one. There's a big high five between Ines and Dora, because, well, we said it was the first runs for Dora, and this will be the first boundary. And what a hit. Just rolls her wrist over that. The Grizzly goes to the rope, and look at this, Rico. This is what it's all about.
Oh, I love it. Look at the celebrations. And that's the first boundary, I think. That's why they were overjoyed with it. It was a good hit. And that one, again, the running is a little suspect. It's hit and run. I mean, that one would have been a wide if she left it alone. But why leave it alone, Dora says. I want to hit another boundary. But yeah, wild celebrations as that one got away. So here comes Tumby again. Tumby a bit leg side-ish, and that one will be a wide, no issues there. It's an interesting one. I know we had our thoughts about Anupama, but I just wonder whether Jessica also should be thinking, well, look, if I've got the three top batters back already, should I not just go with my main strike bowler who's still got 18 balls to bowl and just try and bowl them out?
That's what I was thinking, and it looked like that was the tactic for Malta early on, because they gave Lakita 3 early up, Tanuja also a key bowler, and then Anupama came on as that one's in the air, but it will land safe. And I thought, okay, well, if these 3 are bowling, they can already pretty much bowl their 12 overs front up with Sanjana as well, actually. Those 4 just go through, and then if you do have to go to the 16th plus over, then you kind of deal with it as you get there. But it looks like Jessica, she's more going down the route of letting everyone bowl. The 5 bowlers have been used now. But I think you just release a bit of the pressure there, don't you? Suddenly these 2 batters, inexperienced batters, have a bit of time to get themselves in, rather than Anupama coming in. And she could easily pick up another 2-3 wickets in an over, like she did in her first. And suddenly Croatia, they're 6-7 down, and it's an entirely different game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Thambi and the other bowlers that may be used between them, they, if need be, can come on later. So this one's hit well. It's just over. So maybe another chance. Run out? No. But, yeah, I just think they definitely could be applying a lot more pressure here. There's no doubt about that. Over comes to an end. The 50 is also up on the board. Rico Full here, along with Tina. Very good morning to you wherever you are tuning in from around the world. And I know it's a big day here on the network. We've got these T20 internationals. We also start the Liberation series there in Jersey. And talk about Liberation, I think it is also Liberation Day in the Netherlands. So enjoy your celebrations in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, and we're enjoying the cricket here. I'm looking forward to these 2 teams doing battle. I think they'll be pretty evenly matched in the T20Is. I mean, we saw in the ECIs as well, it was 3-2 in the end, so both sides were getting one over on each other. Similar here, and also the men's game tomorrow, Estonia have a point to prove, don't they?
They have a huge point to prove, but Malta probably at the moment go into those matches tomorrow probably pretty confident. See the players just taking some break there, quite rightly so, taking on some fluids on board. One thing that I've noticed with women's cricket, and that's probably more so with the men's, because I mean, you know, there's no denying the fact there's a lot more hits, there's a lot more action. The fielders on the boundary have more work to do. Not so much the case here with women's cricket. We've talked already a fair bit about 2 players being posted on the boundary that, you know, probably touched the ball just once in the 10 overs. Do you think it's a good idea that when you have the women's cricket here, that the captain's rotating the fielders around? So you tend to sort of say, right, for 3 overs you're there, then, you know, you'll come inside, you go back. Because otherwise it can be a long time standing on the boundary and not really doing much.
I think it's a good point. It's a long old time, and also if you're not that experienced, it's a good time to learn about the different fielding positions, seeing the game from a different perspective as well. You're always going to have hotspots in women's cricket as well, more so than in men's. You don't quite have those 360 players as often, which means that it's always going to go to mid-wicket. I think it's always going to go to the 45. So you do want your best players there, sure, but equally, especially when the ball's not doing much, it's not flying to all corners, I think it is worth rotating through a little bit, as they will stick here to the bowlers that they've had the last couple of overs. As Tambi comes back on, Sanjana comes back on from this end. Tambi just finished her second over. She's bowled well so far. Sanjana here, can she pick up her second wicket?
And that's a little bit flatter, well bowled. They're going to take the on the field again. It's kind of gets smothered there by the fielder. So Malta at the moment, they're enjoying a nice little period here. Those early wickets, picking those up have really given them the upper hand. They're feeling positive, they're feeling confident. It would have been interesting in that drinks break if anything would have been said to them in terms of tactic-wise from their coach. I imagine that other coaches, they're probably not allowed to venture around the boundary and talk to the players in T20 internationals, are they? I think they've got to just stay in their sort of area, is that right?
Yeah, the PMOA, as it's called, the player manager official area. So they're not allowed outside of there. So the only players that are allowed, or the only people that are allowed outside, I believe, are the drinks carriers. So if someone, for example, at deep mid-wicket needs a drink, then a bibbed player can go over there. Otherwise, ICC regulations rule today. As that one's well stopped at mid-wicket. Throw is in, but this running is positive from Croatia. As soon as they hit the ball, they're running, which is positive until there's a mistake. Sometimes, especially with these less experienced batters, they run on feeling. And if they feel like they've hit the ball well, they want to run it, as that one's dipping, and it will be called a no ball. Just doesn't quite get it to dip in time there, Sanjana.
Well, I'd still like to see side on this. I mean, I thought it was a proper moon ball. I mean, yeah, okay, I think the umpires get that right. I think by the time the contact is made and she doesn't charge at it, so that's fair enough call. That went up a long way from Sanjana. Let's see if she tries to bowl this one a little bit flatter. No, she sticks to that, but this time just a little bit too wide. But, well, a cheeky appeal from Jessica. I don't think there was any issues at all for the umpires there. I think both the feet stayed in spot. So it was a wide, so it still remains a free hit.
Extra cheeky appeal then.
Extra cheeky, yeah. Just trying to. I like that from Jess sometimes. She's even when she knows there's a wide, she'll do something to try and see if she can get the umpires to forget about what they should be thinking about. That's fine, says Adnan Malik. The men in black here, our 2 ICC umpires, looking very smart with their black trilbies on as well. That's hit well, just over the infield. This is another one that's going to get close to the boundary rope, but won't quite make it. The batters are going to have to run hard. There's a big, strong throw from Anupama. Comes in, and take another couple.
Yeah, Adrian in the chat saying, as someone who used to play baseball in left field, roughly the equivalent of cow corner, it can get really boring out there if no one plays any shots your way. Yes, at the end of the day, Rico, it's a game. It's supposed to be fun. And if you're standing out there for an hour and a half, with no ball ever coming your way, you start to wonder why you play this game. And I know we're not giving out participation awards here. It's still an ICC T20I game. Ranking points are at stake. But I think there is something to be said for sharing the experience, sharing the load. Also, it's tough out there if the ball's coming to you all the time and you have to run back and forth, especially for those boundary riders who have to put in the hard yards. At some point, they want to maybe have a bit of a break, come into the ring. And it's a massively different perspective on the game, isn't it? If you're in the ring, close to the action, and if you're what feels like about 300 meters away.
Yeah, and also, you know what it's like. You want to feel part of it as well. And I think if you're in the ring, you're hearing the vibe, you're hearing the talk, you're hearing Jess talking. And I think to be part of that is important. Otherwise, you feel a little bit isolated, and that could be the danger for the two fielders that are on the boundary. And I'm glad that, or I'm hoping that Derek, who we haven't seen for a while, I hope Derek's not gone to New Zealand, because Rob Thompson just informed me that they have got duck shooting season has started there, so we don't want any of our ducks to be anywhere near there. And he tells me a story that's saying one duck shooter shot down a drone from the animal rights group. Ooh, that didn't go down well, I bet. So
maybe in Jersey, Derek, Dudley. There's been rumours. We'll wait to find out the fate of Feathered Friends, as that one's edged for just a 1-1. Again, probably could have gone 2. I think you can always get a run on the arm. If they absolutely nail it in and hit your stumps and you'll run out on a direct hit, you just say, okay, fair play, you won that one. But I think 99 times out of 100, you'll get the extra run. And if you do that 10, 15 times in a game, Anupama has come back onto bowl here, and that's hit nicely into the leg side. The boundary rider, Svetlana, should cut this one off, and she does. They've got an interesting field position here, don't they? They've got
I don't understand.
She's at fly slip. She's very fine. I think you need to have, if you're going to have the third position, which is a completely valid position, she needs to be much further around, more of a 45. She's got her hands on her knees as if she's expecting a catch there, which would be an almighty edge from Dora. She just knocks that one into the offside, and Anupama does her own fielding.
They don't seem to have any. I mean, look at the gap there. They don't seem to have anybody in that cover bit there, which is a bit strange. Leg side is fine. They've got the field quite set. They've got the sweeper back there. You'll just see on the boundary. But yeah, the offside seems very peculiar. And that's played nicely. Know that Ines, I mentioned this yesterday, I think she's one of the players that Croatia picked up from the sort of baseball section. So you'll see that a lot of the hits that she does, and when she hits it, as you saw there a bit earlier, she hits it well, but most of them going to be sort of probably straight on the leg side. Speaking of the leg side, that's too much down the leg side from the bowler, Anupama, who does get brought back, but she hasn't quite found the same kind of rhythm that she bowled in her first over. And that's probably another reason sometimes not to take a bowler off thinking that she's going to come back and do the same thing again. It doesn't always work that way.
It's strange that she got 2 wickets in that first over. A bit of a misfield there from Likita, but they get it in on the second attempt. She got 2 wickets, the 2 openers in her first over. Surely that's a good reason as any as to let her continue bowling.
Yeah, I just think that's one that tactically that they maybe got wrong. Maybe that was what was said at the drinks break to Jessica, right, get Anupama back on straight away. That's the sort of delivery. This time not out. This could go to the boundary, and it will go to the boundary. And it's a bit of bat, that's why it's not out. So 4 more, and now it's Ines' turn to get the runs. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's just whipped away before it hits the pad, and that's going to be cuatro carreras. Nicely done. And 4 more runs. That comes at the end of that over. Not the best of overs, that. In fact, I think it's the most expensive over in the inning so far. 12 have come from it.
Nice little acceleration, isn't it? The last 3 overs, 8, 10, 11, and a brilliant job being done out there in the middle by the 2 Croatia batters, Ines and Dora. After losing those 3 wickets, they've put on a little bit of a rescue job here. 35 for 3 was the score when they got together in the middle. So this partnership worth 38 now.
Yeah, so doing exactly what they need to now as they're into the last 10 overs since the drinks break. If the acceleration has started to happen 8, 10 and 12, and they're going to see if Thambi, coming from the opposite end to where she bowled from earlier, to see if she can make a difference.
It's a good first ball, just drifts a bit down the leg side, which allows Dora to hit it away. And they've got 2 boundary riders out there. The one there just misfields Rengini, but again, they probably should have gone for 2 even without the misfield. They certainly should have after the ball went through Rengini. And just maybe again a bit of inexperience, a bit of maybe softball as well, that you hit the ball, you run, and then you stop rather than running and then seeing what else is on offer. And they haven't been able to run too many 2s yet. I think as soon as they see that the ball is in the vicinity of the fielder, that's enough for them to say we're not going to run. But I think, as we've said, even if it's in the hands of the fielder, they're a good 50 meters away.
Yeah, from there it's not going to direct hit. The other thing I'm noticing, let's see what happens the next over. I think the fielders don't know quite. That's all. That was struck well and well stopped. Actually, I wonder if this was a catching chance at all. Let's see. Was this? Yeah, it was. But that was really hit hard. Good strike there from Ines, but caught and bowled opportunity. Thambi does well to stop it. I think that gets past her with the fielders the way they are. That would have gone to the boundary, but it's another one hit well, and it's going to be well stopped. They'll take a single. Yeah. So what I was going to say, I'm noticing when Thambi's bowling here, so from this end, the offside field, they've got one in close, and that is Stella. So this is the way I'd expect to see the field when they bowl from the other end. But from the other end, the offside field is all over the place. I just feel that maybe the fielders that should be in those particular spots, they're not going there, and it's not being picked up by Jess. So we'll see now what happens after this over to see if it's similar to this, because there's no reason for the field not to be identical. It should be like this.
Final ball of the 13th has been a good over from Thambi. Just the 2 singles coming off it. Again, probably could have run on that one. Not too much backing up from Ines. So we do get to the end of the 13th. But Croatia, they're going along nicely. 75 runs on the board for them. Look at that win predictor as well. It's very much in that famous Goldilocks zone. So we take a look at the worm, and it's been very consistent, hasn't it? The run rate has pretty much stayed between 5 and 6. There's just been 1 or 2 slightly bigger overs. The 10 came off Sanjana's over, and then the 11 in Anupama's, but then Thambi pulled it back brilliantly. Just the 2 runs coming from that 13th. It looks like we're going to change again from the top end. So I'm a bit confused by the tactics of Malta here in terms of who they're bowling.
Yeah.
I think you've got to give bowlers 1 or 2 overs to get into their business. That's the benefit of actually having a longer game. They've got 4 overs to play with. Let them have 2 or 3 on the spin instead of going to different bowlers every time. That one's hit high up in the air. It would be a chance for a catch, and it goes straight into the hands of Rengini and straight out. Just a bit of hard hands there from the Malta field, and Ines gets away with that one.
Yeah, this partnership now worth 41. A couple of chances they've had to break it. They haven't been able to. So it's another opportunity, and Ines this time gets the life. As Tanuja does come back to bowl. She bowled well, bowled earlier a couple of overs. She kept it nice and tight. Her first one went for 3, a second for 7. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the reason why I can tell you now, the reason why most bowlers don't like, not say don't like, but find the T10 format hard, is you get just 12 balls to bowl. And sometimes, I know that some bowlers need at least an over or about 8 balls just to get into their rhythm. So the beauty or the advantage of changing up to T20 is that you can get 4 overs, and, you know, if you're bowling really well, you bowl your 4 overs because you're doing your team a massive favour by doing so, and you might pick up some key wickets along the way. When And that's basically what Anupama did that. First over, 2 wickets, and he thought, okay, she's still got 18 more balls to go. This could be a bit rocky here for Croatia. But then they took her off, and then they brought her back. All right, the last over wasn't her best, but rather than her get back into it, they've given her another rest. So it doesn't really, the tactics there in that front for Malta are not right at the moment.
Yeah, you can see again the thinking behind it, and that's to rotate the bowling, which is something you actually see from beginner cricket, is that everyone bowls one over and you throw the ball to the next bowler and they have a go, and then you rotate through the field. But I think when you get to this international level, you need to be less kind of everyone gets a go and more, okay, what is the best bowler for the right situation? And I think no doubt Anupama was the right bowler in that situation. Then she comes back and she doesn't have a good over. So it's, it's always easy to be wise after the fact, but I think there is an art to choosing your bowlers, and one that maybe Jessica Ryan is still learning.
Yeah, hello to Ball Camping, who say, where's my friend Virginia Way? Well, Virginia has been and gone poor, unfortunately for you. Hello, and buenos días to Thomas Martinez. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Y cómo es el tiempo hoy in Madrid? And Rob Thompson also in the chat as well, and a lot of new people as well. So welcome to a lot of new faces and new names that I'm seeing on there. Nice to have you with us. Yeah, another over comes to an end, and got to say, another good one. So after those 3 pretty good overs, 8, 10 and 12 going upwards, the last one from Thambi went for 2, and Tanuja gets a good one in there, just going for 5. Score 80 then for 3 with 6 overs to go.
And the rotation's going to continue, I believe, because we've had the 5 bowlers of Malta. 4 of them have bowled 3 overs. They've got 1 left, and Anupama's got 2 left. So it's going to be another situation where the last 6 overs are going to be bowled by 5 different bowlers, which, yeah, it's a tactic. It's not necessarily one that I would recommend. But Malta, again, both of these sides are learning all the time. That was a vicious bounce there.
Yeah, should be looking for 2, and then only going to get 1. So that's one thing. We were very impressed with the way that Croatia were batting and running in the T10s. The batting is still good. I mean, losing those early wickets and your top order, they put a really good partnership together. We said at the time that they need a good partnership. They got that. That's it down the ground. Should just be a single. But they seem to have not followed up the same kind of principles in their running as they did in the T10s with the T20s. And that's probably, I would say, maybe 10 to 15 runs quite easily that they've, at the moment, not taken, which should be on the board because they haven't run as well. And that's that close position doing its job, and did see that they did deploy that from the other end in that last over. So I think the over that we were talking about, it was just an error which is now being resolved. That's going to be one that comes out the hand completely wrong from Thambi, so a wide ball.
Adrian in the chat saying he likes both of these kits, and I tend to agree as well. Malta, they're quite distinctive with their black and red, aren't they? And Croatia, of course, well, that's probably one of the most distinctive kits in the world. I know the national football sides have similar, the commitment to the red and white check, the royal blue. So it's good 2 kits. I like Estonia's as well. They've got the lighter shade of blue. So we've got some nice kits on show. I'm curious what kind of kits they have over in Jersey as well, because they're kind of manufactured sides.
Yeah, I was having a kind of a quick look, because I was thinking to myself, there's no way some of those great players that we've seen representing the teams like Farmers, Old Victorians, no way that we're not going to see some of those guys. And some of those players they are playing, and they've sort of, I suppose, sort of split them up into the team. So I think we're going to see really good quality of cricket there. I think particularly, I think the bowling and fielding, I think is going to be pretty impressive. I think we're going to see some pretty good content, viral moments in the field. I can feel it already, and up in the air. This time gets it over Stella, who's going to have to chase that one down. So just a single, but apart from a couple of wides in there, it's another very good over, very well bowled. I think Thambi really, remember when she first started, she had trouble getting the ball right. She was too high. There was a couple of no balls in there, but she's come back really well. That over goes for 4. Croatia 84 for 3. And we were talking a little bit about the teams there in Jersey. Well, here they are for that Liberation Series. The Eastern Royals, Central Commanders, Southern Spitfires, Western Towers, and then we also have the Yorkshire Cricket College. And I'm liking those names, and yeah, I hope that the kits that go with them sort of emphasise their names. It'll be pretty spectacular if they do.
Yeah, what are you thinking? Like a big old plane on the front of the Spitfires. Commanders, they could have some kind of, well, I was going to say watchtower, but the Western Towers would have the tower. Yeah, I hope they've got creative over there in Jersey, and I know those games starting very soon, so you're going to have to lock and load your second screen or your second window as well to follow the action both here and over in Jersey. Obviously, a bit of an island feel to both bringing you action from different islands. This one slightly more Mediterranean. I believe the weather will be slightly more Mediterranean here as well. From what I've seen of the forecast for Jersey, it's going to be a bit nippy and a bit windy again. Should have been a 2 here. They're going to go for a 2. They've been listening to us, Rico. Our word has got out there in the middle, and that's a good run. And it was actually the non-striker there, Dora, who initiated that second run. She saw that she was going to the danger end and that she'd get home safely, and she called her partner through. Yeah, well run. I think they're also getting the shout also from the dugout. Well done to these two. That's a 52-run partnership now that they put on, so that's good. And you can probably see now also the message has probably come through to say, all right, girls, now's the time to go. You've still got 7 wickets in hand, so start to throw the bat. Try and double up on the runs. Let's turn the 1s into 2s. Let's see if they get that acceleration in. That's down the leg side. Just will get left alone from Tanuja, who's bowling her last over here. And she's bowled well. I've been very impressed with her bowling. She has indeed. And they've just used the 5 bowlers, Malta, but they've got a solid set of 5. Tanuja going into the final over of her spell here. The 20 runs coming off it so far. That one's hit away into the leg side, and this partnership now, it's worth over 50. And certainly Croatia, what do you think they want to go for? 120 is still, I think, possible. Expected score just below that. Yeah, when it was about 8 overs to go, I was calculating it around about that 1. The way they were going, about 110, 115. So if they can push up to the 120, but well, it's going to be difficult now as Ines swings right across this one, and a very well-deserved wicket to Tanuja. And it would have been a pity if she'd finished her spell and didn't pick anything up, but she will. 1 for 21 as it stands at the moment, and she gets there a very important wicket. The breakthrough, as you said, that partnership was worth 55, so well batted by Ines. She came in when the team were in a bit of bother, and she puts 22 on the board and 24 balls to do it, and hits that 1-4 as well. Excellent little innings from Ines. Remember her first ever time batting in T20Is, and she can be more than happy with that. She gets a high 5 from her coach, a hug from her captain as well. Very well deserved. Sure, she can look back on that one with a lot of pride, and you can see just how happy her teammates are with that. High 5s all around. They're absolutely loving their time here in Malta. Dora, though, still out there, 25 off 33 for her, and she's joined out in the middle by Sanya. But it's a good wicket, and I think a deserved wicket for Tanuja for her shift so far. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, I think it would have been a little unfair if she didn't pick up a wicket, because she has bowled very well, and that's a good way to finish her spell. So 1 for 21, a very impressive spell from Tanuja. And she's done her team and the Maltese proud at the moment. And of course, so going back to that score, of course, we've got to remember that they've got to deal with the 2 overs from Anupama, who has bowled 1 brilliant one and 1 which was not so good. So, but you'd expect her to be nice and tidy and on the ball
when she does finish off. But we'll have to see how that goes. There's the bowling figures there so far. And you've got to say that all of them have bowled very well.
They have indeed, and they've just got the 4 overs left to cover now. And you'd imagine Anu Palmer will come back. Well, it looks like for now, Anu Palmer probably comes back from the top end, especially now that Tanuja has bowled out. So, well, I say that. She's now ready at this end. I suppose they need to get 2 overs in for her, as Sanjana and Lakita will then cover the overs from the other end. But again, she could have bowled the 18th and 20th. So, I don't know why necessarily she swapped ends. Doesn't make much of a difference when it's AstroTurf.
I don't think so, no. And here's the first. And that's a spicy one. Well, should be running here. They do eventually take off. I wonder if that catches anything or it just hits the deck and flies through. Yeah, byes given. That one really a bit of a shooter. And no, that just fantastic reactions were involved in a super catch yesterday, which I know is doing its rounds on the social media, but that was even a little bit too spicy for her.
Good delivery though from Anu Palmer. She just steps inside that one, and that's exactly the example of one where it's not going to be given a wide in the T20Is because it's a profile wide. She steps inside it to Sanya. A quick learning opportunity for her because in ECI is 100% a wide. But if it's out down leg side, just try and get your bat on it. Get yourself to the other end. I think that was a key wicket, wasn't it? It was a partnership breakup, and Sanya has come in here and she's holding up an end, but she really just needs to find a way to get Dora back on strike.
Yeah, Sanya, she's blocks that one out. Maybe she's just looking for a slightly wider or looser delivery to go after. I think that's probably going to be, well, I'm going to take a gamble and say here it probably was very close, but I don't think the umpire could see. Let's see it again. I think Anu Palmer here. It's press play. Let's go. Here we go. Are we going to get a chance?
Yeah, maybe because it hits her foot here rather. If it was straight onto the back pad, I'd 100% agree. Maybe that front foot, possibly going down leg. I think that's maybe the decision of the umpire, or he just couldn't see it because Anu Palmer does.
She did go right. I mean, in honesty though, she's not in the way on impact, but she did then go right in front. So. But still, this is what you'd expect from Anu Palmer, and that's why I was saying that, you know, that 120, that one will be a wide. That 120, realistic, but when you know you got a good bowler to come back and bowl 2 of these last 4 overs, it's going to take some doing. I think that the 110, I was thinking maybe what they could and may get to in the end, and that's what the expected score is thinking now about that 109. That's well bowled, good over, and after bowling her second over, which was the most expensive in the match so far, she comes back and bowls that one where only the 2 runs come from it.
Excellent over, and really it was on the back of Tanuja's hard work getting that wicket, breaking the partnership, and Anu Palmer then was able to cash in. But again, I feel like they could have tried to go a bit more attacking 5 overs earlier, Malta, to break that partnership, which really boosted the score for Malta. It was 35 for 3, and I think had they have picked up another wicket shortly after that one, they could have been even chasing something like 75-80.
Yeah.
But it's just that one partnership that was worth 55 in the end between Innes and Dora, that they just weren't able to break Malta. And when they have broken it now, you can see that the runs have begun to dry up. But they've still got a chance here to try and really squeeze Croatia and even maybe keep them under something like 100, I'd say. If they've got a couple of tight overs here, I'd even say give Dora the single. And again, this is maybe one of the nuances of the fielding tactics that they'll have to learn as Sanjana comes back. Give Dora the single and then bowl 5 balls at Sanya. But maybe Dora knows that as well, and she wants to keep the strike. But she needs to do something with the strike. She needs to get the runs on the board somehow.
Good start from Sanjana. She's having to bowl from the end of her last over, from the far end, the city end, and she starts well on the money. So I think it's a little bit like you said, it shouldn't make any difference really, apart from a change in scenery. It's the deck will probably, and I don't think we've seen any real change, actually, any more bounce or less bounce, depending on which end you're bowling from. And that's played nicely. Got to go here. And that's the thing also, isn't it? You can't be turning runs down. So Dora takes a single. And we'll be hoping that Sanya can do the same. Well, well, I don't know what that was about, but it's there. That's all I'm going to say. It's there. Tina's got the giggles.
That was like a home video all of a sudden.
Well, I can hear. I can hear Maggie giggling. Oh, Maggie.
They like keeping themselves entertained, don't they? All you got to say is it's long old shifts for them up on the commentary or the camera gantry, and they've been doing brilliant work all week, haven't they? And maybe the heat is just getting to them, giving them a bout of the crazies.
We've had a fantastic crew here. That was saw a bit of Maggie there. Of course, Elsa's been superb. And we've had Mark, who cricket for the very first time. You wouldn't think it. I think Mark picked it up within a couple of days. He's been an absolute star as well. A great team from Two Circles. We've had a great team in general, Two Circles. The ECN crew has been fantastic here as well. We have a good crew of umpires, both local and, of course, on a day like today, the ICC men, the men in black, and they call over. It's another good one. And bowled so well. Been very impressed with Sanjana. Just 3 runs and her spell 1 for 22. Brilliantly bowled. Really good bowling. Been very impressed. And to all of, I put it out to everybody that's in the chat. I know a lot of people were on there when we did that very first ECI. And there was a few negative comments that were being thrown about. And we said then, guys and girls, give them a chance. Let them get into it. Some of these women haven't played before, and look how they've grown and developed in just that short period of time. It's quite unbelievable, actually. You know, when you think where they were, or some of these bowlers were, like Sanjana, like Tambi, and Thanuja, and just look at them bowling here now. You wouldn't think that some of these bowlers haven't played or haven't been playing for more than a year. You would never think it.
It's unbelievable, and it's amazing for us as well, Rika, that we watch every game and we've seen how different it is from that first ECI to right now, and that's in the space of pretty much 48 hours. And when you're still early on in your careers, the learning curve is so steep, because every single time you go out there, you're learning something new, whether it's finer details like, giving the set batter a single, whether it's about the distance to the boundary, things like that. You don't learn these things because they're not in a textbook. You learn it when you're out there in the middle and you're living them.
Yeah.
And that's the value of the games that they're playing here, and also the beauty of this cricket.
Yeah, Anupama bowling the penultimate over here. And that was good from Sanya. Takes the single. And it gives a strike back to Dora. Can she get a good hit away? She does hit well, but once again, she's not going to be able to break the inner circle of fielders. Just will be a single. Well, what was that that just attacked us? That was a big boy.
We were ducking and weaving there. That was like facing a bouncer out in the middle. But
it's our own fault for wearing these colours. We're attracting all the bugs.
A nice delivery, but it's knocked away by Sanya. Does a good job there of just getting the single. I'd like to see Malta even tighter here, as Croatia just inching their way to triple digits. I think you can bring the boundary rider in, Svetlana, out there. She did the fielding. She's kind of between here and there, isn't she? She's neither on the boundary nor in the ring. That's an excellent delivery that just goes past Dora's stumps. They kind of don't know what to do with her. And she's in a position there where she's not going to stop the single, and if it's crunched away, she's not going to stop the boundary either.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You know the way I would look at it. If I was trying to explain this to say somebody who's saying, yeah, but Rika, the boundary 4 runs is, I would turn around and say, well, look, this will be my thinking process. Let's say square leg who's on the boundary now here, okay? And you could even say if there was a sweeper. if you had nobody, if you had everybody round in the inner circle, well, it doesn't play a shot, so they can't run, but I think it's probably missing the leg stick. So that will be the over. So another good one from Anupama, just a 4 from it. And the score 99 for 4. So going back to my thought process, let me know what you think. So I'm going to say to my team, I think there could be a retired out here, unless the umpire's changed his mind. No, I think there's going to be a retired out. So it looks like Sanya is going to be asked to depart for 3 of 10. And for the last over, I have different views on that, but I'm going to finish what I'm talking about. So put everybody around in the 30-yard circle, 2 in close on either side. If the ball gets hit for 4, am I changing the field? No.
No.
Why? Because I'm going to turn around and look at the stats and say, at the end of the day, only 2 4s were hit. So maybe we've conceded 6 runs. But by having the extra fielders in, how many have we saved? So that's my thinking. So yeah, you could get hit for a boundary. It might be 2 boundaries. But so be it. And even if it's hit that well, a fielder on the boundary may not even stop it. The way that things are at the moment, and the way, of course, you're going to eventually play teams who are going to be better, who are going to hit more boundaries, and you have to patrol those boundaries. On that occasion, it's different. But I think in a contest like this, where we've seen so far 2 4s, you could turn around and say you don't really need those boundary fielders there.
And I don't think the boundary fielders that have done the fielding have stopped 4s. I think they've picked the balls up on the boundary, but it hasn't been any tumbling stops or even any stops where you say, okay, well, she really needed to be there because it was hit really hard and there was no chance of fielding it otherwise. I'm completely in agreement with you, Rico, that it's easy to point to the score line and say, okay, well, there's 4s here and there, but what you don't see is how many runs are saved. It's almost like having you need a different column on the score sheet to say run saved. And I think even with the Malta fielders here, bring them in 2 or 3 meters and you start saving, I think, 20, 30 runs, because Croatia aren't going to take those risky singles, especially early in the innings. Well, Seema has come in here and she got herself off the mark very first ball, so I suppose that's a win for the coaching team. They said we're going to get someone in who, well, of course, give her an experience as well, but also maybe she can just hit it and run, and that's what she's known for, and that's what she's proved so far. Yeah, well, she'll get given the strike again here. Be hoping to do the same, and but she's up against a good bowler, Lakita Yadav, who also well, this is what we were talking about. She recovers brilliantly well, I have to say. That's Svetlana, but she was in that sort of in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary zone, which if this got past her, it would have gone for 4. She's done superbly well, and she's frightened a few birds away in the process. Good piece of work from her. But yeah, she's in no man's land there. You see, it should be either in the circle or on the boundary. It's been hit, and they will take another single. The other thing that I mean, both teams will learn going into the final match, the second match later today. But one thing that Croatia, they need to look at is just how many 2s have they run in this innings. As that one gets played away. Whoa, a little bit of a Tortuga bounce, but well watched there by Svetlana. Yeah, how many 2s have been run? And I'm looking just at the last 4 overs I'm looking at. I don't see any. It's singles. So they just haven't applied enough pressure. And especially when you think that they've only lost the 5 wickets. And for a long time, for a long period, we saw that partnership between Ines. And that's out as a wicket. And Lakita Yanova did say that she's bowled really well and she hasn't got anything to show for it, but she will have now. Takes a wicket off the final ball of the innings, 6 wickets down. And that's going to be the end of, you've got to say, a very good innings actually there from Dora. 29 she scores of 45 deliveries. Unfortunate for her actually that she doesn't keep her not out, but she falls on the final delivery. She chops it on, and Lakita, well, she deserved a wicket in the end. She bowled incredibly well, opened up the innings, bowled 3 tight overs at the start, went for 23 in her 4. But I think you're right, Rico, with there's Tizer and Ravi on the on the field having a nice little sit down now that their official duties are over. As we take a look at the highlights part, I think you're right. Croatia, they could have run probably 20 or 30 runs more. We never really had any situation where there was a tight run out, which suggests that they weren't pushing the fielders.
Yeah.
Every time they went for a single and that was that. And we were saying, oh, come on, there's at least one there, or at least try and look to go for a one. But it was that great little partnership in the middle after the openers, Helen and Lydia, they fell in just a couple of consecutive balls from Anupama, both LBW. But then Dora and Ines, they came in and put on a brilliant partnership. It was worth 55. That boosted the score from 35 for 3 to 90 for 4. And that's really what allowed Croatia to move beyond the 100. They finish on 105 for 6.
Yeah, and in the end, that 120, it kind of was never on the cards because of those things that you mentioned there. They just weren't able to push on and double up. And I think you made a fair point. I would say I'm with you there. 15 to 20 runs have been left out there, which could have been, if they ran harder and backed themselves a bit more, would have got there. But still, encouraging signs for both teams. I think Malta, they're learning all the time. They're starting to apply that field. We saw for long periods of time they were too deep, but they did make it. They did get those fielders in either side early, a bit later on. But still, we feel that they're leaving too many fielders out there in the deep. They should have them all in close. Croatia, they'll have a look at their running in between the wickets, and I think their coaching staff will know that they certainly should have got to around about that 130 score on this occasion.
Yeah, I think they should have done, but again, it's a learning for them as they've got new players. They've got players who are batting for the first time. Both Ines and Dora never batted in T20Is before, and look at that, they come in, put on a 50 partnership. But they'll know maybe that 50 partnership could have been 60 or 70. That's the beauty, though, of having these games, and I'm sure the coaching staff will be having a chat to them about the improvements they can make. As for the Malta bowlers, they went hard early on with Lakita. She bowled 3 overs. Some curious decisions, I think, with rotating through the bowlers. I'd quite like to see someone like Anupama bowl 2 or 3 from the start to really get into her work, and she did well in the end. She had 1 big over, but she got those 2 early wickets of the 2 openers, and it was good for Lakita as well that she chipped in with a wicket. And we like the look of Sanjana as a spin bowler. I think she's got a lot of cricketing intelligence that will only grow with all of this experience. So at the halfway stage then, Croatia women, they've put 105 runs on the board. Certainly a competitive total. I think also, though, they're going to have to bowl tight. And can they get that key wicket of Anupama? I think she is really the one to watch out for in the Malta batting lineup. We've got a slightly longer break, but not too long, as the action doesn't stop here on the European Cricket Network. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full back here for the run chase. In about 10 minutes time, it's the first T20I between ECN, between Malta and Croatia, and we're looking forward to the run chase, so don't go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket family and welcome back to the first run chase here in the T20I between Malta women and Croatia women. It's the first of a double header here from the glorious Marsa Sports Ground, which is slowly heating up. I feel the commentary cage getting warmer and warmer. It's heating up out there in the middle as well, as Croatia put on 105 runs, having won the toss, decided to bat. I said at the time, probably a good call actually to bat first. We saw in those ECIs, the last two, that when runs were on the board and the bowling in the second half of the innings was good, then the chasing team really struggled. And Malta, though, they have the task here to chase 106 runs for the victory. Of course, no bonus points on offer. We're in the ICC regulations, so it's all about winning. And that, of course, means an attempt to climb up the ICC rankings. Malta currently sitting in 66th and Croatia in 38th. So actually a win here for Malta could have big ramifications when it comes to the ICC rankings. I must say, it sometimes feels like you need a PhD to work out those rankings, but certainly if you beat a side that's ranked higher than you, it's natural that then you will climb up and potentially they will fall down. So there's a lot at stake here for both sides. Croatia certainly want to keep that ranking or even go higher. Malta, they'll feel that their ranking maybe doesn't quite reflect where they should be in the world of women's cricket. And they've got two T20s to try and both stake a claim to break up through those rankings. And it looks like will be the captain who will open the bowling for Croatia. It's a regular occurrence for the side, and she usually bowls with her cap on as well, which is a good call. I think Rico was saying earlier that it looks like today is going to be a bit of a scorcher. It's 10:30 local time. I'm here in my t-shirt, and I think it's just going to get warmer and warmer as we get the run chase underway. It will be Lydia to bowl the first ball. So that one's up in the air. There's a half chance. It's misfielded there by Helena. Two batters out there. There's Jessica Reimer on, well, was on strike. She just got herself a single there. She's joined out in the middle by Nikita Yadav, which is a bit of a change to what we've seen during the ECI. She hits that one nicely, chips it over the leg side. The chase is on here for Sanya, and she tumbles to the floor and does a great piece of fielding. There's been a trademark of both sides, actually. They've been so fearless in the field, throwing themselves to the ground, and a perfect example there from Sanya. That ball was going at quite a rate of knots, and with absolutely no regard for her personal safety, she flies away and stops that one. It's a great effort in the field. I do manage to run through for one to Malta. That one started straight but just drifted down the leg side. And the boundary rider out there has a long old chase, and it's Seema who does the work. Of course, it's T20I regulations, which means the power play lasts 6 overs. In the first 6 overs in that power play, 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Croatia, as did Malta, have gone for pretty much one either side. One out there in deep covers, and it's very, very deep as well because it's a bigger boundary here. And one Seema who just fielded that one out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I'll run through for one here. A good pick up and throw might be dangerous, but Nikita actually is very quick along the ground, an easy run in the end. What I do like about Croatia's field, which is something that Malta didn't quite cotton onto early enough, is that they've got catchers on both sides. So they've got Helen Liko on the offside. Virginia Wade, she's back in the covers. That's her standard position, and she does a great job there of really just letting the batter know she's there, know that anything in the offside, Helen will hoover up. But what Croatia have, which Malta didn't have is that similar position on the leg side as well. So they've got someone opposite Helen, and on this occasion it's Dora doing the fielding there, which just means on both sides Malta really feel the pressure of those close fielders. You can see it there just about as they change over, and it looks like Dora is actually going to stay in that position, and Helen will stay in the position as well, or maybe Helen will actually bowl. Having a look, of course, in these T20Is as well, they do change ends, so back to maybe some of the form of cricket that you recognise from other places in the world. During the ECIs, we just bowl from the one end to speed things up a little. It will be Helen with the ball in hand, bowling the second over. Just a bit too much width on that one, and could have actually run through there, but the fielding is done by Morana. That burst through the hands of Ines, the wicketkeeper for Croatia. That's a nice hit down the ground. That's equally good stop, and in fact, because she hit it so hard there, Lakita, they weren't able to run through for a single. But a reminder, both of these sides still very early on in their T20I journeys. Malta, they've played just the 18 T20Is, so this will be their 19th. So that one's hit nicely away into the leg side. The chase is on, and the ball probably win here. It's a brilliant effort by Lada, but it is the first boundary of the innings, and it goes the way of Lakita Yadav. Just a bit too short there from Helen, and Lakita, she's quite tall as well, uses those long levers to work that away to leg side. A brilliant effort in the field by Lada, but the ball wins on that occasion, and Malta, they move to 10. That's a good comeback though from Helen. So the last time we saw Malta in T20Is was a tri-series with Italy and Sweden. That was at the back end of the last summer. As I think the umpire's just telling Helen here, make sure you stay off the middle of the pitch, because if there's any kind of decision that the umpire has to make, he has to have a good view. Let's see if Helen stays off the pitch on that occasion. She does, but as is often the case, when you feel like you have to run off the pitch to the side, you actually end up bowling it a bit wide. She'll have to re-bowl that one. So in September 2024, Malta played against Sweden. They lost the first game by 75 runs. And they also lost to Italy, but they scored a few runs here and there, apart from in one game where they were actually bowled out by Italy for 16 runs. So you can even see there the improvements that they've made in what's that, about 8 months since then, as that one's been worked away nicely. Should be stopped in the deep though. Of course, Italy, aside a bit further on in their journeys, we'll see them in the World Cup qualifiers, Division 2, on their home turf, actually in Rome at the end of May. So Malta, they've won 5 of the 18 games they've played so far on the international stage. That was, well, they picked up 3 wins against Romania in 2022. That was in fact the first time they'd played official T20Is. In fact, in that first game, they put on 105 runs batting first, and they need 106 runs for victory here against Croatia. That's well bowled by Helen. She's also very much taking the umpire's advice to stay well clear off the middle of that pitch. That's the end of the over as well. 2 overs down, 12 runs in total for Malta, so they're exactly on the run rate. That run rate is below 6. It's 5.2 at the moment, as it's the first of 2 games in this bilateral series. It's just today, and we have standings of course, but we might even then go down to net run rate. There's no bonus points on offer, so if both sides win a game, then we will go to net run rate. But I think we can see it more as kind of 2 individual T20Is, which of course are for ranking points, as I just explained, so it's not quite the same level of series as something like an ECI where there's 5 games and of course a glorious trophy on offer that you might have seen on the stream yesterday, as Pavla, the MVP, speaking of glorious trophies, she picked one up yesterday. She was the MVP in that ECI series, deservedly so as well. She bowled with the best economy. She starts with a dot ball here, and she batted with the best strike rate, and she just chipped in at valuable moments with really good contributions, and she started very well here. 2 dot balls. Nikita just needs to get her feet moving just a little bit. You could see the power she possesses when she gets those feet moving and the arms swinging. Just not quite as comfortable with the ball outside off stump, so the task here for Pavla is to keep it exactly in that spot. That's what she does, and thank you very much, Pavla. It's like I've got a remote control straight to the middle of the pitch. A warm welcome to everyone who's joining or joining back in the chat. Wayne, Adian, I see you there. I saw Rob Thompson earlier as well, and of course the ECN Supporters Club over in Australia. So good evening to you. Good evening to Rob as well. I know it's later in the day there in New Zealand. That's hit nicely away into the leg side. The chase is on, but again, the ball's gonna win. And it's a lovely swing of the bat by Nikita. And you can see, well, as soon as the ball's a little straighter, a little down leg side, Nikita is way back in her comfort zone. It's a good effort there, trying to reel the ball back in. But just a slight overcorrection there from Pavla. She just needs to keep it outside the off stump and force Nikita to play on her less favoured offside. That's better. You can see even on that occasion, Nikita, well, there's the shot that she wants to play afterwards. I don't think she needs to go quite that defensive, but certainly playing those deliveries with a straight bat, probably the way to go. She's going well here, Nikita, 11 off just 13 deliveries. Jessica, at the other end, has only faced the 4 balls. Again, it's an action replay there from Pavla. Just that one that strayed down the leg side, which Nikita absolutely tucked into, but otherwise, just the 4 runs coming from that 3rd over. 16 runs on the board. At this point, we normally say it's the end of the power play, but of course, we're playing 20 overs, so the power play is twice as long. Goes till the end of the 6th over. See there, the win predictor has Malta up at 75%. I think that's maybe fair enough for now. But again, as with the Croatia innings, it will be about who can fire at the top order for Malta. They've got the dangerous figure of Anupama still to bat. I would love to see her open at some point. I think she's Malta's best batter, and you want your best batter in the game for as long as possible, especially when you're chasing the runs. You don't want her to come in late in the piece when maybe she's under pressure to score quickly, or she doesn't have as many batters to bat with. But Malta, they're holding her back for now. I imagine she'll come in that familiar number 3 position. So that one's hit nicely into the offside. And Jessica's another player who just needs to watch out for that straighter delivery. She doesn't mind it outside off stump or down leg. She's quite quick to play it through the 45, but anything that's straight, sometimes she steps across a little too early and gets herself into a bit of trouble. That's a brilliant delivery, and does that go straight through? It's the captain, Lydia, who's come back on to bowl here. Yeah, it does just go straight through. Thank you very much for that camera angle. I thought maybe if it had touched the pad, could have been a chance for an LBW, but actually that ball is the perfect example of how the umpires have to be a bit careful with the LBWs, because that was just a length delivery from Lydia, but you could see it bounced comfortably over the stumps. Especially with these slower bowlers, they get a lot of loop and a lot of dip and bounce. So I think really, unless it hits you right in front of middle stump, it's always tough to make that call. It has to hit you pretty much on the back pad for the umpires to be certain that it will go on to hit the stumps. And Lydia here's changed ends as well. So Helen just had the 1 over from the City end, and Lydia has come back on for this end. Decent over so far, just the 2 runs coming off it. Can she finish strong? They're going to go through for a single here. A direct hit would have been interesting, but it's good backing up from Nikita. to run through for the singles. That's the end of the fourth, 19 runs on the board, and Rico is joining me back in the commentary box. It's been a decent start here for Malta.
It's been a good start. I like this. Of course, a lot of people feeling that Anupama Ramichan is going to be the key, but it's good to see that Jessica's made a good start, and Lakita, the opening bowler and an opening bat, playing some nice shots, and let's see if they can keep going. I think a good partnership from them, and not relying just too much on Anupama is what the plan is here for Malta, but at the moment they're going at a nice steady rate.
And Helen clearly, well, I'd say she prefers this end, but not been the best of starts here. That's going to be a no ball, free hit coming up. Again, maybe it's just the lack of experience of playing T20s. It's Croatia's 9th ever T20. They only started playing T20Is last year. The bowling, I mean, we've seen Lydia from both ends now, Helen from both ends. It's only the 5th over, Rico, and they've just not quite found this rhythm to how they employ or deploy bowlers in the T20s. I don't know what the reason is for Helen and Lydia both changing ends. You'd say there's no discernible difference.
It's got to be. They must just have preferred. There must have been a thing. I mean, Helen, obviously, both Lydia and Helen have bowled from this end up until now. And maybe Lydia just didn't fancy it from this end. Helen saying, well, I'm okay. I don't mind. But there had to be a reason, you're right. Exactly what that is, we'll have to wait and see. But Helen, good cricketer. Good, very good all-round cricketer. Seeing if they can get that first breakthrough.
That's a nice delivery. It's chipped up in the air. And there's a chase on here for the two fielders. It's actually Lada from mid-off who runs across, and a lot of these fielders must be, they're certainly more athletic than me, because the amount of times they go into the splits to save the run, I would need winching back up, I think.
The fielding of Croatia has been their highlight in a way. Just the way they throw themselves around, some of the way the ways that they stop the ball. This one, here we go, look, just charging in, not letting the ball, and that's what been so impressive. So charges in at the ball, not letting that ball come to her. Says, no, I'm going to get there. And Pavlat does really well. Risky shot, but played nicely. And that could beat the fielder, you know, and it will. 4 runs. Beautifully played. I mean, I know that Jessica likes to play this shot if it's slightly shorter. It's always a little bit risky because it's right in front if she misses, but she times it well enough. And the fielder, by the time she gets there, Seema, the ball has already gone over the boundary rope. That's a very good, handy, valuable boundary.
Nice boundary. The first one for the Malta captain. I did mention that's the shot she likes to play. It's risky because she steps right across. If she misses that one, goes again. This time decides to sensibly play with a straight back. She's very much covering the stumps. She's not the tallest either. So if she goes across and it hits her in front, the umpire certainly has a decision to make as we get to the end of the 5th over, 28 for no loss. And look at that, the in-progress bar just keeps on rolling. And Jersey, I know we're up and running there. I think about 5 minutes ago was the first ball. I'm not too sure. It's hard to keep up with all the action here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got the Belgium Night Series. That is in full flow. I think we're pretty much halfway through that now, with Phil G taking you through more of the action this evening. Have you got any live news from the Liberation Series?
I know that there's been a coin toss. I know that the Central Commanders are going to be having a bat first. I don't think we've quite had the first ball there. It's going to be next one here. That's met pretty well. So yeah, haven't quite started there. I think they're probably starting, in about 25 minutes time. I think they're starting. They've got a late start there, you know, they have. They're starting about 10:15. And remember, they are an hour behind.
Yeah, they're an hour behind. So it'll be 10:15 local time, 11:15 our time. We were on the wrong gig here, Rico.
Yeah.
Phil G, he can sleep until about 5 p.m. Rico, he's clearly having a leisurely Monday morning.
What do you mean Rico's having it? You did it again.
I've done it again.
You did it again.
Oh.
I'm here with you. How am I having a leisurely Monday morning?
I don't know what you did this morning, but we didn't have a leisurely Monday morning. We were here at the ground at, what was it, just 7:45, something like that.
Hey,
Vinny is having a legend.
Vinny is having.
That's the one.
And with Danny, Vinny and Danny there, aren't they?
Yeah.
I was just going to say 5 overs in. I mean, I made a little note of the sort of 5 over benchmarks, the runs that were scored. 27 is what Croatia scored in their first 5. So Malta were just ahead by 1 run. The next 5, they scored 25. So they didn't really, it went the same as the first 10, but you don't mind that. You'd expect that. Next 5, they got the acceleration in between 10 and 15, 32. But the last 5, just 21. So it was where they should have been accelerating, getting the most runs, they got the least.
And that's because that wicket fell as well. I think it was the 16th over.
That's right, yeah.
And that really stunted any kind of aspirations to accelerate towards the end. And I think Malta, if they'd got that 1 wicket, that 5th or 6th wicket earlier, they might have even been chasing something like 80 or 90. 105 though on the board. It was an impressive bowling performance, wasn't it, from Malta. 22 extras, which is pretty respectable, I think, in a 20 over game. We've seen more than that number of extras in T10 games before, both men's and women's.
We have, yeah.
So it was a disciplined performance from them, but it's been a good start here from the Croatia bowlers as well, just the 5 wides so far. But what they've done a bit too much on a couple of occasions is bowl into the areas that these 2 batters like. So that one's in the air, and I think that would have, I'm not sure if that was a bump ball. Either way, the catch goes down. Let's have a look at this. It's difficult with the wicketkeeper right in the way. I think that one probably did go into the turf the way it popped up. In any case, Pavla's not able to hang on to the catch. And again, Pavla's bowling from the other end. So I think every bowler's bowled 1 over from each end, which is quite some going.
Yeah. You think, I mean, is it a plan for Lydia to say that's what I want to do, and then I can say, yeah, you bowl better from that? I don't know. There shouldn't really be a big difference. There should be nothing really, I feel, that on this pitch. And also, when you think, sometimes it can be the run-ups. I know that bowlers look at run-ups, but the way that these women are bowling, they don't have a big run-up. And on both sides of this artificial, there is actually a sufficient mat for them to be running on before they bowl anyway. So it can't be that. So it is a weird one. It's an interesting one. I don't know what the reasoning for that is. The over does come to an end. It's a productive one again for Malta. They'll be quite happy as long as they're scoring runs and don't get mobbed down. They're happy. So 5 come off that one, and 33 without loss after 6. And that's the key thing, is the without loss.
Yeah, I think so. And they know as well, Malta have Anupama still to come. She's a key batter for them. And she's carded at 4. I'd be surprised if she doesn't come out in that 3 position, especially if Malta can smell the win. She'll want to come in, try to get her side over the line. She was the top run scorer for her side. And I think throughout the series, actually, in those ECIs, very consistent performer with the bat. And well, I was just chatting while you were coming back, Rico, about why she doesn't open. I mean, it's not always the case that the best batter has to open, but I think in women's cricket, where you maybe don't have that batting depth, what would be the reason, you think, that she doesn't open for Malta?
I think it can just be down to a personal preference. I know that there's a lot of good batters out there that you would feel should be opening the innings, and even in terms of little things like the openers, how one particular batter always takes the first ball and the other doesn't. That's true. You would think it should be better the other way around. But I think it's just a preference. Maybe the nerves, maybe just never feels comfortable going out there first and feels that a lot happier going in at number 3. But as you know, quite often going in at number 3 can be the same as opening. So it doesn't always work out that way. From personal preference, I don't like number 3. I think it's the worst position to bat in. That's cut away nicely, but it's again a great bit of fielding. She's so quick to the ball that she almost forgets to pick it up. But because she covers the ground so quickly, Malta have no desire to even attempt the second. The third position, because you could come in ball 1 and you could come in, into the 18th over, 19th over. That makes me more nervous.
because I'm on edge. There's a mix-up here, and they're going to go for the it should be a run out, and it will be given. That's a great piece of fielding there. It's that field placement that we've been talking about, Rico, that short leg side fielder, and she does the work there. I think it's the captain.
Absolutely brilliant. This is, I mean, without doubt already, this is your HTL Software Player of the Day. This is magnificent. That's been crunched. Lydia makes a stop, and look, very quickly rolls it back, and no issues at all. Desperate lunge to try and get back from the batter, but it's not going to happen. And that's going to be the end of Jessica. Jessica's going to have to go. Well, what a great piece of work. You've got to feel for Jessica there. She's doing the right thing. She's backing up, and she sees that ball get hammered from the middle of the bat. She thinks, yeah, it's got to be a run. But Lydia, well, she sees the back of the Maltese captain, and that's a battle that has been won by the captain of Croatia. That's outstanding fielding. It really is.
Excellent fielding and excellent field placement as well from the captain to put herself in that key position. There's a chance for her again, but that one goes to the right of her dive. Now 1 through for 1 as Anupama Ramashan, who we spoke about. She has come in at 3. She'll get a chance now, as she was, of course, at the non-striker's end. Yeah, I think that's what we mentioned in the first innings as well, that sometimes these less experienced batters, they go on the feel of the ball on the bat. And on that occasion, Nikita middled it, and it was a bit of a yes-no maybe. Both of them at one point ended up in the middle of the pitch, and it was Jessica who had to then try in vain to fall backwards. Didn't manage to get in. Good running there from Malta. That's exactly what Croatia didn't do enough of in the first game. As long as the ball is not in hand, you can run the second run, and they manage it on that occasion as they finished the 7th over, 39 runs on the board, but 1 wicket has fallen. I suppose for Malta, it's the better wicket to fall, because Nikita's looking really good here. She's looking like she can score boundaries. She's already got 2, whereas Jessica, she's always a consistent performer, but she's not as likely to stay deep and get 30s, 40s.
Yeah, and for all of those folks that were listening to, of course, our conversation about the field positioning and the value of having the fielders in closer, and maybe letting or leaving the boundary open. That's the reason you've got the chance of not only stopping runs but picking up wickets as well, and demonstrated beautifully there by the Croatian captain Lydia. Great work from her that gets that first wicket.
It's a big wicket, isn't it? But I think this one is even bigger. Anupama, she's at the non-strikers now, but I think Croatia won't be happy unless they break this partnership as well, and ideally have both of them back in the hut, as Mia comes on for her first bowl of the day. And again, Croatia, they're going early with all 5 of their bowlers. So it's the 7th over, or going into the 8th over, and already Mia will be the 5th bowler used. So it's an appeal there, but it's hit something as they'll run through.
Might have been some bat on this, actually.
Oh, it's leg byes given, but I think maybe the height again, as it bounces off this pitch. I think more or less, if it doesn't hit you flush on your back foot, there's always that element of doubt. So take a look at the lovely panoramic shot here of the Master Sports Ground, which is now bathed in sun. Early this morning it was a little hazy. We even had a very random little rain shower, but it's very much dry and getting hotter in the middle out there.
Good understanding from these two, actually. That was just kind of pushed into a gap on the offside by Anupama, and Nikita responded straight away. And 18 of 26, he's hitting the ball well.
They've been able to run pretty much on contact here. Whoa, we have a Tortuga, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding from Barada. Sticks up the left hand. A little giggle from her, because I don't think she was expecting it. She did a great job to go over and be the second line of defence on the backup, as it jumps up, and she almost celebrates that like a wicket, because it would have been overthrows.
It was a great pick-up. Well, they've got some chasing to do here. The batters will and should come back for 2. And in the end, the ball kind of gets rolled back. But this is, again, touches on with what we were talking about with Croatia. They never really backed themselves to come back for the second. And you can see there a good example of that it takes a good arm to throw it in from the boundary and a direct hit to prevent you taking the 2. So you should always back yourself. And these batters are at the moment. That's nicely played again. And this time it looks like they'll settle just for the single, as that is already in the hands of that sweeper. So seeing some good batting here. Malta, they certainly look pretty confident here. They're batting well, they're looking good. But of course we know that a wicket or 2 could change everything here. As we say hi to Helix, he's saying hello to everybody. And nice to have you join us. And also to Ghulam Mustafa, who also is saying greetings and hello to everybody.
Hello to everyone in the chat who's joining us. I hope you're well wherever you are, enjoying the cricket we have in store for you. And in about 15 minutes time, of course, we'll be kicking off for the first time ever in Jersey for the Liberation Series. Looking forward to that one. And we have some ECSWs there as well. So we're starting with the men, but then we go to the women as well. As we go into the 9th over here. And it will be a new bowler, actually, Marana. Again, so yeah. Croatia going to their 6th bowler. I like this. I think it's a good move, just a bit of a change up. As that one goes up in the air, chance for a catch. And it's snatched out there by Helena Bosnic, and the chance goes down. That would have been a big wicket. That was Anupama. That was a big wicket. Anupama could have been dismissed there on 6 and just snatches at it at the last moment. You can see she's trying to do the right thing, but just doesn't get it enough in the hands, Helena, before she brings it into close to her body. She tries to just snatches at it a little bit too soon. It's going to be probably another couple here. The 2 batters running hard, and well, they're going to be huffing and puffing soon as they're doubling up. But again, doing what we didn't see Croatia do. And you touched on the weather there. It has really warmed up now. The early morning sort of hazy clouds have gone. We had that little shower. So temperatures around about 22, 23 will be the highs of 25. Oh, straight in and straight out. And if there's one player you'd expect to take the catch, it would be Lydia. She was sensational in that run out, but there's a chance now to remove Lakita, who also gets dropped in the same over on 21. Both of those drops could be costly, as Malta now get to 50, almost halfway there. And if they got those 2 wickets, I think it would have been an entirely different ball game. That was a tough chance. It was hit well by Lakita, and I think it just surprised the captain of Croatia a little bit, as this one's hit firmly in the offside. Should be stopped there by Lada, but they'll come through for 2. And in the end, it's actually Pavla who does the fielding. And, well, I think we probably haven't looked at the numbers, seen just as many, if not more, 2s from Malta in the first 8.5 overs than we did in the entire Croatia innings. I think there's no doubt about it. They've doubled up, they've run, they've backed themselves. That was good running as well. Even though it was a good bit of fielding, it was a good strong throw. So Chris Smith also saying good morning to us. And very good morning back to you as well from now a sunny Malta. That's a good looking shot. It's a long chase. The batters once again are going to have to take some long deep breaths as they come back for, again, a comfortable 2. That's nice running between these 2. They have a good understanding. I think they've played a fair bit together. They both know that they can put in the hard yards as well. So that's already the third 2 we've seen in about 6 balls. And they're racking up the runs here. It's less than a run a ball needed. It's 51 in 67 balls. That one flashes away and again just goes over the head of Helena. And this one's going to be another 2. They'll be really huffing and puffing out there in the middle, but they're doing a good job here for their side. Just as a reminder as well, Croatia, despite the fact that they're going neck and neck here, head to head with Malta, they've only played 8 T20Is so far. They've won 3 of them. There's a couple of wins in there against Czech and against Gibraltar as well. That was in June 2024, so we're not even talking about a year. So this team is less than a year old. So I think that again just shows how much progress they've made in the last year and how much potential they have as well. Yeah, and yeah, a lot of potential. Good players, good team vibe about them. And that's exactly what we're trying to see here also from Malta, who, I mean, I don't think you can read too much into those T20
international sort of rankings, can you? I mean, Malta,
No.
64. They played 15 matches before this one, so this is their 16th, whereas Croatia 38th, and like you said, only played the 8th, playing the 9th. But you can't read too much into those. I think when you start to look at teams that have played over 20 matches or so, that's when you can sort of really start to dig into those stats and get information from there. So at the moment, both teams still very, very early in their sort of progression path into playing this format.
Dora on her second spell, and it's a brilliant catch, caught and bowled by Dora Pavelic as it's just chipped up in the air, and it's third time lucky for Croatia as they do manage to hold on to that opportunity. And it's a big wicket to fall because it's the opener, Lakita Yadav, who goes for 24, and a massive hit here for the Malta side. As it's a great catch from Dora Pavelic, moving away to her right, and look at the relief, the joy on her face. And Helen, she's going on a lap of honour as well.
That's a nice moment. They needed that wicket because this partnership was troubling them. With just 47 required for victory, they were ahead of where they needed to be. And don't forget, in that 9th over, Morana, she saw Anupama dropped on 6. Helena couldn't quite hold on to it. And then Lakita got lucky on 21 when she thumped it. Lydia almost takes the catch. So, well, this Priyan, I think he's giving some instructions to the batter that's going out there at the moment. But really good effort there from Lakita, really good. But you can see she's, get this lid off me. I've been made to run hard, you know. But she's got all the 2s on the back as well, and she ran plenty of 2s in that last over number 9. They ran 4 2s, and I think that alone, just in that over, is more than we saw in the innings of Croatia.
Not just water, I think she'll be needing an oxygen bottle as well, because that's a great effort from her. She's been out there for almost half the innings, has scored pretty much a quarter of the runs, definitely played her role well there, but it was a vital wicket coming at a vital time there for Croatia, and it's Dora Pavelic who does the damage after, of course, top scoring in that first innings as well. 29 runs she scored, and she's chipped in with a wicket here. It could be an all-important one because you feel like Croatia have to stem the runs somehow. If those two carried on going, they would have just singled and doubled up and walked to this total. It's less than a run of ball, well less than a run of the ball.
They were on course to do it comfortably inside sort of that, around that 15 over mark. So this changes things up now. A new batter will come out. This is Sanjana. Now we've seen her being very impressive with the ball. Let's see how she deals with being out there in the middle.
That one probably would have been a wide, but it's played away nicely, and she's going to get at least 2 runs for it here. As the chase is on, 3 Croatia fielders converge. They do manage to get through for 2. I don't mind that, actually. If you're chasing a wide, but you manage to put it in a gap, especially with the longer boundaries here, you can get value for that shot. It's a 0-risk shot, and she manages to get 2 there, Sanjana.
Yeah, if you're going to chase it, just get more than what the wide would have been worth, and she does.
Can Dora find a comeback here? It's a better delivery. Oh, is there an edge on that one? Yeah, the finger's gone up. I thought I saw the ball deviate, and again, it's one of those most polite appeals. I don't know what they teach them in Croatia in terms of appealing, but that was definitely some bat on that one, and it's a brilliant delivery. Comes in and just nips off, and what about that for a catch from Innes? I think at the start she doesn't realise what she's done either, but she watches that ball into the gloves. A brilliant effort from the keeper, and Dora gets her second wicket in just 3 balls, as it's the new batter Sanjana. She hit her first one for 2, but she departs on the second. Yeah,
game changing over here so far from Dora. Remember, she was great with the bat as well. Put that partnership with Innes together, worth 55, and that partnership continues now with them out in the middle. Dora doing the bowling, Innes doing the catching, and they are going to take a single there. That's good running, and you see, that's the other thing. We haven't quite focused on this as well. By running 2s, you push the field back slightly, and if you do that, you can then take these easy singles. So that's worked out well for Malta. Right, Anupama. Big pressure on her now, I think. 44 runs needed. It's the final ball
She wants to get a single hit, get herself back on strike. That one, though, will be a freebie. In fact, it's called a no ball. Anupama, or maybe she changes her plan here. I don't think that one is off. Well, I suppose it depends what you define as off the pitch.
Was it too too bouncy before it got to the batting crease? So yeah.
Okay, well, it's going to be a free hit. What can Anupama do with it? Well, it goes through everything and everyone, and it will just be a single. So actually a good outcome for Malta as they keep Anupama Rawashan on strike. As we get to the halfway stage, and this is tantalising at the moment, as I feel like a couple more wickets, even just the one wicket of Anupama, and Croatia might even be on top. I don't think 15% truly reflects the game as it stands, but 64 for 3 on the board as we take a look at what's happening tonight in the night series. Phil G will be on the mic taking you through a triple header as Hasselt. Well, I hope they'll have a good feed this afternoon, because they're coming back for 3 games this evening against Antwerp first up, and then the double header against 12 Stars Hofstade. So a big evening for Hasselt, and of course a big day on the European Cricket Network with the Jersey Liberation Series kicking off in just about 5 minutes time. We go into the 11th over here, and it will be bowled by Captain Lydia. They run through for a single. I don't think that's a bad outcome actually for Croatia. If you just allow Anupama a single on the first delivery, you've got 5 balls to attack the new batter, which is Stella Aruja, and they just need to try and claw back that deficit between the runs needed and the balls left. It's 41 and 59 for now, and they get through a few dot balls, even maybe a couple of maidens. They might be back in this one, but Stella does her role perfectly, taking just the one ball to get a single, get herself back on strike.
Yeah, this at that 10 over point, it was 52 for 3, and they had just scored 25 in those 5 overs, and you can see that Malta do much better. 64, lost the same number of wickets, all fell of course in that over. That's going to be a dead ball as that one slips out the hands of Lydia. So they are doing better, but of course the big test now will be with how Croatia deal with Anupama. They need to see the back of her, otherwise she alone, you would feel, could get them home here.
A half appeal there. I think it's going down the leg side. Yeah, I agree with you. Anupama, she's seen her team home almost by herself on a few occasions in those ECIs. She scored 42 not out, as Malta put on 80 runs in that game. One wasn't enough on that occasion, but she scored 31 not out in game 2. Again, they fell short. But every time Malta have scored runs, she's been a chief architect of them. She scored 25 in game 3. That was enough for the win. And when she departed early in game 4, Malta really, well, they fell away. She got a golden duck. They finished on 48, chasing 81 for victory, and I think there's a pretty strong correlation there. When she doesn't score runs, Malta sometimes struggle.
Yeah, that could be too high. It's been called a wide, and I mean the height on it was, see, is this dipping? Probably just dips enough. So wide ball, no free hit. I think this is here Lydia bowling now. I like this. I think you have to, and Lydia will have to use, I think, Helen and Pavla here as well. This is the time when Anupama is in there to use your best bowlers in, because there's no point saving them for later, because later may not happen. You have to get those wickets now, and I think the likes of Pavla and also Helen has to bowl now. They've got to be using your top bowlers to try and get the key wickets. Another one just played out with the offside, and Stella, she's very keen to make Anupama run. You would think that Anupama is running the show at the moment, but not the case. Stella Aruja plays that away and says, come on, let's take one.
Yeah, they're running well, these two, and that's been the key for Malta so far. They've just not dotted up at all. I think if we look at the over by over, a quick look, the most dots they've been is 3 at the start of over number 3, and then the 4th ball went for a boundary. So they've just been able to rotate the strike and keep the runs ticking over all the time. And they've done that, I think, a bit better than Croatia, especially doubling down from the singles to the 2s. And that means that, well, they knew from the start It was 105 or 106 needed in 120. They knew, of course, there'd probably be a few extras as well. If they could just keep getting the singles, and they could just, little by little, notch down this target. And that's what is proving to be the case so far, as Helen comes back on for the 12th over. And you feel here Croatia needs something. They need a wicket. They need maybe even a double wicket.
Yeah, I like the fact that Lydia's gone straight to Helen here, the experienced player, wicket-to-wicket bowler, because they know, you can see that from Malta, I think the coach has probably said to them, look, we just need less than run a ball. So if the singles are there, push them and go. I just feel that with all those twos that were run earlier, especially in that 9th over, that it just pushed Croatia a little bit deeper. And you can see there from Lydia, she's really close now on the offside, and also they got mid-wicket close. They're trying to get back closer so they can stop those singles, and especially applying the pressure to Stella. I think to Anupama, they will push back a little bit more, because they know if it's a short ball, she'll hit it and hit it pretty well. So you want to try and protect the boundaries and give yourself a little bit more room to make those stops if you're close. But to Stella, I think they're being close.
That one's hit away nicely. Probably just the one, as the fielder there, Mia, gives chase. That's all they need, though. Malta, they're playing low-risk cricket as well. They're playing smart cricket. There was that couple of early chances. Anupama could have been caught.
Yeah.
And, well, I suppose Likita could have been caught, but it wasn't too costly. But since then, they've been playing it along the ground nicely. And even then, you can see exactly what the thought process was from Anupama. She saw that the point fielder was a little bit deep. Mia was at least aware to that one, not going to give away the single there. But they know what they have to do. They don't need to hit big. They don't need to hit boundaries. They just need to inch their way to this target. And when the ball's there to be hit, they hit it. There is a fielder out there. Should, again, just be the one, as it's nicely fielded there by Pavla, the MVP of the ECIs.
Yeah, well, Wayne is saying that he's been looking into, I know we talked about records yesterday. He thinks that you might have taken the record back from Talia. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that. You'll have to check into that.
It'd be interesting if I've taken the record back. I don't remember playing a T20I last night, but I do strange things in my sleep, but that would be something.
It certainly would be. Oh, they get through that over. 4 come from it. But you feel that even that's a result for Malta, as long as they don't lose wickets here. They're on for a win. 33 required in 48. 4 off the over, 73 for 3 at the end of that one.
Looks like it will be Pavla. Did the fielding out in the deep, coming on to bowl her 3rd over. It's the 13th of the innings. So 33 needed. Croatia desperately need a wicket, ideally of that woman on strike there, Anupama.
Any extras that come their way, they'll gladly receive. So some of the days that we've talked about, I mentioned it is Europe Day today, so everybody celebrates Europe Day. It's all about peace and unity. And European Union, it's all about challenging people to reflect on issues that build and bring people together. That's well struck, but also well fielded. And it's a day of celebration for all European citizens, and about making us feel closer together. Europe Day. International Midwives Day today as well. It's all about honouring midwives, and to work and promote awareness about the importance in them providing the crucial care to mothers and their newborns. And no run there. And in addition, is a chance for us to recognise their efforts towards making the world a better place. And I mentioned also today, not only do we start that Liberation Series in Jersey, it is Liberation Day in Netherlands, where there's a fanfare of events, veterans parades and music festivals throughout the country. So enjoy your celebrations there in the Netherlands.
The Dutch like a celebration, don't they? I know Tyrone was telling me they were having a few street parties a couple of weeks ago for that one. I can't remember the name of the one big day that they had.
It must have been Freedom Day.
Freedom Day, yeah. And they like celebrating their freedom. Amsterdam's a good place to celebrate as well, I believe.
Ooh, well, that's probably pretty unlucky, you know. This has hit the edge of the pitch where I think a direct hit, just takes off. There wasn't much of a call. Oh yeah, that could have been a bit lucky. The one thing I've noticed about these two, particularly from Stella very much, if she hits the ball, she wants to run. And sometimes she's hitting it straight to a player. And those players, look at the field here. I like this field. She doesn't have to hit that one.
Yeah, they're certainly creeping closer, aren't they, Croatia? Because they know that they need something to happen here. Oh,
it's that time of year. Well, we're on butterfly watch as well. Well, I tell you what, the nature channels have got nothing on us. Here comes Pavlov again. Floated. It's hit, but it's been called a no ball. So you don't want to... Yeah, well, she just turned and started running there, Stella, and you can see that Nupama saying, no, stay there. Kitinijana will take the one. We'll take the no ball. And you got a free hit here now. So give it everything. See if you can really make this a good win in the over. 6 of the over so far, so they've already got the 4 that they're after. But they can really cash in with this one. Well, but still 2 balls to go. And it's going to be another wide, so it still remains a free hit. Just seems to have lost her rhythm here, Pavla. Haven't really seen her have these kind of issues before, so maybe she's overthinking it here. Maybe it is a bit of the pressure.
Yeah, you can see her just lining up with her front hand there, just trying to go back to the basics that she's learned. And that's a better delivery. Oh, and it's unlucky. It's certainly not LBW, but it almost slips through Stella's back leg and goes onto the stumps. Would have been an unfortunate way to get dismissed, as she did the right thing, stepped across, tried to hit it into the leg side. That was the free hit though, so she gets away with that one, does Pavla. But she needs to try and find a little bit of stardust here, see if she can break this partnership. That one's hit away, and Helen tumbles to her right, isn't able to stop it on this occasion, as the fielding is done by the captain, Lydia, there. Stella's doing her job perfectly at the moment. She's ably supporting Anupama, who's clearly the senior of the 2 batters. In fact, she steals the strike. So that was the final delivery of the 13th, 81 for 3. So just the 25 runs needed now. You can see that the run rate has been pretty steady throughout from both sides, but Malta, they're the white line there. They just crept over the run rate from about the 8th over. Yeah. And from then, they've just been ticking along nicely. Yeah, well, we said the first 5 overs, they were very much even Stevens. It was 27 to 28. But the second 5, they certainly did get the acceleration. That they scored 36 in that 5, whereas Croatia scored 25. So they actually went slower. And Malta picked up. I mean, all right, they did lose in that 9th over, the wickets. But they just keep on going. And that chance there of Nupama when she was dropped, it wasn't an easy one. At the moment, that could be the key in this contest. But still a long way to go. And a wicket, as we know, could change everything. So let's see if they can get that wicket. They'll go back to Dora, who picked up the 2 for 12 so far for her. Can she get another breakthrough in here? Need a breakthrough to Croatia. That one gonna be called a wide. Well, they've used 6 bowlers, have Croatia. Lydia and Helen, they've already bowled 3. You'd say they're probably the 2 frontline bowlers for Croatia. I'd be tempted to bring them back early. Yeah. I think you've got to go here if you're Croatia. There's no point bringing them back on for the 19th and 20th overs if Malta needs, say, 4 runs to win. You need to bring them on early. It's kind of a bit of a roll of the dice, but that's the risk you have to take if you want to break this partnership. And I think breaking the partnership is really the only option here for Croatia to win this game.
If this match keeps going and they're looking for it to go the duration, you can't see that happening. You can see Malta getting to the finishing post before it gets down to that 17, 18 over mark. So this is a crucial little period here, and I think you need those wickets. And all right, Dora picked up 2, so you can understand why they've gone back to Dora, but you've got to go back to Lydia's got to come back. She bowls that nice straight delivery, and Lydia has, remember, got the wicket of Anupama a number of times, so she's got to back herself to try and remove her.
Dora is trying to explore the option of getting another wicket here, but that one's just hit away. And it's fielded out there by Pavla. And you can see that the Malta batters are just growing in confidence as well. They're swinging the bat hard. They know that pretty much if they get bat on ball, they can get singles, and the singles will win them the game. So it's nice to see them kind of coming out of their shell as well. Someone especially like Stella, who didn't get too many chances in the ECIs because Anupama was quite dominant. Half chance here. That one just fell short of Ines. Didn't quite see quickly enough that that ball was flying up. You can see she had to move across to her left by the time she saw where the ball was. I mean, she was almost on her back foot. That's why she couldn't put in the dive. That was a half chance though, as it would have been Anupama as well. That one's nicely played by Stella. And again, well, maybe I'd even, if I were Croatia, bring the fielders in closer. Just especially for Stella, who I don't think quite possesses that same power as Anupama. I'd almost bring them all in, aggressively so, insultingly so. Just be like, what you mean. Okay, hit it over us if you want, and if you do, fair play, and then we can still maybe consider.
That's a very good shout. I think that definitely is something that you could do because, like I said, she does look like she knows she's, you know, you saw that Priyan, the coach, was talking to her before she went out there, and what Priyan was saying to her probably say, look, you know, just singles, 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 singles. And she's got that in her head. Every time she hits the ball, she's looking to run. So you could really put bodies around her and starve her of getting those singles and starve Anupama getting on strike. End of the over. I know that Wayne he's going to send an email to Guinness people to find out some more things. Well, again, Wayne is looking into records. I've got a record here for you on this day in 2010, a historic day for women's cricket. West Indians, the end of that in smash, the first T20 100 of just 38 balls en route to a 45 ball 112 against South Africans women in the T20 World Cup in St. Kitts. Their second 50 of the whirlwind innings came up in just 13 balls as West Indies raced to their first win of the tournament, one where they would eventually lose to New Zealand in the semi-finals. That was on this day when we saw that the first T20 100, and it was a pretty quick one as well.
Have a look at this, Rico. Helen appeals and the umpire just says I can't see, so I have no idea whether I can give it. It's not out because
not out, yeah.
It's high off the arm and then onto the pad, but again, he just in a very polite way just said, well, you can appeal, but I can't give you a decision one way or another if you stand right in front of me. Yeah,
which is fair from an umpire's point of view, and umpires to do that. So Helen has changed ends as well. That's a better delivery, and this time she does it. Oh, well, that is probably the wicket they want. That is crazy. It really is crazy, but it's exactly what we're talking about. Get those players in close, and Stella, she just hits ball and wants to run. You know that she does. That is massive. Have a look at this. Just hits it and runs. It's straight to the fielder. It's never a run there. And, well, Anupama Ramishan is going to have to go. That now changes everything. And I think Croatia now as well, it's not good cricket from them. And we probably don't want to see the coaching staff there. Well, the coach has disappeared. He's probably kicking at some bricks and whatnot at the moment. That's not good cricket. I mean, it's the fear that I had. I know that Stella wants to do that, but Anupama's got to be able to say, no, it's not on.
Yeah, I think you've got to be the senior partner there and say, no, if you want to run, you can run yourself out, but I need to stay right where I am. In the end, a good piece of fielding. The throw came in, and it was well whipped off there from Ines. The throw was from Mia, so she gets involved in the wickets as well. Now this game suddenly again wide open as Helen bowls a nice delivery first up to Tanuja. She hits that one well, and that will go through for a single. This also is a good sign for Malta that even Tanuja coming out at 6, she's swinging and swinging hard. And they know they just need to hold their nerve here, do Malta. They've got a lot of balls still to go, 32 of them, 20 runs needed. But of course, every single dot ball now for Croatia, they really need to be kind of celebrating as if to say, come on, we're still in this.
Yeah, well, this over so far has only gone just for that one run. So Helen looking for another. Can she get another little bit of swing away? That's well bowled. And the overcall by the umpire. So score 86. And in that 5 overs, they've only been restricted to 22. So 22 coming off the 5 from the 10th to this, the 15th over. So Croatia are starting to slow them down.
Well, that's exactly what pretty much Malta need. They need 20 to win, but they've lost that wicket as well. So if they score 22 in the next 5, they'll be happy, but it shows that it's going to be a bit of a fight to the wire here. And it's certainly not over yet, especially if Croatia can even pick up 1 or 2 more wickets. Just on your record, Deandra Dottin, I can confirm she hits the ball so hard. I played against her, had the, I suppose, the pleasure and the displeasure of playing against her.
Where was that?
That was at Fair Break, so in the international tournament in Hong Kong and Dubai. And yeah, you don't want to be on the field when she's batting because you don't want the ball coming towards you because it'll absolutely come like a rocket. A couple of the West Indian women players actually hurt. Hayley Matthews, Stefani Taylor, I think they hit the ball the hardest that I've certainly faced. Alongside Chamari Atapattu from Sri Lanka, they've hit the ball harder than I've faced with a lot of guys played men's cricket as well. Is this going to be out?
Well,
ooh, it's a tight one.
I suppose it's down to the umpires here. The umpire hasn't made any decision yet. Let's have a look here. Ooh. And if they were to go to what we're seeing here, that's out. Now, it'd be interesting, this one. I know that, look, we don't want to get into this debate, and it opens up a big can of worms, but in these ICC tournaments, the umpires make the decision, but that to me was out. That's played nicely. This could be 4 runs. It could be a massive 4 runs. It will be 4 runs. Well, they're still running. Nobody sent them the memo. It's gone for 4. Lovely shot, this. And, well, it could have been a new batter. Maybe should have been a new batter coming to the non-strikers then. But that's beautifully played by Tanuja. What a lovely shot.
Lovely hit. Just pivots away on it and uses a bit of the pace on the ball from Lydia, probably one of the quickest Croatia bowlers. Just works it away into that vacant backward square region sensibly on the next delivery. She puts up the big palm as well, as if to put it in no doubt after that slight mix-up on the previous delivery before the boundary. Tell Stella, stay exactly where you are. And Stella, well, she can probably count herself lucky that she is still out there.
Yeah.
Because that was just short of her ground, but it was a tough call. It was a frame by frame.
A bit uppish. Oh, here we go again. And this time I think she will be gone. And the finger's gone up from the umpire. Well, Stella was very lucky to survive a couple of balls ago at the non-strikers end. But they're just bottling this a little bit, aren't they, Malta? They're needing about 4 and over. They're not needing 6 and over. And they're running when they don't need to run. And, oh, wow, a little bit of argy-bargy there as well as Stella charges into Innes. But luckily, nobody injured. Well, Stella, a little bit fortunate, but watch this. She's running hard and then bang. There you go. So that's what you get for running me out. There you have it again. And you can see the umpire, no hesitation giving that one out. So another wicket falls. Malta. Well, you got to say it's theirs to lose from here. They're needing 16 in 27 balls. So another wicket goes. And Lydia, the bowler, to a new batter. This is Sneha Shankar that's come in. And just has to leave those alone. She's got to be careful about not dragging herself out of a crease. And you just feel that at least 5 or 6 of these 16 could come from extras. So you don't want to do anything silly at the moment.
Well, Croatia just need to keep plugging away, and that's the exact line they need to bowl. They've got that fielder. You can see it's Dora who's in the frame. She's so close. She's just waiting for that little punt off the bat. Anything that just gets chipped up into the offside. She's there. You can see her ready and waiting with her hands. Croatia just need one to fall. As you can see, she's almost like charging at the batter, which I'm not quite sure you're allowed to do when you're that close. But they're so eager to try and manufacture a wicket here, are Croatia, because you'd say 2 wickets and they might even be on top here, but they just need to make sure they bowl tight. And it's a question of who will bowl now, as well, as both Lydia and Helen have bowled out. It's the end of the 16th. 92 for 5, so 14 runs needed. Who do they turn to? Pavla's got 1, Dora's got 1, and then they might look at covering the other 2 with Mia and Marana, but I think they need to go hard.
Are they using Dora now from the other end?
Yeah, they're losing Dora.
The Dora's bowled so well from, so maybe they're going to go with Pavla from the City end. We'll have to wait and see. That's a little bit short. It's not going to get past the sweeper, who also is on. Ouch, that's hurt. He didn't have to throw that hard. That's right on the foot of Dora. Oh well, good bit of fielding. Now, that's what we talked about. You don't have to be sweeping on the boundary, on the 30-yard circle. The throw comes in and Dora wears it on the foot.
You can see that the fielders have all been brought in. There's 1 out on the offside, but the leg side boundary rider's been brought in. That's a great piece of fielding there from point there. It's Mia, I think, doing the fielding. She just sticks out her right hand, and that would have gone past. That would have been at least 1, probably even 2. But Mia does a great effort there. Just let's Tanuja know she's there.
Tanuja gets 1 on the back, but luckily no power in that. There was an apology, and Tanuja says it's okay. Right, got to lead those. Well, she wants to play at it, and well, she's a bit slow to go, and well, she's going to get home. But that was this is a point where you say you leave those wide balls alone, because you'll take those, but she does hit it, but it doesn't get it past the fielder. And in the end, well, Sneha had to run hard to get home. And on this occasion, she only just makes it. Now then, this is where you can really apply that pressure. They're still leaving 1 sweeper out on the offside. I mean, to be fair, I'd even have her up right now. I would probably even go, maybe, really put the pressure on. Maybe even get a slip in there. Well, that doesn't help. It's a no ball. And that means that's going to be a free hit to follow. So Sneha, if she wants to, she could be a hero here and really come down the track and wallop this. And I wonder if they just push the field back slightly, because it is that free hit.
Oh, they're a bit cheeky there. You're not supposed to change the field on free hit, but I suppose a couple of steps.
No, you can now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can. It changed. Launch actually changed maybe even 18 months ago.
Oh, really? Well,
you can change it now. There you go.
You
know that now.
Good to know.
You can tell your teammates.
Especially since I'm playing T20Is next weekend. But you can tell I'm no longer captain or vice captain. I just leave all the rules and regulations to the powers that be. Because it used to be that you could only change if the strike changed.
That's right. Now you can. Yeah, now you can change it. Yeah.
What's the thinking behind that?
I don't know. It's just something that came about. I think was it the start of last season? It was one of the changes that came in. Well, she still wants to play the wide ball, and that part of the pitch, the edge there, probably has saved the batters a few times with the ball hitting that. So it's fair enough. I think the batters at the moment, they'd rather see ball hit ball rather than take the wides. It's not going to harm them, I don't think, as they're needing now just 10 runs off 18 deliveries for victory here. And Malta, are they going to stumble, or are they going to register, which, you have to say will go down as quite an emphatic victory, especially if you're looking at the stats alone and you look at where these two teams are in the standings. So Malta are 64 and Croatia are 38. So a win here for Malta would be huge.
It would be huge, and I think it'd be well deserved going on this morning's performances. I think especially with the bat, which is something Malta, I think, were disappointed with their performances through the ECIs. They didn't quite get as many runs on the board. It's been very impressive from them that they've been able to bat deep as well. There's been contributions throughout. And we feared for them, didn't we, when Nikita got out and Anupama got out. But really, they've just kept plugging away and building these little partnerships. They haven't been explosive, but they haven't needed to be, because they knew if they stayed out there, Croatia might give them a few freebies, as Pavla has on the first ball of the 18th, and that would be enough. So they've played quite smart cricket. And if you play smart cricket, then I think you deserve to take the win.
Yeah, well, player has started a while ago there in Jersey, has been well struck. So after a wide, it's still down the leg side, and they're struggling a little bit here. She struggled today with the ball, has Pavla. I don't think the captain's help, in fairness, in keep changing her around. I honestly don't think that's helped. But there in Jersey, the Central Commanders are struggling a bit with the bat. They're 65 for 7 coming up to the end of the 6th over. Of course, they're taking on the Eastern Royals.
I'll tell you what, I've had a sneak peek at the kits, and I don't feel like they've had their creative juices flowing too much. They're lovely little kits. I think they're a grey Nichols number, and they've just gone kind of red and blue, plain. They haven't gone Spitfires. There's no planes or watchtowers. Come on, guys. They've got to learn a lesson or two from Malta and Croatia, who really pushed out the boat when it comes to the style.
Yeah, come on. We want to see more creative kits out there, more colour, more glamour. Just no bling. Don't do what the what we had the team there do. Ikota do. Oh, they asked the question. The umpire says no. They had gold leaf as their numbers, and they had like a tiger also on the side of the shirt in gold. The tigers were fine, but in the sun, the gold, it was awful for the scorers, and for us, you just couldn't see a thing. So yeah, gold numbers, not the way to go.
Yeah, I think white on a coloured background is always the best way.
7 required here now, and that's out. She's bowled around her legs, and that's a big wicket. Tanuja, who was looking good, is going to go for 6, and Pavla gets the big wicket, and I think that is a big wicket.
That is a big wicket. It's well bowled as well, as Pavla finds her radar. It's taken her a while, but she does target that leg stump. I think it's a good tactic as well, with Tanuja walking across her stumps, trying to target that area where she scored the boundary earlier in her innings, but that time steps too far across, exposes leg stump, and Pavla, the MVP of the ECIs, does the rest, picks up her first wicket, and is getting a bit tight here.
It's getting tight now. Malta 99 for 6, and now you're really thinking, how many of these batters have really had much opportunity to bat at all, let alone in this T20 International? It's a straight delivery, bat on ball, stay there is the scream from Sneha. And also, can Croatia eliminate the extras in the next few overs? Because that could be key as well.
Who bowls them? That's the thing. It has to. Well, there's no other option. It's going to be Mia and it's going to be Marana. I think you've got to go Mia for the 19th. You've got to take it deep. It all happens in the 19th in T20. And it's so tough though, because Mia, she bowled really well, just went for 6 in her first over. Marana, you'd say probably a less experienced bowler, but both of them only gave away a solitary wide in both of their overs. And it will be them that bowl the last 2, unless, of course, they turn to a 7th bowler. Probably unlikely, though. Croatia really putting the squeeze on, but Svetlana gets it through and gets a much-needed single for Malta. She keeps the strike as well. Not sure that's necessarily what Malta wanted, but at this point, they just want to get singles on the board as we go to the end of the 18th. 100 up for Malta, and now they need 6 for victory.
Yeah, they just want to... I don't think they're really too worried about who goes on strike. It's what that striker does. And the key thing is block out the good ones and try to get some bat on anything that's a bit loose. Don't touch anything that's going to be a wide. Take that run and then try and get the victory here. But Croatia are not going to make this easy for them. They're needing 6 runs in 12 balls. It may sound straightforward, but remember the last few overs, let's just have a look. If we talk about the last 4 overs, the last 4 overs have gone for 14. So that gives you an idea that if they are going to do it, this is going to the wire, I'm telling you. Unless one bowler really does choke it, it's going to the wire. Mia, 4 for 6 bowling the 19th.
Big over, isn't it? We always talk about the 9th over in T10 and T20. Oh, it's going to be the 19th here. That probably would have been a wide. Helen tumbles.
Yeah.
It's a dot ball, a big dot ball for Croatia.
She likes this shot though. That's how she got a single. Svetlana just steps out to it and plays it. And I think if you leave it out there, she's going to go for it. So they've got a good field here. Look at the field after this ball. Let's have a shot of the field. Oh, that's one you got to put away. She has put it away. And they're running hard, but it could go to the boundary. And there's going to be 4 runs. What a huge moment. 4 runs, so 4 of the 6 coming in one hit. What a marvellous moment that is from Svetlana. She plays it away. And she's running hard, but watch the ball. It's going, and gone. Look at it. Look at the joy. Look at that. Tell me it doesn't matter. Tell me, look, it's absolutely wonderful. 4 on the back and 4 in the scorebook as well.
What a moment that is. And, well, it could be the pivotal moment as Malta now just need 2 runs to win. Svetlana, that one's going to go on social media, I'm sure. The absolute joy on her face. Pretty sure that's her first boundary in international cricket. And what a time to do it. Can she get herself off strike here? It's good bowling, though, from Mia. It's just that one wayward delivery. But otherwise, she's been right on the money. 3 dot balls. She really needs another 2 dot balls just to take it to the final over. What can she do here? It's a good delivery. It's just fended by Svetlana. Helen's not going to let them have a moment's peace. She does the fielding.
Look at this field. Look at the. Can we see a shot of the field, please? Just how this blue body, the blue with the red and white all around them. That's a good delivery again, but no run there. They are just all over them at the moment. And that's the end of the over. We are going into the last with 2 required. And the thing here is that Malta, I mean, what do you think there? You can see there's all sorts of instructions being shouted out to them. The wrong thing to say to them is, look, just run, because they might just run to anything and just keep losing wickets. I know they have those wickets in hand, but 2 to win, 1 would take us to, I take it a super over.
Super over. I wish we could call it a golden ball, but it's the ICC, so it's a super over, and I wouldn't discount that yet.
It was just that one hit, that 1-4 of that over. Right, here we go. Plays it away. They're going to run. Are they going to get there? In comes the throw. Oh! Well, first of all, direct hit, I think, would have been out, but the backing up was brilliant. All right. The scores are tied, everybody. And it is Svetlana who's on strike. She was doing the dancing and the celebrating when she hit the 4. Now she could be really celebrating if they get the win here.
The Croatia dugout were going absolutely wild, telling everyone to get in. Look how close they are. There's at least 4 of them on the screen. They need to stop the one.
It would have probably been a wide, but they're going to run, and it's going to be victory to Malta. Malta have done it. They have won the match, and it will be Svetlana. Well, she doesn't like leaving the ball alone. Let's have a look at the celebrations here. That's absolutely wonderful scenes here. And, well, Svetlana, I don't know how much batting she's done in her time, but today she is the star. Today she is the hero. And the 4 runs in that over number 19, and then she does win it for her team. And, well, Malta, I have to say, they've been told to hold back their celebrations. I think they were dying to run out there, but I think the coaching staff saying, no, we're not going to do that here. And they will wait, and they will sort of keep that celebration inside them. But what, you couldn't keep it inside for Svetlana when she hit the 4. We're going to see that again. But what a finish in this match. I mean, there was plenty of desire, plenty of effort, and it's probably fair to say, Tina, if you were to say to me, okay, Rico, a close match like that, name me one thing that wins it for Malta and not for Croatia. Running in between the wickets.
Absolutely, and well, they didn't manage to run that one. That was a nice run out there to dismiss Stella. But I think you're right. The amount of times they ran 2s and they ran hard, that was a nice catch from Dora to dismiss Lakito, I think, up there for player of the game. But yeah, I think you're right. The aggression that Malta showed, they knew it was less than a run of ball required. It was 106 the total needed. They knew if they ran hard, yes, you might have a few run-outs, but over the course of the game, it will be a net positive to just run and run hard. There was that boundary. That was an early boundary that was important as well off the bat of Tanuja. Yes, there was a few run-outs, 3 in total. But what joy on the faces of Malta. Fair play to Croatia. They kept on plugging away. They didn't give up even when it looked like, well, just a few runs were needed. And there it was. It was her first ever boundary in international cricket, Svetlana. What a time to do it. And she was absolutely jumping for joy.
And she will remember that forever. And we'll remember those scenes forever. And you'll see those scenes over and over again on the social media. What a wonderful moment for her.
It was absolutely brilliant, and this is why we love these kinds of games. They're just different styles of games. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but those moments of pure joy, you know that Svetlana will remember that. She'll be telling her grandkids that.
Yeah.
We see so many 6s and 4s scored in some of these international games when the men are playing that it's just 6, 6, 6 and everyone's clapping and it's great, and I love that as well. But Svetlana, she's never scored a boundary in international cricket, and she comes at what, number 8, and we think, okay, well, how are they going to find the runs here? And she swings, goes for to the rope and gets her side over the line. It would have been a different game if they were chasing 7 or 8 in that final over.
Yeah. And you know, the beauty about little moments like that is, if anybody had told Svetlana, you know what, you're going to be playing cricket, you're going to be playing where the world is watching, and you're going to hit 4 runs, she'll be saying, yeah, okay, in your crease. It's never going to happen. Things like that, moments like that, you can never write. They just happen. And what a wonderful sight that was for Svetlana to hit the 4 and then her celebration. And then, of course, the celebrations for Malta, well, we didn't quite see the big celebrations. I think they were told to just contain themselves. But look, they're feeling pretty happy. That's a big win for them. And Croatia, well, look, they know that they've got to come back a little bit stronger here. I can see that both teams actually in a bit of a huddle here at the moment. And Croatia, they're having a team chat there. Good performances. They bowl well. They fielded really well, the way they're tight on. But I think they know, and I think the coaching staff will tell them, look, in that game, we just didn't do enough with the bat. We didn't run hard enough. And we certainly can learn from the way the Malta women ran. All right, there were some run-outs there. Some of them were crazy, but in general, they converted a lot of those ones into 2s, and because of that, they end up victorious in that match.
It'll be a quick learning curve, I'm sure, for Croatia, because they'll have been watching out in the middle and also realising how frustrating it is when you can't keep a lid on the 1s and 2s, and they'll want to take that into their batting innings. So I'm sure they'll come back strong. But Malta, well, it's the final game of the series between these two sides, and how good of a comeback will it be for them as well if Malta manage to take the 2 T20s after, of course, Croatia won the ECI series yesterday. So it's all still to play for. I'm very much looking forward to the decider, the second of this double-header matchup between Malta and Croatia. It's coming up at 1 p.m. local time, so just over an hour you have. So why don't you flick on over to the Liberation Series, which is in full flow as the Central Commanders look like they may be putting about 100 on the board for the Eastern Royals to chase. So we'll leave you with that game, and you can join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall back here on the European Cricket Network in just over an hour's time for the final ECI between Malta and Croatia, well, final T20I. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be another thriller. So join us for that one. In the meantime, put your feet up, enjoy the Liberation Series, and join us back here in an hour.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for our second match between the women of Malta taking on the women of Croatia. And of course, Croatia, the visiting team, we want to hit back in the final match between these two teams. Of course, we had a wonderful ECI tournament between them, which Croatia, of course, won in the end 3-2. And they weren't expecting perhaps to go down in the first one here, but electing to bat first in the last match. They didn't quite get enough runs on the board, and Malta, in a close, tight finish, got the victory with 4 balls to go, winning by 4 wickets. I think we're going to see Croatia trying to come back strong. Yeah, I can give you some news from the coin toss, is that it was the captain of Malta, Jessica Reimer, that won the toss and elected to field first. So she's wanted to put Croatia in. I'm a bit surprised, actually. I thought having won batting first, she would have backed herself to maybe have done the same again. But I know that she does feel that their bowling is probably maybe more stronger than the batting. And if they can restrict Croatia once again to a score around about that 100, 110 mark, then they can pace themselves and get the score. And I think that makes sense. It's all about the batters knowing what they need to get and how they can pace themselves in trying to get that. And I think they did that really well in that first match. They needed to get a good start, and they did. They accelerated well, and even though they lost wickets, by the time it got to that, they needed less than run a ball from there on in. And though there were a few wickets that went down, they did get the victory. So congratulations to them. But Croatia would want to play, and the last one in this series between them and the women of Malta will be keen to bounce back and even this series. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Tina Goff.
Afternoon, Rico. Looking forward to this one. Of course, the final time we'll see these two sides. I've just loved their enthusiasm, their desire to learn throughout as we see them march out onto the pitch, as it will be the batters of Croatia who are asked now to put a score onto the board. A couple of changes for all Croatia. Valentina and Ilonka come in for them, unchanged for Malta. I suppose they don't want to change a winning formula. And Captain Jessica will be the familiar figure behind the stumps. But I think we're in for another treat, another, well, dare we say, even final over finish, final ball finish.
Could quite easily be. And well, Jessica, of course, will be saying and would have said to her fielders and bowlers, look, the same again. I think they bowled very well in that first match. The bowlers kept the ball in the right areas. They didn't make it easier for the Croatian batters. They never gave any really loose hit-me balls, and boundaries certainly were hard to come by. I'm wondering if they will make any changes in the field. We did say that they could be perhaps just a little bit more attacking in the field and try and stop some of the singles that were given away. With Croatia, I think with them, they know that with the bat, they've just got to be a bit keener to run those singles and try to turn those ones into twos.
Absolutely, that was, I think, probably the key difference between the two sides were the ones that were converted into twos by Malta, which allowed them to chase down that total in the end, and they're going to be chasing again here. This is hit nicely away by Lydia to start off, get the first runs on the board, and that's already a positive sign, isn't it, for Croatia? They hit it and immediately went for the run, maybe noticing as well that the infield for Malta is a bit back on the ring. That's actually something Croatia probably did better, which is really squeezing, and by the end it was so squeezed that almost everyone was on the pitch trying to stop that final couple of runs being scored.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both teams, when they go back and look at the matches, and when they get some feedback from their coaches, that's one thing that they'll be able to do is learn from each other, and that's what the game is all about. You learn from your opponents as well. And Malta certainly could pick up one or two things from Croatia, and likewise Croatia can also from Malta. So it's little singles like that that myself and Tina are referring to, that Malta are quite happy to give away those singles, and rather than be tight on them early on, they're not prepared to see what the batter does before they start to put a defensive field in if they have to. That's hit well away and almost a catch. It's really well struck actually from Lydia, the captain, and remember, she got out pretty early in the first contest. She wants to go bigger this time, but she hits that well. It's kind of straight in and then out of the hands of the fielder there, Silvana, and if that catch was taken, that could have been huge.
Would have been a big early wicket. There's a few key batters for Croatia. Based on that first game, we can probably say Croatia don't bat quite as deep as Malta, and if you get early wickets here, Malta, then they're certainly think that they're on top of this contest. It's been a good opening couple of balls from Lakita, but you can already see that Croatia are coming out with a bit of intent. As you said, they, over their pasta at lunch, probably had a few chats about what they can do better, and it's the last game, so it's all on the line now.
All on the line as this one just, again, it's just a little dab, and it's something which was never going to be a single if Malta were batting, because Croatia, as we saw, had two close fielders in that area and just say, nope, you're not getting one here. And Malta really, I think, do need to pick up on that pretty quickly. They're quite reluctant to have somebody close in there. That's hit pretty well and will be well stopped. The ground fielding from both teams actually has been good. They haven't been afraid to put their body on the line, and Stella does exactly that there for Malta, making that stop, because that was, again, timed pretty well there by the batter. It is the end of the first over, and it is 6 that come from it.
We certainly haven't seen many half-hearted efforts in the field. The women, they go absolutely all in. It might not be the most conventional way of fielding, but they go in mostly with all 4 limbs somehow involved in the fielding. And I mean, sometimes in the ECS in the last week or so, we've seen, you know, a bit of a lazy foot or a lazy hand. The women, they're just going for it, and really
brave.
They're brave. I mean, it's a beautiful outfield, don't get me wrong, but there's a few spots where it can bump up and cause you a bit of trouble, and they're not at all afraid to try and put everything on the line. As you see that we're coming, sadly, to almost the end of our tour of Malta. Just 2 days of action to go after this one, as the women were finishing off here, and then we have the men of Estonia returning with a few things to prove, I'd say, in the 2 T20s tomorrow. And then I'm leaving you, Rico, as you go through that final bonus T20 between Malta and Estonia on Wednesday.
That's right, you will be, and of course you'll be here very early tomorrow having your net practice. And
oh dear.
Has Coxie been on to you about that? Has he set a time?
I'm avoiding Coxie. I already got a rollicking from him yesterday for wearing the wrong colour T-shirt, because we support the same football team, Birmingham City, and our deepest rivals, Aston Villa, playing the claret and blue, and I had I will say a maroon T-shirt on last night, not a claret T-shirt, but he was having none of it.
Oh dear, okay, so you've upset him already.
Twice now.
That means he's going to make you run around the field a few times before you even hit a ball. And talking about hitting a ball, I'll tell you who's trying here. Here's Lydia. She wants a big score here, the captain of Croatia. I want to welcome back everybody in the chat as well. Hello to Dave. Hi, Dave. How are you? Haven't heard too much from you lately. Hope you are keeping well. Ghulam Mustafa was saying hello to both of us. Paul Kemping in there, as well as Wayne. Good to have you all with us on this Monday again. Well struck, but well fielded.
Yeah, I think that's even a half chance of a catch there. It was hit very hard, came very quickly to the field. Let's take a look at this hit from Lydia. She picked it up well, didn't she? Pulled it away. And again, it's the hard hands, isn't it? It's one of these things that you do learn very quickly as well. You've got to give the ball a bit of a cushion, because if you just go at the ball, it's a hard ball as well. Some of these girls maybe learned playing tennis balls or with softballs. The Grizzly's going to pop out, and that one did on that occasion, unfortunately, for Malta.
Yeah, it was struck hard, but they're the ones that can stick. And if they stick and you remove somebody like Lydia. Now remember, she's given 2 chances now. She's been dropped on 1 and on 3. And we've already seen how you can really slow down the batting of Croatia if you take some of those top order batters out of the equation. That was an interesting one. I don't think Helen quite expected that to do what it did from the bowler. And this is Tanuja, who we both have been very impressed with.
Yeah, she has been impressive, given that Malta, they don't have a wider range of bowlers to choose from, nor have Croatia, to be fair. Tanuja's always come in and bowled her 2, usually in the ECIs, and bowled 4 good overs this morning. Just taking a look at what her figures were. Yeah, 21. She conceded off her 4 overs and picked up a wicket as well. And that was that good wicket as well. It was the clean bowling of Ines, who put on that nice partnership with Dora. So she's been a good, consistent performer, has Tanuja. Be interesting to see if the bowlers bowl more at one end this time. Both Malta and Croatia bowlers seem to be bowling from all 4 corners of the pitch at some point.
They did vary it around a fair bit. That's Benugui well struck. And that's going to be a real challenge for the fielder. And the star of the show in that first match makes no mistakes. Svetlana, well, she owns that part of the ground, doesn't she? And well, she's created some highlights that are going to go viral, I think, on social media when she hit that 4 and she was well, we often see batters dancing down the pitch, but not quite the way that Alana did when she hit that 4. And that was well struck, but again, good fielding.
I let Svetlana go ahead of me in the lunch queue. I was like, you deserve it. She was she still had this massive smile on her face, and I said, well done. And she said, that's my first ever 4. I was like, I know,
yeah,
we saw it. Yeah. We saw it. She was like, how do you know? And, well, we're paid to learn to know these things. And she said, oh, sorry, I was just so excited because it was my first 4, and that's why I was dancing. And I said, absolutely no need to apologise.
Nothing to be sorry about. We like it. We like to see those emotions. Oh, this one, I don't think, is going to be stopped. And it's a desperate lunge at the last moment, but the cheers that you hear from the Croatian bench will tell you that that's their captain hitting a nice shot to the boundary, and that will help them just stay at the kind of rate that they want to post here as 18 come off the first 2 overs.
That's a nice hit, finer than the previous effort, and that's why, despite the despairing dive of Svetlana, the ball raced away to the rope. You can see that by the standings. Malta sitting pretty. Of course, it's only 2 games, so we might be going down to net. Well, we will be going down to net run rate if Croatia do manage to pick up the win here. So no bonus points on offer. So it's just a straight shootout.
Can we have a super over as a decider?
I'd love that. Or we could go to old school, go like a bowl out.
What,
you know, when they used to do those?
What if it's 2 apiece? There's no net run rate or anything, is it? It's just 2 apiece. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, for the purposes of our standings, yeah, I guess the net run rate will be calculated, but I think you can see these T20Is as more standalone games.
Yeah, it's more the win and lose, isn't it?
And certainly for Malta, it's a big win because Malta are ranked 66th. Croatia, I think it's even 64th now. I went from when I did my research, and Croatia 38. Yeah. So even just winning 1 game against a team that's ranked about 30 higher than you will boost you up those rankings. So here, actually, Croatia almost have more to lose because they don't want to lose twice against a side that's so significantly lower in the rankings. There's obviously questions to be posed about how these rankings are done, and don't get me started on it. But
it is very, I suppose it makes sense and logic to those that prepare them and use them, but you just feel that there could be a better way that's more easier and to understand. And you know, it's always, you always get asked questions by people saying, all right, so this ranking, so How does that work, and what do they need to do to get higher? And you can't just say just win matches, because of course it depends who you play and who you win. And plays that right off the middle peg. It's going to be some fielding to be done on the boundary. It's nicely done. And another example of just taking a single where really you should be running 2.
Yeah, it was almost, she hit it too well, and that's what put them off going for the 2, because it went quite quickly into the hands of Sanjana. But I still think with that distance to the boundary, it's about 55 meters out there from the middle. You're not going to have a throw darted in right over the top of the stump. So while that ball is in midair, you can definitely go through for the second.
Nikita goes fuller again. That's just paddled down. And once again, the non-striker caught a little bit napping there. I think wasn't prepared to go straight away. Lydia will get to the other end now. Key partnership this, and Malta know it's one they've got to try and break. There's Lakita, who was, of course, the player of the match in the last match. He scored that 24, but also was very impressive with the ball. I think all the Maltese bowlers, I don't think any of them really went too expensive. It was all around about the 20s. That's going to be just the wide. I thought the batters thought about turning that into 2, but once again, they just don't communicate that well and quick enough.
Yeah, very consistent bowling in that first innings. In the first game, sorry, you're right, Rico. Tambi, she was the most economical. She went for 18. But Lakita, she picked up that important wicket of Dora to break that big middle overs partnership, went for 23. Just on the rankings, it's an interesting one because it's become a very tactical game. And the reason it's become tactical is because the rankings are now, or the budget that each federation gets is directly related to ranking. So it's not just, oh, yeah, we'd quite like to be top 25, top 30. It's we need to get up the rankings so that we get more money so that we can go up the rankings. It's a bit of a vicious circle. So what you find is that countries are very tactical about who they play. If you're, for example, Croatia, you don't want to be playing, actually, of course they want to be playing Malta, but they don't want to be losing to Malta because they will go down the rankings and Malta will go up, because the thing, especially with women's cricket, is you don't have too many reference points. Malta and Croatia have never played against each other, so how do you assess their relative strengths? That's just talking about Europe. You go to the African teams, and suddenly how are you meant to know how Botswana or Nigeria match up against the UAE, against the US, against Denmark?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember when, I know that they always tweak these the way that they work it out, but I think a few years ago, when I was trying to understand it, it was the case of, well, if you play somebody who's above you and beat them, you could get, say, 50 points from that win. And yet, if you played somebody who's below you and you beat them, you might only get 8 points.
Yep.
But if you allow them to beat you, then obviously you lose out a lot. So that's why you can understand that some teams are a bit reluctant to play teams that are below them in the rankings, because, of course, if you have a bad day, then it can really hurt you.
And that's a shame, I think, because you should be wanting to play teams that are higher than you and also wanting to play teams that are lower than you. Sometimes you want to go into a game or into a series as favourites. Sometimes you want to go in and challenge yourself.
Yeah, it's a bit like they say in boxing, isn't it? You have these world champions, but often they're accused of picking and choosing who they fight because, oh yeah, of course he's going to win because it's been handpicked for him. And where you don't want to see that, you want to see a proper out-and-out contest, which is not handpicked. And yeah, there's always a chance of an upset, but I think that's the beauty of any sport. That's the single get taken there. So yeah, so well, fair play to Croatia. I know that they can end up being hurt more than Malta are playing here, but they just want to play. And that's the other thing, that the people that are looking at all these things, so I suppose it's mainly the federations, because the federation, as you said, they will be looking at, well, okay, if we play, and if we win here, win there, how will that affect they call it the old forecast, isn't it, when they get the funds through from the ICC. But by keeping an eye on that, you're stopping the girls and the men playing, which you don't want to do. They want to play. They don't care. They don't care if they're going to go down to a team that they should be beating, whatever. They want to get out there, have the opportunity to play, and that's out. It's going to be caught and bowled, and Lydia once again is going to depart. And who's going to take the wicket? Well, of course, we know who it is. It's Anupama Ravishan, who comes on the bowl and gets the big wicket the same way that she did in the last match. And I know, Tina, what you're going to say. Why don't they open with her?
You have read my mind, Rico. It was something I actually wanted to mention, and now it's happened. I feel like I'm just being smart after the fact, but I did want to say, mostly based on the fact that Anupama got both of these openers out.
Yeah.
Why is she not opening the bowling? We know that Croatia rely quite heavily on their top 4 or 5, and you can get them out in the first 1 or 2 overs. Instead, they've put on a nice little partnership, 29 runs on the board. They were running really well. Helen's still out there, and yes, she comes in and gets that wicket at the very end of the 4th over, but I think they could have gone hard from the start. Missed a trick there maybe, but Anupama comes in and has a bit of stardust, as is always the case with her. She's always involved in the game for Malta. On this occasion, picks up the wicket, and well, Helen will be on strike here. It's the end of the over. She's joined out there in the middle by Pavla, who struggled a bit with her bowling in the first game, and she went early in the piece when she was batting, got just 2 on the board before she was caught. So she's got a bit of a point to prove. She's got the heavy weighs the crown of the MVP, and she'll want to put in a good performance here.
Yeah, she will. But both of them up against a very good bowler, Nikita. She's starting to get, that's going to hit the stumps, and there was still probably a chance to take the single, but I think this is one where, I think especially when you're fairly new to the game, you sort of, oh, what happens now sort of thing. I think with some experience, you think, yeah, we can still run, let's do it. And you can see they were a bit unsure. One batter was ready to go, the other was saying no, and they leave that one behind as well. We said that we reckon anything up to around 20 runs that they missed out in the first match, so they'd be keen to put that right. Chance again. Oh, fingertips to it. That would have been a cracking catch from Nikita. This is not easy. She's having to quickly get down to her left to try and take it. She does get fingertips to it, but it's a very good effort. But though it's fingertips there, she doesn't get, see here, she's, I think, in 2 minds, but if she went 2-handed, probably would have been a better chance to take it.
She went fingers up, and maybe fingers down would have been the better choice, but she didn't have much time to think about that one. That's played away nicely by Helen. And again, well, Helen was slow off the mark there because she was on the back foot playing the shot. Again, you can just see the ball bobbling into frame there, and in that time, you can certainly go for a run. Pavla, I think, has to be calling through a 2 there, because it would have come into her at the non-striker's end. There's absolutely no way she would have been in any danger. And Helen, well, we know she's eager, and as soon as you tell her to run, she'll run. You can see her backing up well there.
Good fielding, smothers that well and gets the ball thrown underarm. So Malta just again trying to slow things down a little bit. They've got 1 good wicket already. The captain, Lydia, hasn't quite been able to get the performance that she would have liked with the batting today. Again, good areas, just the leans on that, and I think that's the one area that I'm sure that the next time we see Malta and the women in action, that's one thing they'll do better, because I'll be very surprised if they don't go back on and learn from this and learn where they've leaked a lot of runs.
They have, and it's premeditated almost from Helen. She, as soon as she sees that ball coming, she just knocks it into the gap and runs. And really, Malta just need to close the gap. I know it's a tough position to go in when you're standing quite close to the batter. You're worried about that one that might crack out the middle of the bat. But I think even just being there is almost a deterrent to stop Croatia just dropping it in. As we can maybe take a look at the field at some point, go to the wide shot, and you can see that the closest player to the bat, as Jessica's even pushing out the player even further now.
Further, sort of moved around a bit, but yeah, it's the sort of the thing about this is, as we see that tomorrow, of course, will be time for the men. They'll play 2 matches tomorrow and 1 on Wednesday, again playing T20s. But I remember when, not so much with the women, when I was training juniors who were new to the game, and to get them to understand the concept. Well, two things really: to get the batters to learn how to run well in between the wickets and the right way to do it, and also to help the fielders to pick the ball up and throw. The one sort of drill that you used to do with them is, right, okay, you're saying to the batters, you got to take singles, and you're saying to the fielders, you got to try and stop the singles. So you got nothing for boundaries. It was all to do with singles and running twos. So the point I'm trying to make is here that the batters have probably practiced doing this so many times. It would be one of the earlier things you learn to do, hit the ball, take a single. And Malta should know that, and they should be saying, well, okay, well, we're going to go back to how we were taught to field, and we're going to stop you doing that. We're going to stop the singles. But Malta at the moment are quite happy to allow those singles. And the only thing that comes to my mind here is that their coaching staff, along with their captain, have probably decided, you know what, we don't mind. If they go at run a ball, we'll take that. So in other words, it's sort of saying, we don't mind if that score gets to that 120 mark. We don't want it any more than that. Well, it may not be any more than that, as, well, Pavla, she's got the MVP curse, hasn't she? She can't really find the kind of form that she showed in the ECIs, because she's going to be done. And guess who? Yep, Anupama does it again.
Big play there from Anupama, and it's just a fuller pitch delivery. Not much movement, and Pavla swings all the way around that one. It's a nice delivery. Probably the wrong shot selection here as we take a look at it. Pavla, yeah, just clears that front leg, and that's the problem. It's away from the stumps and just gives an opening to Anupama, and the number 7 for Malta takes that opening, and Julie obliges with her second wicket. And again, she's bowled brilliantly here. 4 runs and a wicket in her first over. 1 run only so far in this over, and that all-important wicket. She brings Ines to the crease. Remember, she put on a great little partnership with Dora in that first game. She needs a bit of a repetition of that now. She plays that away nicely, and that's the perfect start for Ines. It's going to go away for 4. It's a little hot spot there, isn't it, Rico, in this game, that they just step across it. This wasn't too bad. Okay, it was slightly down leg side, probably wouldn't have been a wide, but she steps inside it and sweeps it away nicely. It's
a very nice shot, and on this occasion, it's the right shot to play. I think you're right. Pavla gets a leg out the way of her one and sees the ball going to the stumps, but Ines is a little bit wider, and she gets the leg out the way, gets the bat to come through, and plays a delightful shot for 4. So they lose a wicket, but then they pick up a boundary.
I think you've got to keep Anupama on now. Maybe Malta learn from their previous mistakes. That one just about evades leg stump.
Interesting that one's called, actually, because I think with the way I saw that one, if you use the profile system, that ball was going to hit the leg. So the umpire sees things differently there. That's umpire, I can't really see because they all look the same with their hats and whatever. Probably umpire Shankar, I think, in the air. Doesn't go to hand. And it actually spins away from the fielder as well. Being in the action has Silvana. Remember, she had a chance to take a pretty spicy catch when it was hit from Lydia Harder. That was when Lydia was on 1, but that one doesn't really matter anymore. Lydia gave 2 chances, but wasn't able to capitalise. She made 14. Another over comes to an end. 41 then for 2 at the end of 6.
Another good over from Anupama. They only gave Tanuja that 1 over early on. She went for 12, and that probably actually brought Anupama to the crease with the ball in hand, and it's been a good change as she picked up those 2 wickets, went for just 11 runs. Lakita, for the second time in 2 games, she bowled 3 overs early up. 18 runs off her 3. It looks like they're going to keep Lakita back for 1 over towards the end, you imagine, and Tanuja is actually going to come on at this end. So we're still seeing this chopping and changing from both ends.
Well, there's obviously got to be some reason why the teams are tending to do this, and certainly don't really know what the reasoning could be. But anyway, they are going to make that change. Here she is, ready to go. And so Tanuja starts with the one that's really pretty short. They make contact, and taking the run on here. Fielder just not able to pick it up quickly enough, so they will take the single. They look at they're getting ready for the start of match number 2 there in Jersey, and the Southern Spitfires. Well, I want you to tell me that their kit, when we see them, they're probably not on the field yet, they haven't started. They've probably got about 5 minutes before that match starts, but I want to see the kit resembling a Spitfire. If it doesn't, then it's going to be quite disappointing. And the Western Towers, well, maybe a tower or two on their kit. We'll have to wait and see. It's Vinny Sandu and Danny Hudacek will be talking you through the action there in that Liberation Series. In Jersey.
I'll have my eye firmly on the coin toss there to see what the jerseys look like.
And did it look windy? That's the other thing. Was it windy?
It did look a little windy. Vinny was looking a little windswept this morning as he was doing his intros. But I know for sure at Jersey as well, they're going to be very well looked after with what I've heard, reliably informed, some very good teas. So it's not all wind and gloom over there on the island.
And I know exactly what Vinny will be doing. If the teas are good, Vinny's he's gonna really cash in on the teas, and he'll go without dinner. I know Vinny really well, the way that he works. And I'm sure that Danny will be already planning a quiz night or two for the crew. He always likes to organise a little quiz. Of course, he does that more or less all the time when he's not with us on tour. Another little cheeky single taken here, and they're not being able to stop that Malta. But yeah, I started talking about that, Tina. What are your thoughts? Maybe that's the thing here with Malta. Maybe they've decided, you know what, we'd rather you just push back, nobody perhaps get injured, and just try and stop the boundaries. And if the score is between that sort of 100 and 120 mark, we'll take that. Do you think that could be the thinking behind the way they're setting this field? Even though I have to say it does look a little bit tighter now.
Well, just as you were saying that, Tanuja beckoned in the one fielder on the leg side, which was Rengini, who's after the ball now, gets a high five from her teammate. And ironically, then next ball goes over her head. Yeah. But I think they may be just slowly realising that they can cut off those singles. I think it would be a unusual tactic to give them the one. You would do that in a situation where the boundaries are flowing and you say, well, okay, you can have the one, but you can't have the four. In this situation, well, they can cut off the boundaries pretty easily because it hasn't flown to the rope much. It's only actually, I think, been the one boundary so far. That was the first delivery faced by Innis. But otherwise, they can protect both. They can protect the singles and protect the boundary with those one or two riders. But you can have a look here at the shot. They're probably those fielders on either side, so talking about probably mid-wicket and in the covers, they could take 3 or 4 big strides in and they'd be performing their task better. Because at the moment, they're not stopping a single and they're not stopping the boundary. Because look here, we just saw on that wide shot that the boundary rider was pretty much directly behind the cover fielder. It looks like she's being brought in now.
Well, but if you look at where she is, she's still outside the 30-yard circle and not on the rope now. I think you're either on it or you're not. I don't think that's a good call either. And they seem to be doing that with a number of fielders on the boundary. Now let's see where they stopped Slivana. So Slivana again, she's brought onto the circle, so don't mind that. So let's see how this goes. Now this is another good bowler. This is Sanjana, who probably may have started with a wide, but bad on ball. They will take the single. We don't want to sound a bit like a broken record here, but it is something because it's so big, and it could make the difference of, I don't know, in a T20 like this, 25, 30 runs if you're stopping those singles. It is important that Malta realise that. That's a nice sweep shot. It plays it away to Svetlana, who should do the fielding there. But yeah, you just gotta say to yourself, especially when you look at, so you've had, now we're into the 8th over. There's only been 2 boundaries. One that was clipped on the pads was a lovely shot played by Innis, and I don't think you could have set a field for that anyway. So I think you got to say as a captain, well, how many boundaries they've been hit? Not that many. How many balls have we saved that would have gone to the boundary if it weren't for those fielders? I don't think any. So bring them in. Don't be afraid to bring them in, but bring them in so they are part of the game, not so where they brought the fielder in out on the offside now. Chance doesn't go to hand. Svetlana's going to have to try and cut this off, and she'll get there. Well done. She reads the the play on that boundary really well. And the thing with that is it creates chances. Fielder inside the circle, that's a catching chance. Whereas what they've done there on the offside, I think Jessica's, I thought she was going to bring that fielder in. They put a fielder in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And I think we normally call that sort of no man's land. Running hard here, and we'll get home and take the single.
It's about the fielders knowing what their role on the pitch is. And I think when you're still developing, that's not necessarily something you would instinctively know yourself. It's something you have to be taught by the coaches or more experienced players. And at the moment, if you asked all of those fielders out there, all 9 of them, what is your role here? What is your purpose on this field? A lot of them wouldn't be sure. And if you ask them in the ring, I guess they'd probably say instinctively to save a single. And then you say, well, have you saved a single? Are you saving a single? Because at the moment, Croatia are just jogging through. They've got through past the 50 now, 51. Here, for example, it's a perfect opportunity as it goes through to Sneha, who's, again, she's not in the slips, of course, but she's not really saving a single. So they do run through for 1. And then you think, well, without sounding too harsh, you might as well not be there. If you're not serving your role, she might as well be on the boundary, and then fine, then you still give away a single, but you guarantee then not to give away a boundary. So it's just a learning thing. It's easy to say from here as well, when we've got the nice wide camera shots from 2 circles, we can see exactly what's going on. It's a completely different game when you're out there in the middle, but it just needs someone like Jessica, the captain, or the bowler, if it's someone experienced, more experienced like Anupama, to say, okay, well, what are my fielders doing here? And if they're not fulfilling their role, how can I make it so they are?
I suppose the other way of looking at it is, if you was to say to a captain, let's say if a team is muscling the ball to the boundary, then you say to the captain, all right, Skip, what do you have to do? The captain will say, I've got to protect the boundaries because they're hitting boundaries. That's not the case here. So how they're scoring, they're taking singles. So what do you have to do? You've got to stop the singles. If you have a look at the over by over rate, there was that one big over that went for 12, the second one. But after that, the first over was 6, 12 for the second, then it went 6, 4, 5, 6, 4, 6. And in all of that, there's 2 boundaries. One happened in the second over, and Ines' first ball. So they're allowing, not all of them, because you can't stop every single run, but they're probably allowing at the moment 50% of these runs. And if you go then to the end of the innings and the score is, say, 120, then you could actually turn around and say, well, maybe 60 of those runs you could have saved. And that's when it becomes big.
Yeah.
So it's just definitely something that Malta have to work on.
It's what we said in that first innings as well, that you'd rather have fielders in close, and if it gets smacked past them, they can maybe get a hand on it to stop the boundary, or they can chase it, and probably actually with Croatia, the way they've been running, they'd only run the 1 anyway. Yeah. You'd rather have that go attacking and then maybe have to take a step back than go defensive and just allow the opposition to play really under no pressure. Yeah. I wouldn't be under pressure if I was a batter here. I'd say, okay, well, yes, I might not be a boundary hitter, but that's okay, because I know if I get bat on ball, I can run every single time. And if you're not a boundary hitter, you rely on getting singles. And if you then have the singles taken away from you, then you start to panic.
Yeah. I mean, I've just noticed there, they have got 2 fielders in pretty close now either side. But they have put a fielder now on the 45 on the boundary. And I think from this end, we haven't seen one that's gone anywhere near the boundary. We've actually seen them go to the fielder quite tamely, which have resulted in close throws back for runs. So here's what I'm talking about. So that one, the keeper does well to smother. But if that gets past the keeper, it's not going to the boundary. It's just going to go for a single. So it's about reading the lines. I mean, have a look there. You got somebody who's on long off. You got a sweep at Svetlana. I agree with Svetlana. She's done a job there. She's there for a purpose. But have a look at that leg side. You got a fielder on the 45 all the way back on the boundary and square leg. And to be honest, they don't need to be there.
There's 4 fielders outside the ring for a side that's hit 2 boundaries in almost 9 overs.
Yeah, and that's a good example of it. So that's been played on the leg side. The fielder inside the circle has ran outside the circle and got the ball before the fielder on the boundary.
And it's still only a 1.
And it's still only a 1, yeah. So you could have a bit more pressure being applied there on that leg side by having just another fielder inside that circle. And just a tip and run here, and we'll get the single. Again, a single that you shouldn't be giving away.
I've got kit news for you,
Oh, have you?
Rico.
Tell
Over
me.
in Jersey, we don't have any kind of brickwork for the towers or amazing heritage aeroplanes. We've got a maroon or claret, if you're Richard Cox, for that's the Spitfires, and what would you call that? A custard colour for the Western Towers.
Custard yellow, isn't it?
It's the same colour actually that Vinny is rocking as well. So maybe he's a secret Western Towers fan, because if you look at his little number today, he's got his custard suit on.
Yes.
And it's a very similar colour to the Western Towers, so a bit of a colour clash there in the commentary box.
Oh, well, Jersey boys, I like the team names, but you haven't backed it up with the kit. So yeah, a bit boring there for you, Jersey, but I was expecting a bit more there. Okay. Start of the next. Good areas. Bat on ball. We'll take the single. Coming up now to the halfway point. And my feeling tells me, I'll have a look, that it's probably around the same sort of rate that they were going in the first. At the 10 overs in the first match, they were on 52 they got to. So they're going a little bit better. In the air, taken! What a good catch. Oh yeah, a little bit of love in the air. Kisses all around here. And how about that? Well, Sanjana doing the bowling. Innis hits it pretty well. But what a catch that is from Thambi. And Thambi, she takes the catch and then straight away is blowing kisses back at the bowler. Sanjana saying, I did it for you. Watch this. There's the catch. And here we go. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Yeah, a little bit of love in the air from the Maltese women towards each other as they take another wicket. Innis, she hits the ball hard, but she's a little bit unlucky there. She gets out on the unlucky 13, caught very well by Thambi.
Lovely catch. It came hard. Innes is a big hitter. We saw that on her very first delivery, but this time, well, we've been talking about the fielders in the ring, and she, unfortunately for her, managed to pick out the one fielder that was perfectly positioned. That was Thambi. A nice catch and an even better celebration as Croatia lose their third wicket just before the halfway stage. 58 for 3. Helen, though, still out there on 20. She's joined now in the middle by Dora, who, of course, contributed some runs in that first game as well. She was the top scorer, in fact. 29 she scored in that nice partnership with Innis. It won't be with Innis that she's batting now, as Helen still going strong at the top of the order, and worth taking another look at this catch.
Yeah, it was a really good catch. You see that just taking the opportunities, I think, with that wicket falling rather than waiting for the end of the over to take some drinks. But look at this. It's just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And that's a lovely moment there for Malta and Maltese cricket in general. And everybody that's put in some time and effort getting these girls together and getting them playing. It's little moments like that that make it all worth it. So 58 for 3. Good time to get a wicket. And Dora, well, no partnership with Innis this time. He's going to have to do it with somebody else. And a bit of hesitation. And again, just having that fielder in close. A wicket goes down, and here now, a single that was being taken quite easily before doesn't get taken. It's up in the air, and oh, almost another. Now this time the catch not taken. It's Stella Aruja. She got there, did the hard work, I feel, Tina, but it's one of those which is in the fingers but just couldn't get it in the palms.
You can see she was frustrated with herself as it burst through her right hand. She almost grabs it with her left hand. It just falls, and a lucky escape there for Dora. That would have been a nice catch as well. Would have been a perfect time to get a double wicket as well, just before the halfway mark. There's 2 balls left of the 10th. Helen on strike here.
It's played away nicely. Should be just a single. Ball to go then, and then we get to the halfway point. So they're doing a little better. They look like if they're 9 ahead of where they were in the first match. Sanuja bowling again here to Dora. And Dora waits for that well. She's good at picking up that ball that's a little bit short. She plays the pull shot nicely. They get that away, and they will get to 62 at the halfway point. 62 for 3. And they'll love to go at the same pace and do get past that 120 mark as we welcome you into our commentary position on what's been, I think, so far, we've got to say, an outstanding day for women's cricket.
Absolutely, you can see the joy with which they're playing. We've had some really excellent moments. That girl there who just did the fielding, hasn't she had a great day? Svetlana, she scored her first boundary. She was there for the winning runs as well. And Malta, you could see how much that win meant to them as well.
And it's like what you said before. It's these little highlights, you know, that catch that we just saw taken there. Svetlana, when she scored, hit that 4. Those celebrations, those moments, they're there with them forever. And, you know, that's what makes it so special for them.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there's going to be a few more moments here. Malta, of course, will want to go 2 for 2. That will be incredibly important for their ranking. Meanwhile, Croatia, they just want to hold the fort. They want to keep their ranking, not drop down, and for that, I think they need to win this T20I.
Yeah, I think they do. We're going to see a change now here with the bowling. I think also Malta will be feeling that they would prefer, I mean, 120, remember? Oh, I think Jessica was thinking about taking the bails off, but I think the foot probably does stay down on this occasion. Yeah, it does. But she's in position. She's in position to whip off the bails if that foot gets lifted. Jessica just letting the batter know, Dora, that she's right there. It's going to be probably a no ball. Yeah, it does. Well, they're running, though, as well. That's good running. And don't forget, you still got Helen out there, and she knows her role. She's probably already thinking, right, okay, with the likes of Lydia and Pavla gone, Ines has also gone now as well, that she probably is the batter that has to probably get most of the strike because she's the one who's more likely to perhaps pick up a few boundaries, which will come in pretty handy towards the end of the innings. So that's hit pretty well, but just a single. There she is again. And makes that her area, does Svetlana. Nothing getting past me. But yeah, there was that chance. Got to remember, you've got to take those chances when they're there. Lofted up, and a wide ball on this occasion as Tumby, after taking that great catch. And well, maybe somebody's got to do something pretty spectacular for her so she can also get a wicket to her name here. That's well bowled, and oh, well, she almost did it off her own bowling. That was in the air. Does she get anything on this here at all? She goes for it, just can't get there, just out of her reach.
It's a teaser, that was. She would have had to have blown herself a kiss. She got caught and bowled. She actually got the best economy in that first game. 4 overs, 18 runs. Didn't pick up a wicket, but she held her nerve as well, as she also had to do some of that bowling towards the back end of the innings when it suddenly looked like Croatia were inching up to the score. She bowled the 16th over, only gave away 6 runs and picked up the wicket, which was an important one in the context of the game. And she's started off well here. Just a couple of wides, a couple of misfires, but otherwise Croatia haven't been able to score too many singles. It's good that they've allowed the bowlers to bowl in slightly bigger chunks here. I suppose Jessica, the on-field captain, is making that decision. Sanjana, she was able to bowl 2 in a row. Tammy, of course, coming on here. So that one's hit through the covers, a trademark shot we've come to know and love from Helen, and good running. Good. That's what we haven't seen too much of from Croatia. It was Dora who was really geeing along Helen there, and she turned and ran for the second straight away. Yeah,
Helen wasn't going. Helen was ready to just park herself, and then she hears Dora screaming at her saying, hey, I'm coming back, get a move on, there's 2 here. It's gonna just get away from the fielder on this occasion. It'll just be a single taken. So Malta, another over comes to an end, and 71 on the board. So even though they have lost, we've seen Croatia in this position before where they've lost those 3 wickets, but they managed to get a partnership going. And this time, Helen is still there, and I think that is very much key. She stays there. Dora, we know, after seeing her score 29 and 45 deliveries, can be the ideal partner for us. So this partnership is still more than capable of maybe getting them to that 120, and maybe if you get a few more things go their way, that 130 score. And remember, 105 wasn't quite enough against Malta. Malta got there with 4 balls to go. So you feel that Malta will be made to work pretty hard if it's a 120 plus chase, and that's what Croatia are trying to do here.
I think anything above a runner ball, Croatia would be happy with, because especially when you're chasing, you see you mentally see, because you see on the scoreboard there, of course, the overs go up, but you have in your mind, okay, the balls are going down and down, what do I need to achieve? And you don't really want to be trying to achieve more than a runner ball if you're chasing. And I think that was why Malta were able to chase relatively comfortably in the end in that first game, because they never really had to get more than a runner ball. And then you factor in maybe a couple of extras, a boundary or 2 here or there, and then you can always stay ahead of the run rate.
And Upama being brought on, I think, at a good time to try and get another wicket. That would be pretty key. See, we've seen a bowl, just 2 overs, and I would probably even keep her on to bowl the next one as well, because I think you've got to be thinking, get the wicket of Helen and Dora here, and you could really get Croatia in a shell. One is going to be okay, says the umpire. Looked like the umpire was ready to call a one. It looked like Anupama was ready to accept one, but the umpire says no, that's fine. It was on the line. It was on the line. Now that one might be too high. Yeah, it has been called. So rotation of the strike. It's one of those. I get the feeling, Tina, I don't know if you feel the same, that Anupama, when she's bowling, just let her keep bowling. I think by taking her off, putting her on, they haven't allowed her to bowl sort of a continue. I suppose she did when she bowled the 4th and the 6th, but just leave her on. When she gets into a rhythm, leave her on. She takes sometimes an over to get into that rhythm. You see here she struggles a little bit. That ends up being a nice stop there by Jess, using a right foot to trample on that one. But yeah, just let her bowl, and because you never know, in a 4 straight 4 overs, she might even pick up 3 or 4 wickets, and they will take that.
And it's about the matchups as well, isn't it? You want the best bowler bowling against the best batters, and that's why.
That's why. From the moment that comes out the hand, you knew that unless the batter respects that delivery and tries to block it, is going to be trouble, and Dora couldn't, and that's why it was a good move to go back to Anupama, but let her come back, leave her on, because when she gets her line, then you got to keep her going, because she can cause trouble. And if she takes let's say they lose Helen here now, who's 26 of 32, then Croatia really could start to stumble here now. But once again, good areas, good wicket, Jagade Patte as the stumps go down, and there it is again, beautiful bowling, and Anupama Rameeshan does it again.
Showing exactly why she is the leading wicket taker for Malta, all time that is. Of course, all time for Malta only goes back to 2022, but she was on 16 wickets before. This game has added 3 here. Still time to add to that collection as well. It was one of those ones, wasn't it, Rico? As soon as the ball left the hand, you're like, uh-oh, because it was the length. It was dipping, and you knew it was one of those ones where the batter had to stab her bat down on it. As soon as she swung, you knew it was big trouble. But well done, Anupama.
And we see that well actually from the camera, that angle. I know we normally have a camera from behind the bowler, but from that angle you see that really well. And when that ball is pitching in that area, you know that if you don't block it, it's going to get you. So another good over. Just the 2 runs coming off that one, and those 2 came, of course, from that no ball, but she came back after that with a wicket and another dot. So 2 runs from it, 73 for 4 after 12, and 3 wickets, 3 for 13, but she still does have an over to go.
You've got to keep her on now, surely, Rico, because again, I know there's this temptation, keep the best bowlers till last, because that's what the the coaching manual says, but you go hard when you feel you have a sniff that the opponent is just a little shaky here, a little on the rocks. You've got to go for it.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. And I think, I think Malta have to, don't be afraid. Don't think, oh, we've got to keep one back from or two back from her. No, don't be afraid. Let her bowl out, let her get the wickets, and have confidence in the other bowlers. You need to have that. Up in the air, just over the fielder. They will take a single, and, well, they might have got over me, she says, but I'm going to go and do the fielding myself and get it. That's what Ranjini says, and she does. She beats the other fielders to it. That one was a wide. It would have been a wide, I should say, but I'm going to get bat on it instead, says the batter. So Helen gets another one to her. Morana is a new batter. Hasn't got off the mark yet. There's some field placements being done here, and just moving Svetlana a bit more towards the extra cover area. Floated up, and they're taking this on. This is going to be, well, had to go for the stumps there. I could see maybe what the fielder was trying to do, get it back to the bowler, but I think in hindsight, you saw the trouble. But I think even if she chanced running at the stumps from there, Stella, she might have beaten the batter to it. But it's a missed opportunity, I feel, to get the wicket of Morana. Helen back on strike, and it's going to be a wide. She plays the cut shot well, but I have to say that today she's missed out on a number of times on them. The other thing is also Malta. I mean, I know we saw them moving Svetlana towards that extra cover area. I get the feeling when you see how Helen is trying to play these shots, you probably would like her to be in that on the point area on the boundary, because if Helen does get one timed well, it could race away. That's going to be a no ball. It's off the pitch here from Tambi.
Got to give Johnny He a shout out. He's in the chat. I know he's on his way home. It was great to have him with us all week. No, he loved his time here as well, watching the cricket. Worst places to spend a week. Yeah,
and I think every day he outshone us with his little numbers, his shirts, and what he wore. And a well-dressed man is are you, John Heasham? And, it was great to have you here, and I know that he thoroughly enjoyed his time here as well, especially I think the last couple of days when it was just a little bit cooler and he was able to sit outside and enjoy the action, and of course some of the atmosphere there in the spectators area. Well, that's a good looking delivery, and needs to do the fielding herself, but here's the call from Unupama and leaves it for her. So with the wickets that have fallen, of course a couple of key wickets there from Ines and Dora, they're just starting to slow down on that the rate as well. Remember, they were going better than the earlier match. You can have a look at expected score around that 116. And extras are helping.
Just lost her way a bit here. She bowled very well in that first over. Just a couple of wides and no balls here. Just helping Croatia's cause. Settling in Morana, the new batter, as well, when she knows she doesn't have to go after it.
Another wide, so tries to straighten up, but this time goes just a little bit too much the other side. And this is where this is good. You get a couple of players coming over. I know that Unupama came over earlier. Now you're also getting some support there from Lakita saying, "Don't worry about it. Come on, it will come." And at that time, the batter probably spoils what could have been a wide, and it gets away with it this time. I think does Tambi. So dot ball. That's a good result. This time, not going to spoil it this time, says Morana. Yeah, so this over, it's probably the only over where we've seen a bowler really struggle as much as this Tambi, and there's no reason for it really. It's not like she's bowling a first over. She's just losing it slightly. That's better. That's a better line. Well, it gets played away. Now this is where you've got to be going to. Oh, it's been kicked over for 4. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear. And Anupama Ramishan has just scored an own goal. There's this one. She's chasing after it. You can see she wanted to try and stop it with her foot rather than let the ball stop. And then she gives it the old half volley. Look at this. Oh, look. It's almost like the half volley to beat the offside trap, and it's gone over the boundary. It's going to be a very valuable boundary coming there at the end of that 13th over. That's an expensive one, really. A lot of wides in there, and then that boundary right at the end. So 13 of over number 13, and Croatia 86 for 4.
It was a tough one for the fielder there, wasn't it? Because I think if she didn't intervene, it would have gone for 4 anyway. She stuck her boot out, trying to reel it back in, and only just accelerated its journey to the boundary, and a much needed one as well. I've got to say hello to Monica Loveday in the chat, the manager of the Germany women's team.
Hello, Monica.
I know she'll have her keen eye on this game, maybe some future opponents for Germany, and I'll be catching up with Monica in person on Thursday for the start of that tour to Greece. Looking forward to that one. I know Monica is too, and it's lovely to have you with us.
Yeah, it's great to have you with us, Monica. I know we've sort of been bumping into each other for a number of years now, and always nice to see Monica. That's going to be a no ball. This time it's Sanjana who gets it wrong. So they will rotate here. As Helen is just getting probably a little bit frustrated. She keeps ending up at the non-strikers end.
Why have they not let Anupama bowl again? Her over went for 2. She picked up a wicket, and then Tambi had a bit of a nightmare over. Bring Anupama back on to allow a bit of control to come back into this fielding innings. She's only got 1 over left. Another wicket or 2, and you're really into the back end of this Croatian batting lineup, and instead you get Sanjana on to bowl from the other end. I don't get it, Rico.
No, I don't get it. Well, you didn't see the reactions from Taz. Good bit of fielding, really well fielded from Sanjana. You didn't see the reactions from Tita there. She was literally pulling her hair out, and I knew exactly why. Yeah, they keep getting that wrong with Anupama for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Sanjana, though, she's a pretty decent bowler, and I think for me, Sanjana, I mean all the players that we see from both sides here, and as Malta are in the field, all of their bowlers, we're going to see them really improve. But there's something about Sanjana which I think hopefully she sticks to it and keeps working, that I think she's really going to be a very good player. I like what she has. I like her style. And that one, this is going to be an interesting one, because I think if that went all the way through, I wonder if we could see this again. Let's have a look at this. So yeah, it was a mis-stumping. That's what I was thinking. If it went through without hitting, I thought it maybe hit the batter and then Jessica wasn't able to take it, but definitely was a chance. And she has that about her. And this could be a chance. It will be. And it's brilliantly taken. Well, she wasn't able to take the stumping before. Well, how do you make amends? Well, by taking a catch like that. And those of you that are wicket keepers and stand up to a spin bowler will know these are not easy, because a number of things she's blinded by, and then she's got to find it. It goes in the air, you're wearing a lid, you don't know where it is, and Jessica has done extremely well to take that catch, and she makes up for the early error. So that's going to be a big wicket, and if you thought that maybe Helen was going to stick around and help them get to that 120 kind of score, it's not going to happen, not from her anyway. Her battle comes to an end. 28 of 38. Great catch from Jessica to remove her.
Another one for the highlight reel for Jessica after she took that brilliant catch behind the stumps yesterday. I know that one's already appeared on our social media channels, and that one can probably be added as well, because it's a great tumbling catch. It took her a second actually to realise where the ball had gone. It's always difficult when you're standing up, you have the helmet on, to see where it's gone. And as soon as she picked it, she then flung herself to her left side, probably her weaker side as well, and manages to hold on. Brilliant catch.
Yeah, great catch. And, well, Sanjana showing her skills. Jessica and the wicketkeeper showing hers. They take another wicket, 89 for 5. So after an over, they went for 13. That one, and don't forget the one before from Anupama, only went for, well, 3 and 2. So a good one to come back with for Malta. So 89 for 5. Now, what did it do here now? You got to think, I think if you're Malta here now, you got to be saying to yourself, right, okay, you got batters out there which haven't, I mean, having seen them in the ECIs, haven't really scored big runs. They probably will be looking to tip and run. That's certainly going to be probably the plan, just getting bat on ball and try to run. So you've got to be keeping it tight on the singles, and the bowler just trying to get the ball right up there, bowl nice and tidily. They go back to Thanuja, who has been impressive in the day so far. So here's Thanuja. And it's going to be a wide to start. Just a couple more extras than normal coming into the play here now from the Maltese bowlers. The Sanjana, she bowled a really good first over. Well, there was the no ball to start off with, but after that, no issues from her at all. But we know that Tambi had a few issues. So let's see if Thanuja can tidy it up. That's a better delivery. She's unlucky that that's not gone at the stump. And a little bit late backing up, but the fielder doesn't really get doesn't attack the ball on this occasion as the fielder at third. Waits for the ball to calmly roll at her, and that allows the non-striker to get in quite comfortably. This is Inyonka, who's now gets ready to get going. Let's see if she can get one away. She's like her stance, got that baseball stance about her, and that one goes through. She would have been better off, I think, sticking to her original plan of swinging through that one. It was sort of went between her and the stumps.
Tanuja's been a bit more expensive on this occasion. Already gone for 23, but there's been a few really good spells. Anupama again, 3 for 13. She's still got an over left. Be interesting when they do bring her back. But again, I don't want to labour the point, but I don't really see the benefit of holding back your best bowlers when you're really into the batters here. I don't really think Marana and Ilonka, they're going to attack. They're going to try and get singles and chip away at the score. But you don't need to hold them back for the final overs. I don't think it's any different here if they bowl over number 15 or over number 20. The only thing you might then give yourself a chance of is bowling Croatia out. And so Lakita, Anupama, and Tanuja's bowling out here. So maybe they are just experimenting with the bowlers. But it's again just something Malta might be able to learn from going forward into their future T20Is, and I'm sure they're going to be eyeing up a lot of series in the months and years to come, just because we've already seen the improvement, even just from this morning. So something like the running between the wickets, Croatia clearly have learned from that, and they had a game plan when they came out. Yeah, definitely. Well, Malta have got a lot going for them as well. Of course, not only is it about teams wanting to play cricket, but coming here to the island of Malta to play. I mean, how could you not want to? That's really well bowled. She's very unlucky. She beats the bat there. Oh, now then, I think that's out. It has been given. So I think she's just a little bit slow sliding the bat in here. Let's have a look at this again. First of all, look at the ball. I thought it was going to go into the stumps. At the last moment, gets the bat in the way. Then the non-striker, Morana, is running, but here's the throw, and yeah, I think she's too slow. She doesn't quite get the bat down in time. And what a great bit of fielding, and given out on the field of play. It's a great bit of work, and that's you can see Priyan is saying, come on, keep it like that, get tighter, get tighter. So he's finally getting them to get tighter. He's trying to get that message across to them. It does work. Morana is going to get run out there for 6 of 9 deliveries. And thanks to a great bit of fielding, what a wonderful pick-up and throw that is. So that means that new batter will have to come out on strike. And you can see, wonder if we can have a look at the field now. Look at the field here now, Tina. So they've finally got the message. It is tight. They've come in. They've learnt the message. You still got a sweeper out on the offside. I like that. Of course, that's Svetlana. She stays out there. They're just pushing one back on the leg side for
a little bit of protection out there. But other than that, they're in close. So they're feeling the possibility here now. Here comes the... Well, that's going to be a wide ball. So this must be Lada Siben on strike. Yeah, it is. I was going to say they just had it the wrong way around for a moment.
This is the field that they should have had from the start, basically.
Yeah, big time. And hopefully they'll see it work for them here and say, well, why don't we always do this? So played out, no run. Bowler does the fielding, and even if the bowler doesn't get there, you got Lakita there to get to that one as well. And well, Sanjana also is ready to pounce on it.
And this is almost exactly what Croatia had as their field from the offset. These two catchers, offside, leg side. Probably even a bit more aggressive here from Malta because they feel that they're into the lower order here. But given, as we said, they weren't scoring boundaries from the start, were Croatia, there's nothing stopping Malta having this field from the very off. But again, they'll learn as we take a look at what's happening tomorrow. Malta, again, the hosts, they will be in action, but it's the men's side. And they will be up against Estonia. 2 T20Is coming your way tomorrow, and then a third bonus one on Wednesday as well. And Estonia, they certainly have a point to prove. They were saying to us the whole time during the ECIs, just wait, we're taking this as the warm-up for the T20s. Well, boys, you're up, and you better hold your word because we're expecting big things. They do say that the T20 is their preferred format. They certainly have players who can maybe build an innings more, whereas Malta, I think, do like the bash crash of T10, but I think they could translate that to T20 pretty quickly as well.
They could do, and of course, I think the big news for Malta is that they get a couple of big players coming into play that format. There's that field nice and tight, no runs. Mahbub Ali, of course, is one of them. Priyan also is in there as well. And I'd be interested to see if Mahbub Ali does change the way he plays at all. Whether he does play the same way. We know that we saw certainly from the likes of some of them, like Dashit, who's coming into the side. He scored a fine chance and taken, caught and bowled. More joy, more delight, more celebrations for Malta, and particularly Sanjana. She'll take her third wicket as well. 3 for 13 with still 3 balls to go in a spell. Another wicket does go, and this is just the pressure that's being applied now. Pressure from the field. The bowler's bowling a good line, and Inyonka will go, and Sanjana takes her wicket, and she unfortunately doesn't get off the mark. It's going to be a 7-ball duck for her, but there's the dancing, there's the joy, there's the smile, there's the celebrations.
I love Malta's celebrations every time they pick up a wicket. It doesn't matter if it's the opening batter or, in this case, a bit of a middle order batter who wasn't scoring too many runs, but they just love taking wickets, and every single one, of course, is going to be one of the first wickets they get in international cricket, so no wonder they're celebrating. It's a great team spirit they're showing as well. They've still got a chance here to bowl Croatia out. 94 for 7, halfway through the 16th. There's a chance for a catch. It's 2 in 2 as that one goes straight to point. And Sanjana picks up her 4th wicket. She's got a chance of a hat-trick here. That one was played into the offside by Valentina, the new batter. Only manages to pick out the fielder. There's quite a lot of fielders there to pick out as Malta keep on creeping closer and closer. And on that occasion, it was a pretty straightforward catch, but it was well held. I think it was Stella Aruja there doing the catching. Take a look at this one. Valentina just chips it up. You know, it's Tanuja who picks up the catch and gets hugged all around as Sanjana, the bowler, comes leaping into frame. She's delighted. She picks up her career best figures, 4 for 13, and she's got a chance of a hat-trick, got a chance of a fifer, got 2 balls left in her spell.
Yeah. And can she do it? Remember, we just saw the hat-trick graphic. This is the 5-wicket haul one. And remember the last 5-wicket haul we saw? Well, it was Samanthi, and she took 7. Here it is. It's not quite the wicket-taking delivery, but still, it's It's an excellent piece of bowling. Well, you heard me say I like what she has to offer. And that's why, because she gets the ball, not always, we know that, but majority of time in wicket-taking areas. And she's a threat. And she's also, I know it sounds weird to say, that slower bowler. Sometimes it's the slower bowlers that cause more problems for a lot of batters than the quicker ones. And Croatia just starting to fall away here now. They're 8 down, score 94. The expected score has, well, shot down to 100. Last time we had a look at that and talked about it, it was at that 118 mark. What a good over that was. Absolutely sensational. And in fact, double wicket maiden.
Wow, that's all I can say. Sanjana finishes with figures of 4 for 13. Well, it's not surprised that that's a career best for her, and she was absolutely delighted with that, as were her teammates. That one's hit hard away, and the chase is on here. And it's half stopped by Svetlana, but it will roll away to the rope. And look at the celebrations out in the middle. It's like they've won the game as Lada, she scores her first ever 4 in international cricket. What a great time to get it as well.
Lada?
Great counter punch.
Lada? No Lada here. This is a Ferrari. Look at this go. It was racing to the boundary. And look, Svetlana does an excellent attempt to try to stop it, but it goes all the way 4 runs. And there you go. That's the way you celebrate. And he said, all right, the Maltese had a few celebrations. Now it's time for Lada, as she gets off the mark with 4. Well, can she do it again? Well, she tries. I just don't want her to swing back too much and get her own stumps here. And it is Anupama Rameeshan. So not only did she hit a 4, she hits probably the better bowlers from Malta to do it. She gets it in the same area again. No risk to shout. But yeah, I mean, look at the success. I know they're lower order batters and it's different. But look at the success they're getting by just having the fielding close. And that's something hopefully Jessica Reimer will remember the next time they're out there in the field. Get the field in. You still got that sweeper out. It's in the air. Gone. Caught and bowled. It's another caught and bowled, and Lada's celebrations are going to be short-lived as Anupama gets her revenge over her and takes her wicket. It's going to be that lovely memory of 4 run out. And now they are 9 down with the score. They're still not quite at the 100 mark. 98 for 9.
That becomes the best bowling figures for Anupama in international cricket. She had 3 for 5 before this, but that's her 4th wicket as well. So she joins Sanjana in a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 17 so far. And she's got a chance now as well to pick up an international 5 for 2 balls left. There's only 1 wicket left to get. Croatia, can they get to the 100? 98 for 9. As we see the new batter coming out. I think Anupama, she might be trying her luck here at getting 5. It's swung there by the new batter. And it's Mia out there. It's interesting Mia's actually come down so deep. We've seen her about a bit earlier, I think.
Didn't we see about 5-ish? Something like that in one of the matches anyway.
And I think in the ECIs she certainly came out to bat, but she's got a chance here to get a few more runs on the board. They want to get to the 100, and they will get to the 100, as that's called a wide, and the dive is put in there acrobatically by Tambi out there on the boundary. So the 100 is up. That's a good little psychological win for Croatia. Malta will be chasing a minimum of 101. Remember, it was 106 they were chasing in the first game. They managed that with 4 balls to spare. They've still got a chance here to bowl out their guests.
That's a nice shot played. And saw that fielder being dropped back to the boundary there on the 45. So another single. How many can these pair add? I mean, Anupama has bowled brilliantly well. She'll finish with 4 for 20. I just still feel, though, I think we both feel the same, they could have used her much better. And if she's taken 4 for 20, being used in that way, sort of, I would call it like a very broken spell. If they maybe allowed her to do her 4 overs in one go, who knows what she could have ended up with.
Absolutely. She bowled the 4th, then she bowled the 6th. So she bowled 2 in a row there, but then she didn't come back until the 12th. And then again, the 17th. So she bowled 2, I think probably a bit too late. I would have opened her, so I would have bowled her 1 or 2. And then I would have certainly let her have 2 in a row. And then as soon as the openers got out, there was that stage in the middle. There was 3-4 overs between the end of the 6th and the 10th, where they didn't pick up any wickets, and the score was just ticking along. And that's the point I'd bring her back and say, okay, we need you to take wickets. And she's come back and done it. But again, I think it's a bit, not too late, but a bit later than it could have and should have been.
And, well, balls are wide, but gets a run. And it's well fielded there also by, this time, Miss Svetlana. Yeah, the other thing which is definitely noticeable, and I've been picking up on this all the way through this innings for Malta, and I wonder if Malta themselves have realised this, or even their coach, and talk about it maybe after this ball as well. That's out, so that's them all out. And all I was going to say there is that we know that on the offside, when they've bowled from our end, Svetlana has always been sweeping on the boundary, right?
Yeah.
They've always had a sweeper. When they're bowled from the other side, they've never had a sweeper on the offside. So it's almost like Svetlana just stands there and stays there.
Yeah.
But they're never. So it's not a field that's deployed. It's not an offside field that's deployed for a reason. Because if it was, they'd do the same on that side. So I've only just picked that up the last few overs. But anyway, it's done. It's dusted. Croatia, who were at one point, especially at the halfway point, 62 for 3, looking to get to that 120 mark, and they were on for it. But then wickets did start to fall, particularly after that 13th over, and they started to slow down. And in the end, it will be a disappointing 102. Not disappointing in terms of the score, but disappointing in the fact that they're going to get bowled out with a couple of overs and a few balls still left in the innings.
I think Croatia will be a little disappointed with that. If we look at the halfway stage, so going into the 10th over, they were 57 for 2, and then they lost that 3rd wicket in the 10th over, and from then they lost wickets at regular intervals, and that really meant that a score that at one stage with the expected score looked like it might be up towards 120, a runner ball, which we were talking about at the time. A runner ball is probably something that Croatia would quite like to defend, even a higher total maybe, but in the end they get all out for 102. There was a few early chances, so actually if those chances were taken, the likes of Helen wouldn't have been able to get to the 28 that she was able to achieve. She top scored. But then the chances kept on coming, and then they began to be taken. That was the captain Lydia out, lovely caught and bowled by Anupama. That was the first of 4 wickets that she went on to take, but there were still chances throughout, and that, I suppose, gave Malta a bit of hope as well, that even if they didn't take every single one, they just kept plugging away. That was the 2nd wicket for Anupama, that time dismissing MVP Pavla.
Yeah, and she certainly got the number, hasn't she, of Pavla and also of Lydia. She took both of them out. And it was some great work, actually, to eventually get rid of Helen, because she was the one that looked like she was going to keep the innings steadied. She was a bit of a rock. She was playing some nice shots. But at the same time, how about this? Yeah, that's going to be right up there. It's some hugs and kisses. Sanjana, who finished with 4 for 13 doing the bowling. And a great catch taken there by Thambi, who then was giving all the kisses back to her. But Sanjana, you saw there, she could have quite easily ended up with more. That's another one. How many times have we seen that? Just pitched up straight from Anupama, who also picked up 4 for 20. So great bowling figures from those two. And also from Malta, you know, you heard us talk at length about the field and about perhaps how they... this was a kick, by the way, that was hit for 4. So that was not the best of moments for Anupama, but she did come back and get a wicket straight away. So there was this, and the ball after, just when Jessica saying, oh no, but you never should get your head down, because the opportunity will present itself again. It does, and this time she takes a really good catch, and that was another wicket for Sanjana. Jessica's been really good, you know. She's a good leader. You can see she works well, and she always keeps the team going. That's hard to do also, isn't it, as a captain? Great throw there for a run out. That was the end of Morana. So she wasn't able to contribute any. This one, there's another. Sanjana does it again. And watch the joy. Here we go. There's the cat. And here we go. Celebration time. Yep. Let's get on that party boat. But I tell you what, it wasn't just one way. There was some partying going on at the other end as well, when there was a boundary hit, but we will have to wait to see that one. First of all, it was Tanuja who was celebrating. I think it was this one here, hit really well. It did get past the dive there of Svitlana, and 4 runs, and it's our turn to celebrate now. That was a nice celebration, but it was only short-lived because it would be Anupama that would then get her wicket, caught and bowled, and at that point you just feared that Croatia may not bat this full 20 overs.
Yeah, it was a good bowling performance, wasn't it? They just kept on plugging away, and in the end that was the final wicket to fall. And you must say as well, they took their chances. There was a few that went down, but when they presented themselves again, their hands were good. They took a few good catches. In the end, then they can be very happy with that performance, especially winning the toss as well. They wanted to chase again, and it will be a more or less similar chase. 105 was on the board in that first game, 102 in the second game. As you said, though, Croatia will be disappointed that they left 2.4 overs out there, because even if they were just there hitting a few runs, maybe picking up a few extras, they could have got up to the 110, 120, but as it is, 102 all out. And again, it's good viewing for the bowlers, especially Anupama Ramashan and Sanjana. I really love the energy that Sanjana brings to her bowling. She got a double wicket maiden, picked up 4 wickets in total, only gave away 13 runs. Anupama continues to be an absolute star with the ball, and she'll have to do it with the bat. She picks up 4 wickets. I assume we won't see her opening with the bat again, but she'll, I'm sure, come in at 3 and see if Malta can then chase down this 103 and certainly boost themselves up those ICC rankings. As for Croatia, they'll dearly want to defend this just to finish the series on a high, and at least, of course, they won the ECIs, but T20s are important, and they'll want to at least get the win here.
Yeah, they will do. And I think Croatia, I'm not going to say they're out of this by any way. They know that if they start well and get those 3 wickets early, I think they need to get the wicket of Jessica. I think she's going to be pretty keen to impress again. I think Lakita batted so well with a lot of confidence. And then, of course, I've got to say that Anupama is the other one. If they can get those 3 wickets, then they certainly do have a good chance. But they've got to be tidy with the bowling. I know that in the field they've been outstanding, but if they stick to the way they've applied themselves in the field and they bowl well, there's every chance that they could cause Malta to have a bit of flutter and still end up victorious in this one. So evenly poised, 105 wasn't enough for Croatia in the first one. This time it's 102, but will it be enough, or will Malta make it 2 wins out of 2? Join myself, Rika Fall, and Tina will be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the reply from Malta.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. You join us right at the start of the reply here from Malta. It's the first delivery from the captain, Lydia. Some hesitation from the Maltese batters, but they will get a boundary to start with. That Jessica Reimer, no change then at the front. You've got Jess who's out there with Lakita. Lydia with the ball. It's down that leg side. It will be called a wide. It's always going to be missing the legs, and that's why it's called there by the umpire. So 103 the target. Umpires out there. Umpire Shankar and Vinay with umpire Nan is the third umpire. And oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. Got to be careful here, both the batters. We know that Lydia, her straight delivery is the dangerous one. The number of times that she gets the LBW appeals or batters bowled out is because she gets that ball pitched up. And that one's just a little bit wider, gets played down, but no run. That's Helen in nice and close. We've seen some excellent work from her yesterday. In fact, she took one where she dived, made the stop, and just flicked it back to the bowler That was an outstanding run out she was involved with. Just chips that up in the air. Got to be careful with that as well. You've got a fielder that's waiting to pounce on that short sort of mid-wicket area. So really putting the squeeze on right from the start here, Croatia. A little bit like what Malta did at the end of the innings. That's firmly hit, and this is going to go all the way to the boundary. There's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot from T20IW. We know when she strikes the ball, she can hit it pretty well, and though that's uppish, she gets a fair chunk of that. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Aginna zona, Joka Lagia. Nicely played. What's the reply going to be here from Lydia? And that's well played, well batted, and defensive shot. It's the end of the over. 6 come off that first one. As I say, hi to all the Portuguese around the world. Today also is World Portuguese Language Day. I know that Paulo is here, part of the ECN crew from Portugal. And it's a language that plays a role in bringing Portuguese people together and in preserving their culture and identity. Portuguese is one of the most widespread languages in the world, and it has more than 265 million speakers across the globe, and is most widely spoken language in the Southern Hemisphere. So Portuguese Language Day today. And I know that when I'm in Portugal, I tend to get by with speaking Spanish. They seem to understand my Spanish pretty well, though me understanding the Portuguese a little bit harder. It is Buddha Day today as well. So I know that we have a number of people on our chat that are from either Nepal, China, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand and Laos, where they celebrate. So the holiday is marked with religious ceremonies in temples and meditation on reflecting on Buddhist techniques. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe there's a little bit of the old Buddha charm here for Croatia. And who is it that gets the wicket? What's the combination? Helen doing the bowling and Lydia doing the catching. That's been hit pretty well, but the power perhaps there from Jessica, not quite enough to trouble the fielder. And the captain for Malta, Jess, will go for just the one of the 2 balls that she faces. A very good sharp catch. And how many times has Lydia been the one who's had a part to play in the departure of Jess? So disappointment for the Maltese captain. But again, a very good sharp catch, well held. And Helen, she's in the action straight away. And so is Tina Goff as she joins me back at the start of the next ball.
A lovely catch, wasn't it? It came sharply. It was well hit by Jessica, but just picked out that one fielder lurking there at short mid-wicket. And as those two again, Helen and Lydia, they often do it with the bat, but they combined on this occasion to get that first wicket, an important first wicket as well. And look at that as well. Anu Palmer's not come in at 3.
Yeah, well, not sure what their thinking is here. That's going to be a big one outside the off. Yeah, they've gone with Tanuja. I wonder if the reasoning for this for them is they feel that Lakita is probably a pretty good hitter of the ball, and they're quite happy to have somebody who can just stay there with it. Well, not really sure what's happened with these last 2 deliveries from Helen. They've just come out a little bit wrong and allowed 2 more runs to be put on the board for Malta. Yeah, well, there was me talking about Buddha Day, and just like that, there was that wicket. So maybe Buddha was looking down on Croatia and thought that they could do with a little bit of his luck. As I said, Buddha Day celebrated in countries where Buddhism is present, and I named them, including, of course, countries like Nepal, China, India. It's been hit pretty well. Thailand. We'll take just the one, though, I think, on this. Yeah, just when you see the way that ball has been brought back to the bowler, there was 2 runs on there. And, that's something that they need to think about, though. I know that when Anupama was out there with Lakita, they ran those 2s very well. And once again, and that's a better delivery. Teasing Lakita out of the crease to play at that one. She plays and misses. Good on the short ball, Lakita, and I think they know that. That's why Helen's pretty keen to try and get that ball full and straight up there.
That's another nice one. It's a dangerous shot actually from Lakita. She sweeps it, a full ball, basically on off stump. It's like misfield, and you can hear from the Malta dugout that they're begging their batters to run the second. They do in the end after the little fumble in the field. Yeah, Lakita, she wants to hit everything leg side, doesn't she? They've still got that offside sweeper out there. You can see Lydia in the offside when we go to the wide shot, just about off the frame to the right, but she's ready, lurking for that catch as well.
Another wide here, so a few extras creeping into this spell from Helen. Still not the worst of overs. She picked up a huge wicket, of course, of Jess. 7 runs come off it, so just looking to finish well. And well, that's been hit in the ground. Nice shot this actually. This makes the effort to get it into the ground, and once again another slight error in the field, which allows the batters to take 2. That will be the end of the over. 9 come from it, and it's 15 for 1 at the end of 2, as we say hello to all of our viewers wherever you're tuning in from around the world on Europe Day. We also mentioned it, International Midwives Day, Liberation Day celebrated in the Netherlands, and as I just said, World Portuguese Language Day as well. There's the stats, and well, Malta won the first. They got 2 points on the board. Can Croatia come back and level this international series? Or will Malta, the home side, take away what would be an impressive win and also get some impressive points on the board when it comes to their rankings? So let's wait and see how this goes, but still a long way I feel to go in this match as Pavla comes on to bowl over number 3.
And again, 3 opening overs and 3 bowlers used. Probably would have kept Lydia on, to be honest. It was only the 6 runs that came off her over, and then of course she picked up the catch in the very first ball of the second over, Helen bowling that one. And when you've got the opposition slightly worried with an early wicket, you don't give them any chance to breathe. And I think bringing on a new bowler, sometimes the Malta batters would just sigh a bit of a relief that, okay, someone else is coming in, we'll see something different. And yeah, again, I don't quite understand this tactic here from Croatia, rotating the bowlers.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see also if they rotate them, we can see they're doing that, but whether they'll also keep them coming from different ends as well, which was something else that we didn't quite understand. Here's a nice floated delivery, and that's nicely played. Just pushes that into the gap, and they will take the single. One thing that Malta have to be careful with, because it almost cost them dearly in the first match, is not any suicidal run-outs. No, they've got a bit of a pattern, haven't they, of getting run out. And we saw in a pretty crucial stage of the match, Anupama Ramichan also being run out in that last match. It didn't hurt them in the end. It's going to be too wide, this from the bowler, Pavla. I also have to say, in defence of both sets of players, they've had a tough few days. I mean, they played a lot of cricket, so I know that they're going to be aching by the time this day comes to an end. I don't know, are they going back travelling straight away tomorrow, or will they have a day themselves to enjoy some of Malta's? That's going to be a free hit. It's too high, and it's well played actually there by Lakita. And she plays it away, but unfortunately for her, she would have loved it if it went to the boundary. She doesn't get the free hit. It will be Tanuja who has a chance to put the free hit away.
Yeah, speaking to some of the Estonia boys last night, I think they were in no shape to try and play cricket this morning. Steph, he was aching and complaining as this one goes up in the air. Chance for Helen, but it's going to drop safely. So they're feeling the effects of it, and I'm sure the girls are as well. And they didn't have the benefit of the day off as well. Yeah. So I'm sure the boys are probably sunning themselves by the pool or travelling around Valletta. Beautiful place to go on your day off. Meanwhile, the girls are out here. So hopefully they do spend one more day in Malta. It'd be a shame not to see anything from the beautiful island.
Well, they deserve it, and I hope the budget allows it for them. But they've been outstanding, and a day of rest in the sunshine of Malta around the island certainly would serve them well. Maybe they can get on to the ferry that I got on. You see some of that on in the intro videos. That was fantastic, just taking that ferry and going to Valletta and to some of the other little islands. That's going to be another one that's too wide. So seeing, I think from both sets of players actually in this match, I saw that a lot from the bowlers from Malta. A few more wides creeping in, and that could be just, as we said, aching body and tiredness.
That's a nicer, straighter one, and straight into the hands as well. The fielder, I think it's Ilonka there in front. No, it's Dora. Dora's very close on the leg side. Helen in her usual position on the offside, and certainly they're getting tighter and tighter, aren't they, as they want to really put the squeeze on Lakita here.
On this side? Oh, wow, no, this is
Wrong
thrown
end.
at the wrong end. I'm not really sure why, what's Tanuja thinking here. She can see clearly that the partner's not running, and yet so if they both went straight away, I think that is an easy single, but they don't go straight away. They they watch, hang around, and then by the time they do move, it ends up being nothing. Well, it looks like I see favoritism here. I know that Tina showed you all a picture yesterday of a picture of one of her rooms with all these shirts that she had up. Well, she's got one more to add to that, and we could show you it there very quickly. There it is. I didn't get one, by the way. That's fine. That's fine. Lee Tuck. I'll name and shame you, but no, thanks for that. That's very nice, isn't it? But, I think that suits you. Right, back to the action here, as I'll carry on sulking.
Big shout out to Lee.
Now, fair play. Lee probably heard me say that I took all mine down and washed them
Yeah, he's
and
got
put
offended.
them away because they were getting dusty, and I was never around to deal with it. But, yeah, that's nice. I like the colours of that.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Big fan of that. Big shout out to Lee. I'm doing well, Rico. I need to keep on mentioning things on the chat. I got mini eggs when I mentioned, and Johnny very kindly brought me some mini eggs. I've got a shirt. What else do I have? I mean, I do need a new car, I think, at some point.
We'll work on that the next time we're together.
Meet.
Whenever that is. Yeah, it could. Yeah, the
Get
Microlino.
Microlino.
Yeah, let's talk about the Microlino. Maybe the nice people from Microlino would get one of those parts outside your door. That would be really nice. I could see myself having a great day in the Microlino. Just it's that one. Oh, almost goes back to the sub. I can see me driving along the sea road in Torrevieja in the Microlino, and all the people in their sort of swimming trunks and bikinis looking at me saying, "Wow, look at that car!" And I know I'll have some nice tunes blaring out as well. Yeah, Rico and his Microlino. That's nicely bowled, well played. And you could I get the feeling we were wondering why Anupama Romishan didn't come out of 3, and you can see why. I think Tanuja's been sent out. She's been sent out as the rock. She's like kind of the, right, you are the anchor. You don't get out. You push the singles when they're there. And Lakita, you're there to hit the ball away. Having said that, she, again, nice shot. She's finding the gaps, it has to be said. Even though they know her role and they're trying to squeeze her down and stop her from taking those singles, she's still finding the gaps and getting the singles.
The only time I've been in a Microlino so far, Ross Taylor was there as well. So I don't know if Ross Taylor comes included with every Microlino, but I suppose you're going to have to buy one and find out. Sometimes included with a Western Shield icon. That's a lovely hit down the ground. And it takes some stopping. It hasn't been stopped. It is going to go all the way for 4. A bit of a release shot there from Lakita. So they've just been biding their time with singles here and there. And this time, big swipe of the bat. It's a nice hit down the ground. It's always a safe shot straight past the bowler. And just a slide attempt there from Ladder. Slides straight past it, and it races away to the boundary.
Wow, that's a well hit. When we were talking about the Microlino, well, that was smooth and swift across the outfield, like the Microlino, all the way to the boundary. And, well, when it comes to the Microlino up against the Lada, I think the Microlino is always going to win. And he does on this occasion. Nice attempt, though. But बहुत बढ़िया शॉट मारिया, पूरा मारिया, छक्का लग गया. काफ़ी कोशिश की थी अपने फील्डर ने, but couldn't stop it. It was too spicy. And that comes in handy at the end of the over. 29 for 1 at the end of 4. So here's Helen, flights one up. It gets played nicely, but no run on this occasion. And what else was I saying? Hey, back on, not that long ago actually. Well, I say not that long ago, but 2019, we're going to take you back to here.
Okay.
Now. And Helen, nicely bowled. There you can see them just creeping in closer and closer, can't they? Particularly to Tanuja. I don't think they're going to be that close to Lakita, who can thump it.
Well, I think the umpires would have to keep an eye on it. There is the regulation that if you're in that ring or very close, you do have to stand still until the ball is bowled. And you can see Helen's bowling it, and actually, I think it's Dora there who starts basically outside of our frame. And then by the time the ball has arrived, she's in the frame. So she's clearly inching forward. She just needs to keep an eye on that.
She's got to be careful. What she's got in her favour at the moment, of course, is that the in the air lobbed. Oh, it's a perfect lob. It reminds me of the battles that Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer used to have. And Federer always found a way to lob him. And this is Federer lobbing Nadal over the captain Lydia and getting a single. Yeah, I think when the shadows certainly are coming across the pitch, then the fielders are told even more so to not moving around too much. That's a well bowled and not the right shot to play that time. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Lakita. Yeah, 2019, the biggest opening partnership in ODI history. And it came against Ireland in Dublin. And it was Shai Hope and John Campbell made personal bests of 170 and 179 in a stand of 365, which took the West Indies to their second highest of one-day international total of 381. And of course that chase proved too much for the Irish. They folded on 185 in 35 overs. There's no intention of playing at that one, Lakita. She'll take the wide. So Helen also being tried at a different end as well. So they are persisting with this, bowling from different ends. And Helen, the same way she had a few issues bowling from the city end, from the car park end, she still can't get to the consistency in the bowling. Started the over really well. 3 dots, a single and a dot, and now she just can't finish it off. A couple of wides creep into play. That's a better delivery. And just blocked out in the end by Lakita. This time she's lucky she doesn't try to go across the line. Another one comes to an end. 3 from it, so not the worst of overs. And 5 over mark is 33 for 1.
As we take a look at what's coming up and ongoing really in the Liberation Series, as I think we're into match number 2 at the moment. That's the Southern Spitfires against the Western Towers, and in fact the Spitfires, they're chasing a target of 119 for victory. They've just lost what I think is their 6th or 7th wicket. They're on a 99, so it could end up being a bit of a thriller there. 99 for 6 they are, so they might be bowled out. They need just the 20 runs more. It's a thriller, so get that on your second screen. And well, it's all down to the Yorkshire Cricket College as well about the kits. If they don't have a good kit, then I'm giving up on Jersey. I'm not giving up on Jersey. I'm sure it's going to be a great series, but we're certainly winning the kit battle here, Rico.
Yeah, we are. There's no doubt about that. And I like the ST Estonia kit as well. I like that, the blue with the black, and that also has that little bit of detail. It's not quite the squares. It's not quite the red and white of what we see there from Estonia, but they also got a fair bit of detail to it. That's played away. It will be well stopped by the fielder. I think that's Morana doing the fielding there on the 45. Gets down and blocks that one quite nicely.
Lakita is one of the youngest players actually in Malta's side. She's just 22 years old, but she opens the bowling, often opens the batting. She's certainly a future, well, she's already a star, but a future star because she's got lovely technique as well when she's batting. She's very still at the crease. She's quite a tall girl as well. Makes the most of that with her long levers, and that's how she can generate a bit of power into her shots as well and her bowling as well. I think she can get quicker with her bowling, and that will only make her even more dangerous. And she's notched already her top score now in T20 internationals. Previous best was 12 not out, and she's got the 14 not out here. Of course, she got 24 this morning, didn't she? So the best 2 scores today already for her.
She seems very relaxed, doesn't she? Relaxed and composed. You can see, you can see she's the sort of player that's talking to herself in her mind. When that ball is straight, she's sort of saying to herself, "No, straight ball, respect, respect." If it's slightly wider, she wants to get after it. So you can see that one. She sees it, it's straight, it's full header, and in her mind she's saying, "Yeah, respect it, don't get out to this one, don't get tempted to go across the line." But when she gets that shorter delivery, particularly the wider ones, she's very good at playing that shot through that extra cover area, and she does have a fair bit of power in that shot as well, as we've already seen demonstrated a few times today.
She's now just a few runs short of 100 international runs as well. As before this game, she was on 75, so 14 added to the collection, 89. So that would be a nice little milestone if she gets there. And if she gets those 11 runs, she's looking like she'd get her side to well over half of the total. It's shaping up to be a similar run chase, isn't it, to the first game? Just be a case of trying to get wickets here. Half appeal there for Croatia, umpire unmoved.
I think what you're going to see is that, what we've seen already, that at that sort of the 5 over mark, there's very little in it. They were 33 for 1. Croatia at that time was 35 for 1. So, yeah, it's going to be very much the same. One thing they don't want to do, I mean, if they're going at the 4 and 5 and over, that takes the match quite deep. Should be looking for 2 here. Got to turn and go here, and they will. And might even think 3, but it's probably don't want to chance the arm of Helen, so they'll get 2. But yeah, though they can go at that 4s and 5s, that'll take it right down to the wire. And I think maybe the word perhaps on the bench is to try and go run a ball. If you go run a ball, then you get to a point where you're looking to get to that target, so around about that 18th over. You don't then have the nerves and the panic setting in of trying to do it into the last. So 6 over completed, 38 for 1, and at this point I can tell you at 6 overs Croatia were 41 for 2, so it's thereabout.
Yes, it's just a thing about wickets now when, again, it's shaping up that Malta need far less than a runner ball, and a few extras might slip in there, which means they just have to keep ticking along. And it's really the impetus here is with Croatia, and the onus is on them to do something, because otherwise Malta will just jog through these singles as they're doing nicely here. They don't even really have to consider the 2 in the end. It's a nice chase there by Valentina. So yeah, what do Croatia do here? They need to find a wicket from somewhere. They've turned to Dora to try and make that breakthrough.
Not a bad option. Dora, remember, did pick up 2 wickets in her first over last time, and that helped Croatia put a bit of a squeeze on Malta. So that's what she's looking to do here. But again, interesting, Dora bowling her first over, not from the end where she was successful in the last. That's a bit of a hit-me delivery. It's hit pretty well by Lakita, but she just needs to, and again, with time and with practice, there's that one fielder out there who has stopped quite a number of these shots from Lakita. She just, I suppose, needs to learn to play that shot just a little bit later, try and get it in the gap. And that is a chance, but couldn't be found by the keeper. That's the issue here. Innes goes up. He actually goes over it, but she can't find it. She's got the lid on, of course. You'll see a good shot of this here. So she knows it's there somewhere. Where is it? Can't find it. It gets lobbed over her. And a little bit of luck there for Tanuja. Tanuja, who's put in a good little partnership here with Lakita. She came in surprisingly at number 3. They didn't go to Anupama Rumishan. And I think the reason for that was they wanted somebody just to be the steadier out there and let Lakita do the hitting.
Do you think they're also thinking that they're kind of almost keeping Anupama safe, because if she's not batting, she can't get out, and she can then come in if she needs to. And if other batters can do the job, then she can come out if needed, but otherwise, maybe it's given other people opportunity as well. Anupama is probably a bit tired. She has done a lot of the work for the Malta side as well.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it as a call. I was just surprised, to be honest, that Anupama didn't come out.
Yeah, we're both surprised because we were saying that we'd like to see her open, and in fact, rather than her open, looks like she's gone one down. Who knows? We don't even know for sure if she's going to come in at 4. Could also be, again, just quite simply, you know, a little bit tired. She said, look, I could do with a little bit of a rest skip. And Jess probably thought, well, okay, fine. And also, I think maybe she was padded up to come in, and they made a decision to say, right, depending on who's out, this is who goes in. I don't mind that. I know some teams prefer to do that. Lakita's a little bit more aggressive. So maybe if she was out, then we would have seen Anupama come in. Good over this so far, this from Dora. She's bowled very tidily.
Oh, it's a catch there. She got her fingers to it. It's just trying to scrape it up off the turf. All I can think of.
Oh, that's out.
Is that gone?
I think it's hit the stumps, hasn't it?
That's gone out, yeah.
She's missed this completely, and the ball's hit the stumps. Now, she doesn't want to go. She might be thinking she wants to no ball or something here, but I don't think this is. I think this is out. She's completely missed it. It's the leg stump, and Dora, here it is again here. It's, yeah, I mean, it's up to the umpire's call. We'll have a look at it. So, yeah, that for me is fine. It looked good because it hit the base of the stumps. I knew that it wasn't too high. It comes down, no problem.
It bounces.
Yeah, bounces and hits the leg stumps. And you can see the batter, Tanuja, just not really too certain how that got past her. But ironically, it was Lakita who was bowled out in exactly the same fashion in the first match. But does her job there, I think, Tanuja. But she will have to depart and goes for 8 of 20 balls.
Completely obscured the stumps from where we were sitting, so we were relying on the celebrations there of Croatia, and even then a bit muted, the celebrations, but Dora picks up her first wicket. It's a good wicket as well at the very end of her first over. 5 runs coming off it, so a good one for Croatia. And Anupama does now come out. She's at the non-striker's end though, as that was the end of the over. Now this, you'd imagine, is the key partnership, isn't it? Lakita, she can hit it hard, as she demonstrates there. Chases on, should be cut off on the boundary. And Lakita, she turns down the 2 there. Anupama was ready to run, and she throws up a little hand in apology there. Maybe she just needed a bit of a breather at the non-striker's end. But these 2 out there, these are the key to the chase now. If they stay out there for any length of time, I think they do this easily. If they lose their wicket, Croatia will certainly feel they're in this.
That's hit really well. Going to test the fielder. Look at this for fielding. Look at this for fielding. You know when they say, Tina, when you get down, don't leave any possibility of that ball getting past you. That ball is not getting past you. That is fielding by doing the splits. Can we save that? I know Andres is doing this match remotely from their HQ. Can you save that and show that again? Because that is exceptional fielding. She literally did, I'm telling you, she did the splits and thought, there's no way, watch this, there is no way that ball is getting past me.
My knees hurt just looking at that, Rico.
That was tremendous. Who is that out there? That was tremendous. Asking the question. Umpire says not out. Probably a little bit too high. But that was great. Andres, you could maybe show it to us again. Well, this is the... Yeah, we won't know from that end. But just shows that fielding again when this some time. And we can try and work out who that is out there. Because that was fantastic. Here we go. Here it is again. You might get a chance to see. But, I mean, look at that. It's brilliantly well done.
How did she get up out of that position? I wouldn't get out of that position without the assistance of at least 3 people.
That's sensational. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not Morana. Morana's in front of us here, so I don't know who that is out there. And but it was brilliant. Maybe is it Ines? Maybe, I don't know. But it was great.
We'll find out.
Mia doing the bowling. Short again. Now this one could be, it stays lower, but possibly going down the leg side. Just getting a little bit frustrated feeling here, Lakita. She's playing a miss. She looked worried. She's playing and missing at some. She's not getting back onto ball and started to, I think, get a bit frustrated. Bat onto this one. Will take the single. And he's going to make it.
I was just looking at the plane in the sky up there. It looks like a little... Maybe it's one of the Spitfires going over to Jersey.
I thought you were going to start doing the Charlie thing on me. Charlie has this app every time there's a plane. Say, Ricky, look, where's that one going to?
No.
Where's that? It can be fascinating sometimes, and especially
sometimes,
especially when it's the private jets, and we never know. Hi to Charlie, and I know that we will see a bit of Charlie doing some events, and Nish, of course, who are both. Some people are wondering what Charlie and Nish are up to. They both got other full-time jobs, but they will. When they have a bit of a break, do some commentary for us, and look forward to that as well.
I think they're joining me for a couple of stints in Hornchurch,
Well,
obviously on their home turf as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice for you. So yeah, okay. Charlie will be watching planes.
Oh.
That'll be good. You should beat him to it. He wouldn't know what to do. He'll be like,
That's my thing. It's my thing.
Yeah, he'll be like, that's my thing.
Maybe I'll come with some on this days tomorrow, Rico, just to keep you on your toes.
I should have mentioned him actually on the yesterday. Of course, the 4th of May. Of course, it was Star Wars Day, isn't it? And he does a bit of a Chewbacca impersonation. That's his other thing. But I'm going to try and do it. It will come out completely wrong. A bit of a that weren't too bad.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, Charlie does it much better than me.
I think you have the benefit of speaking Spanish. It's that rolling the tongue that is difficult for German speakers. We can do more of the guttural sounds.
Yes, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, but Charlie does it really well. And I did it once. Charlie said, "That's my thing. You can't do that, Rico." I can do it when he's not here, though.
Yeah, no one's stopping you.
Where are we here? Dora. She's flights this one up. Hit well. Oh, that would have been such a... Could still be out here. Oh, I think they do recover. Now, what a catch this would have been.
Virginia.
This would have been fantastic. Full length dive. Wow. Wow. And then I think the batter just recovers. And Lakita, one thing she has in her favour, when she gets going, she's quick. The height comes in handy. Moves to 20. That one just be watched. And Anupama Ramashan hasn't really had one yet to hit out at. Lakita Yadav, I think she's tiring. I think she's getting a bit frustrated. She's hit the ball well, but she can't find the boundary rope that she's after. That's down the leg side. That's hit well, but again, it should be fielded. It will be. Quite an acrobatic roll this time from Morana. Gets there and sort of lays it on to her fielding partner. That's Pavla, who then gets the throw right back. They do take 2 though. Good running. No run. That's that short mid-wicket. That's not allowing them to take anything. So short mid-wicket. And also got that very short cover where Helen almost pulled off a sensational catch. Ooh.
How bold that is. Just beats the offside, beats the outside edge there. And there's again a little appeal, but that just was too good for everything. And it goes through. It's the end of the over as well. 9 overs down. I don't want people to leave our stream, by no means. You've got to open up a second window though, because there's only 3 balls left in the game over in Jersey, and 8 runs needed. So it's
really?
a bit of a thriller there.
Oh, could they have a golden ball there? Who knows?
Ooh, well, they're on the final wicket as well, so it's 116 for 9 in that Jersey game, chasing 124. And now I think they got the singles. We're doing double cricket action here as we go back to live here as well. This is the problem at the moment.
It's like
Rico.
we're watching tennis over there, then we're going this way. And this is what I think a lot of our viewers are doing there as well. That's going to be an absolute cracking finish there. Anyway, let's see what happens with this ball. They do go back to Mia. It's in the air. Watch the spin on this. Once again, I think he should be looking to go 2. I think they'll do it pretty comfortably in the end. These two run well, and that's the other thing that Croatia got to deal with. So if they start playing some shots like this, the field will have to push back slowly. They'll have to push back Helen, who's in there close. And also, I think, who's that on the other side? It's pretty close there. Lydia, I think, will push them back a bit. One gets played away. And will they go 2 again? Not this time as the fielder that's running in from the boundary. Well, they've got to look. That's the other part of the game. That's the second time we've seen the fielder on the boundary there. We still don't know who it is who did that superb stop on the splits.
She needs to just turn around so we can see her number.
But she doesn't have an arm. She can't throw. Remember the last time she got the ball there, she just rolled it back to the closest fielder. So as a batter, you've got to keep an eye on these things. That's going to be a wide.
I don't know whether this will be an insulting question to you, Rico, but do you know what ASMR is?
No.
Okay, so I didn't know. I didn't want to, down with the kids and all that.
ASMR. Is it? Tell me what it's to do with, and I might have a guess.
It's YouTube, TikTok kind of videos.
I know. I wouldn't have a clue. That, though, I think was the stumping opportunity. I think we'll see it again here. And that was enough. Promise. Go tell me what it is. You got to tell me now.
So a screaming baby is the opposite of ASMR. So ASMR, I had to look up what it stands for: Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response.
What
but it's because Sandy Willow in the chat said your Chewbacca sound is like ASMR. So kids these days, they put on videos which it's like these really high quality mics, and it's people like putting their nails. There's a chance of a run out here, I think safely in. So it's these sounds that, the spine tingling sounds that people like to hear.
All right.
Like not the nails on the chalkboard, but maybe
not
like the tapping of.
Go, stop.
Yeah. And it's the opposite of those. And kids these days watch videos or listen to videos of ASMR maybe to fall asleep.
Seriously?
Yeah. And clearly Sandy Willow likes your Chewbacca, so we need to record that so that you can have a Rico Chewbacca ASMR video. It'll go viral.
Nobody tell Charlie that. Charlie will be. I can see Charlie now. He goes red pretty quickly, and he's probably going really red now. So Rico, that was mine. Anyway, we're at the halfway point. The players will have some drinks, and we can. Hey, what's happening there? What's happening there then in Jersey? How did that one finish?
We needed a 6 off the final ball to go to the golden ball, and I think they only managed the 4. So
close.
It was a good defence. I saw that the rules for the golden ball came out again.
Doesn't that look lovely?
Oh, did you see that for a crowd catch?
Yeah, people sat all around the ground on that little grass verge. It looks really nice there, doesn't it? Even the sun's out. Doesn't look that windy there at the moment, does it?
Just wait. That
was a great crowd catch.
It's a beautiful ground. And yeah,
wow.
That crowd catch on the hill. So at the Jersey Grenville, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, hill, it's a very steep incline just the other side of the boundary rope, which means I think obviously we have 50-meter boundaries anyway, but you wouldn't be able to get much bigger. You can see that the boundary rope is very much up against that hill.
Yeah.
So unless you want to have like a multi-level cricket pitch, then there's always going to be a short boundary. And you can sit on that hill and watch the cricket. It's a lovely place to watch, as long as the wind is not gale force.
Well, I suppose at least if it was that windy, it looks like you've got some sort of defence mechanism there, especially if, the hill to that side should stop it, shouldn't it? But
you can see that the flags in the background there, just how windy it is there in Jersey. I'm sure
you point that out.
Vinny and Danny, I'm sure, are having a lovely time. The sun is shining, which is not always a guarantee.
Danny will be fine because Danny Hudicet normally, he's always got he's got his cap, he normally wears a scarf. So I don't think Danny's going to have any issues with the wind. He'll be well. He's from Czechia, he'll be used to it, I'm sure. Right, the drinks break has happened. There's 60 for 2. At this point at the 10 overs, it was 62 for 2 for Croatia. But they did lose a wicket more or less straight away after their drinks break. So let's see if the same can happen here. And if anybody's going to get a wicket for you, it's probably the captain, Lydia.
Just a final thing on that Jersey game as well. The batting side conceded 5 penalty runs for being too slow. to face up. So they lost the game by, I think, 1 run or 2 runs in the end, and they conceded 5 penalty runs, I think, late in the innings.
Well, I bet you
Criminal.
I bet you those 5 penalty runs had nothing on us when we had that match with the 5 penalty runs.
We are the kings and queens of the penalty runs.
I haven't seen that on the social media yet. Maybe they're saving that for another moment. But, I mean, it was yesterday, of course, was World Laughter Day. And we should have shown that, actually. That was something amazing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, the ball was thrown in from the boundary. It hit the side of the pitch. So it was here. So you hit the side of the pitch, middle, halfway up, and then bounced over the end where the keeper was and went all the way and hit the helmet. It was quite crazy. Well, very defensive, Lakita Yadav here. I wonder if she's being told, hey, Lydia's bowling, see her out. We're in front here. We're on course for victory. We need 43 runs. Don't let Lydia get your wicket.
She's not going for it at all, and that one just chipped up, and you can see the Croatia fielders getting closer and closer. It's almost like they're creeping up on, I don't know what game. What was that game where you play? What's the time, Mr. Wolf, isn't it? Where you creep up.
Yeah.
I think, or
and you have to turn around and try and catch them out.
Or Squid Game now. It's the new one where you've got to, make up ground while the doll is not watching. Squid Game, have you watched Squid Game?
I've heard about it, not watched it.
Come on, you've got to get more down with the kids, Rico. ASMR and Squid Game, that's right up there. Cultural references.
Okay.
Instead of Virginia Wade and what was the one we had? Some very modern
Virginia
references.
Wade.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's ever said that ASMR about my duck sounds, by the way, so maybe they're not.
Yeah, I think that's anti-ASMR.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
That's nightmare video sounds for the batters rather than soothing sleep sounds.
Yeah. Well, I know that at the ECW, the girls loved it because especially we did this thing. We just said, because I had all these ducks, or we had all these ducks because we had the advent calendar and it was ducks. So we thought, what do we do with these ducks? So we had different sort of ideas of inviting players. Nobody was forced to, inviting players to come up, and if they wanted to, come into the commentary position, say hi, say a few words, and we'd present them with the duck. And it could have been the first duck of the day. And then we went to the bowler who got the first duck of the day, and they loved it. And I know that all the girls that were coming in all wanted to hear the duck noises. So maybe it's the men that don't like them. The girls like them. Yes. End of the over, and not a lot happened in that one actually. Just the 2 wides, but you can see Lakita goes overdrive into defensive mode. But you're right, all that does is it just brings the fielders in closer, and you don't want that because then it makes it even harder for you to get the runs.
They just need to keep it tight here, Croatia. Of course, Malta needing far, far less than a run of ball, 41 off 54. But what Croatia can't afford to do is give them half of those runs or a quarter of those runs in extras. There was just a couple of wides in that over from Lydia. They were the only runs from it, though. That one's hit nicely away into the covers. The boundary rider out there does the work. It's Pavla who throws it in. It's a good throw in. It Tortugas over the wicket keeper. But they run just the one.
You can see some people in the chat all saying good bowling, and yeah, that was good bowling. A couple more overs like that can keep the pressure on. This is Helen. She's had a few issues with some wides, but they haven't been able to get her away. She may have bowled, and a bit like that, Lydia's over 2 wides in there for no other runs, and Helen was being very much the same. Bowled now halfway through her 3rd over, just the 14 runs, got that 1 wicket. Well, that's a little bit of bat on that, and Ines it's a difficult one. If you take that, it would have been a great catch. But yeah, Lakita, problem with Lakita's is I think she went into a defensive mode and now she's trying to get out of it. But we see that a lot. Once you start playing in a particular way, it's very difficult to change back to the way you were. Can she get this away? She does get bat onto ball, but it's been well fielded. And I've got it. I've got your number. I know who it is now who's fielding out there. It's
Who is it?
And it's Oinka.
There you go. Well, I'm hoping her kneecaps are still in the right place because mine certainly wouldn't have been after that effort. She's doing good work out there. It's a lonely place to field, especially with these 2 batters not exactly going attacking, that's completely fair enough because they don't need to. But we've only had the 2 boundaries in this innings so far, coming both off Captain Lydia actually in the first over and the 4th.
Uh-oh, goes to the wrong end again as Nikita starts to run, but Anupama has to stay there. Is that 2 L's or I and an L? What do you think it is, that name?
I'm guessing it's Ilonka.
Ilonka. Say IL, okay. Because I was going to say 2 L's, and also, see, with me now being in Spain so long, as soon as I see that, I'm thinking, yeah. So I was going to say Yonka, and I thought, can't be Yonka. So you think it's an I? Okay. It's hard to tell, isn't it, like that? But Ilonka. Ilonka,
yeah.
Right, end of the over. Not a lot happened in those last 2 overs, just 4 runs in the last 2. So they're putting themselves behind. The rate starting to climb up. Remember, they needed about just under 4 and over. Went to 4. Now it's coming up to 5 and over. So they need to get a couple of good overs in here.
25 extras so far, so that's already a quarter of the totals. That is hit nicely into the covers, and that girl there, Ilonka, does the fielding.
Ilonka, and what a throw! Oh, Ilonka, she does splits when she's fielding. She's got, look at the arm, look at the throw, right at the stumps, knocks the stumps over as well. And star fielder, that's where the good fielders are. We know that's where the Svetlana was fielding. And she certainly was outstanding in that area. And now you've got Ilonka, who's out there doing the same thing. It's played away, but only as far as the sweeper that's out there, and just a single. So tiki-taka at the moment here. Tiki-taka, no, I boom, boom. But they won't mind. They are not going at a rapid pace, but still going at an okay pace to get another victory. That's probably too wide, and you don't need to be swinging at those, Lakita. And, have a look at the backing up there from Anupama Ramishan. She didn't move at all. She's just sat there leaning on her bat. Not really interested in running down the other end. Captain Lydia, that's a good delivery. Gets played away. Has to run hard to get herself in. Nikita, she's very, very nimble, very quick. She makes ground up quickly. Beautiful afternoon here in Malta. It's we saw the wind blowing there in Jersey, but the palm trees here and the trees around us and the bushes and the shrubs are dead still. It's like there's no air out there at all.
Well, here's a question for you, Rico. I suppose we're into the final match of the day as well, so random questions in the chat.
That's true.
If you do have any questions for us, as random or as on topic as you like, just throw them in there and we'll give them an answer. Hottest and coldest places you've commentated on in Europe?
Okay. That's hit well and gets over Ilonka, and that will go for 4. They needed that. And Upama Ramishan gets that away. Well, you asked me a question about hot. Well, it's getting hot and spicy in the middle as well. That's a boundary they desperately needed. Can they cash in on this over? I think the hottest place would be Hungary.
Really? That's surprising.
Hungary, we were in Hungary a couple of years ago. And it must have been July, end of July, August time. It was baking. No word of a lie. Romania at the same time, because we had, I think it was, we went from Romania to Hungary or vice versa. Romania was hot as well, but Hungary was just baking. It really was. And the coldest that I experienced, I would say, was in Gibraltar when we were there for a night series. It was cold. The wind was coming in from the sea. We had the mist as well. Icy conditions. That's just a single. Good fielding. We remember we were in Bulgaria a few years ago when there was snow, but it wasn't as cold as Gibraltar. Gib was cold.
Yes, the islands are often hot and cold, aren't they? As I'm sure they'll experience that in Jersey this week, although it looks like by the photos and the videos that it's not too bad. Could definitely be worse. Surprised that it's the Eastern European countries then that are actually the hottest, but I suppose I guess it's oppressive heat as well. You don't have the wind coming in.
There was
from
no
the sea.
wind, and of course you're not by the coast. It was stifling hot. What about yourself? Where's the hottest place you've played?
Probably Dubai.
Yeah.
But that was just desert heat, unsurprisingly. And then we mostly played in the evening. So it was in the Dubai International Stadium, actually. Pretty cool place to play cricket. But we trained during the day, and that was hot. I think a different kind of heat is the Hong Kong heat. Rwanda as well was relatively hot, but Rwanda actually is surprisingly green. It's actually got a lovely climate. I think Rwanda is, maybe people just have these misconceptions about that part of the world, but it's beautifully green, has a lovely climate all year round. I think that was just because I came from Germany where it was probably -10 or something. Hamburg can get very cold, and the Bundesliga season often starts end of April.
Yeah.
And I've played in snow. It's been about -2. The fielders all were wearing woolly hats. And it was actually because I was talking about that, the slope at Jersey. That's nicely hit away, and that might be tough to stop, but it's a brilliant effort there in the outfield by Alonka, who's putting her name up as one of really good fielders for Croatia. Falls away to her left and stops what would have been a 100% boundary. Yeah, there's a ground in Göttingen, so middle-ish of Germany, and half of the field on one side is on a completely different level. So you stand at mid-wicket and you're about 10 meters above the pitch. It goes up, and it's a gentle enough slope, but it's a significant slope that you can, it's a two-tiered pitch, and it can snow there. You're snowing on both tiers.
I mean, I've started many a season, many a match in the UK, similarly to yourself, in April, normally sort of like at the end of April, beginning of May, you have your first matches, or maybe the first league match, when it's been snowing, and many that have been called off because it's not because of rain, because of a frozen pitch. You know, it's ice. So yeah, no, and when you have played some matches, I mean, usually most of the matches you play in May, it's cold, and then of course towards the end of the season it can be, but you're fielding, and you just do not want that ball to come anywhere near you, because you know if you get your hands to it, it's gonna hurt. So yeah, know the feeling really well. And then it's quite, you know, how things change. Is that one, I think they're going to have to watch how this double bounce. And I think no ball's been called here because it bounces twice before it gets to the batter's crease. It just sort of leaned a little bit too much this time, Dora. But yeah, I mean, having gone from a country like England where the cricket season was mainly cold and wet, and if you did get a good weekend in, you were lucky. I moved to Spain where, you know, it's hit pretty well, and that's going to be a boundary. Puts away the free hit, and well, just a couple of boundaries now coming in the last 2 overs, which are boosting them over from Pavlo. Went for 10 with a boundary from it. Now this one from Dora with the wides, the 2 wides, the 2 no balls, and that boundary. That's 11 from the over. It ain't done yet. Still got 3 balls to go in it. So this is really getting Malta closer now. 22 becomes 18 of 38 deliveries. And that's played away as well. And what a good role Lakita Yadav is playing here. She was the player of the match in the first this morning. And the way she's going at the moment, she may get that crown again unless we see something special from the Croatian bowlers.
Well, she scored 24 in that game this morning. She's bested that already, 30 not out. So this does become her highest international score. I don't think she'll be too satisfied though until she gets her side over the line. 18 runs now needed in 36 deliveries, and Croatia, they need something from somewhere. They need a wicket.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about saying, so from England, they moved to Spain where, you know, the thing with the difference between the season in England and in Spain, well, as you know, same probably what you've been used to, when the season starts, it carries on until, say, beginning of September, and you're playing every weekend, usually. Where in Spain, because of the number of teams you have, you could play 1 match, then you could go 2 or 3 weekends before you play the next. And so it's not always every other weekend. So that takes you from say the season starts around May, you're playing July and August. And July and August, playing 40 overs on an all-day game when it can be 38 to 40 degrees is no fun.
Yeah.
So you go from, and that's when I decided I'd rather play in the cold, because you can keep yourself warm by putting jumpers and things on, but how do you keep yourself cool when it's not just hot, it's baking, you're being fried? And I must admit, it was a real surprise to me to learn that, and not just, of course, in Spain. I suppose it's the same in most of these hot countries. Like I mentioned, in Hungary, Romania gets very hot in the summer, and I think, how do these guys play in such heat?
Well, that's why you see a lot of the touring teams, I guess, come over to Spain and Portugal as well, but they very much avoid the middle months. The same with Malta, actually. I was speaking to some of the guys here.
Yeah.
They love having touring teams, and I think touring teams love coming here, especially with that UK connection as well. But they avoid the summer months because it's just too hot to play. You can see we're at the very start of May, and this 25 degrees, you wouldn't want to go much hotter.
No, and I know that when I was speaking to the girls yesterday from Croatia, they were saying, how do they play in the summer? This is hot enough already. And I kind of sort of agree with them, especially when you're playing like they did yesterday. They're around all day playing, so it's not easy. So I'll put that to you. How about that in the chat? I mean, what's the coldest and the hottest temperatures that you in the chat have played in? Let us know. And great bit of fielding. If this isn't stopped, that's going for 4. There's no doubt about it. Brilliantly done by Morana. That's been hit so well, and she makes the stop once again. Body on the line.
Brilliant stop. It would have been 4, no doubt about that, had it burst through her.
Misses out on that one, but you can see that Manu Palmas gets Lakita going, says, "Oh, come on, we're taking it. It's a single. I'm coming to the danger end. Off you go." And they do. It's the end of another over. That's not a bad over from Mia when you consider that the ones before went for 21, 10 and 11. That one there just goes for 4 runs, so well bowled. Now, Lydia's got some thinking to do here, who to bowl, and she's got some good bowlers there, but I think in fairness to her better bowlers, the ones she would rely on mainly, haven't really performed. As we take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, well, we saw 2 from the Maltese women today, and that's them done and dusted, but the men, they're yet to begin. They will play tomorrow, take it on Estonia, 2 T20 international matches, but they play 3. They'll be back the following morning to play the 1. So that's the best of 3 for them.
Yeah, my final day tomorrow as well. It'll be sad to leave Malta, but I think I'm coming back later in the year again. It'll be my 3rd trip of the year. It's always lovely to come back to this part of the world.
It's played out, and it'll just be a single. So Malta, we've said this before, it's theirs to lose. They're needing under 3 and over. And they should be able to do this quite comfortably, especially with the 2 batters that they've got out there. But there's always a little bit of pressure, and pressure can make you do funny things. It's nicely played, controlled shot along the deck. There's some more good fielding there on the boundary from Pavla. So not having to do anything special. It's been a fantastic knock from Lakita Yadav. I think she's, how old did you say she was?
22.
Oh, she's the age of the number on her back, 22. 2 laughing ducks, as we were talking about the other day, actually, numbers. 22 represents 2 laughing ducks. Well, she's doing all the laughing at the moment, but for different reasons. Laughing because she thinks she's going to help herself to another player of the match performance, possibly, and another win. Really has batted so well. A young player, very mature, and also seems to have a very calm head. Remember, we saw her earlier just defending the good bowlers, not taking any risk, believed that she could accelerate against some of the other bowlers, and she's done just that, and she's got her team in a very, very good position. Lydia this time strays down the leg side, so Lydia does bring herself back to see if she, the captain, can get this breakthrough. But just with those 2 singles, and now those couple of wides alone, that's already doubled what they need from the over. So Malta well in control. And this win here will certainly boost their spirits, boost their confidence, and also it would get them moving up you would imagine, the tables there for the rankings. So what a good result this has been for them. For Croatia, I think it's been a good series for them. Remember, they did win the ECIs. They performed well. But it's also, you know, when you play in tournaments like this, one thing that you got to take away from it is the goods and the bads, so the positives and the negatives. And the sort of team that they are, I think they'll go back, they'll look at those and they'll build on it and then come back even more improved. Remember, they haven't played too many matches, so though they are, you know, right up there and a good ranking position, it's not based on too many matches. So playing these two here, these T20 matches, they'll learn a lot from it, and they'll gather that information and make them even better and even stronger.
Tim Harmer in the chat saying he's never played in cold early season club cricket because he's always had a mysterious injury anytime it was cold. That's the spirit.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Tim. It always used to be interesting when that used to be Friday night and the forecast for the next day was never good. It was cold, and the number of players that would drop out because of illness or whatever problems they used to have. So always made me chuckle. Not great when you were a captain either. I used to dread Friday nights during the cricket season because I knew there would always be one or two phone calls. I can't make it. Or the other one was, well, I can make it, but I have to leave early. And then you'd be on the blower to the third 11 captain or the second 11 captain for players, and they'd be saying, well, no, I haven't got anybody because I've only got 10 myself, and it just used to be a real nightmare. Eventually you would get somebody, but yeah, it's the stresses of being a captain there and in the UK, but I'm sure it's the same all over the world.
Anu Palmer's, if we did have another award for MVP, she'd certainly be up there again, wouldn't she? There's a half appeal there for LBW. She's certainly such a consistent performer for Malta, and it's not a coincidence that when she gets runs and chips in with performances, Malta often win. Yeah,
that's for sure. She was very close. I know it was probably between her, in fact I know it was between her and Pavla, who would be the MVP in the ECIs, and I think Pavla, just because of her, I think she fielded brilliantly as well, took some great catches, and she would get it in the end. But yeah, definitely good player, solid player, helps to hold innings together, and her bowling, every time she came on, she got the impact wicket. It's tossed up and it's well bowled, and this is sort of Pavla. So, you know, two top players bowling against each other, Pavla and Lakita. I get the feeling that these two are going to have many battles against each other in years to come as well.
Yeah, they're really evenly matched sides, aren't they? Croatia, of course, they took home the glory in the ECIs, but it looks like Malta will come back with perfect response here. They go for a run here, and a direct hit would have been interesting, but they set off quickly and they get home. So just the 6 runs needed now.
6 required. And Croatia, plenty of bodies surround the bat, still plenty of fight left in them. They still believe. I mean, they're almost standing in front of each other now here on the offside. It's quite a very interesting field. It's getting a little bit congested out there. And that's this time no run. And that's all you can do here, though. I think, you know, Croatia, that's all you can do is just put the squeeze on, try to take it as deep as you can. So that's another over done. 3 overs to go, 6 runs needed. And the women of Malta looking to bring up another famous victory. Lakita, and look, she's allowed to. She's batted a very long time, the opener. It's 17 overs she's been out there. I don't think she's ever batted so long, because we've said that she's already brought up a couple of personal landmarks here today. First in the first match with the score that she put on the board, the 24, that was the highest. She's now bettered that. with 36 of 65 deliveries. And the thing is, she's doing the job for her team. Well done, well played. She has a sip of water. Be looking to now see off Helen, who's going to bowl, and see if she can finally get something right here. She's bowled well, as I said before. The only problem for Helen this time around, I would imagine that easily more than half of those 15 that she's conceded being because of extras. Starts with a good one, just chipped up into a bit of space.
Quick random question, if we've got time. It was directed at me, but I think it can be directed at you as well. Favourite ABBA song? Are you an ABBA fan?
Yeah, it's Money.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Is that your life's motto?
It's my dream, maybe. Asking the question, umpire says going down the leg side. No, I think I just like the tune. I must admit, I like a lot of people sort of, if you like, from my, seems to be drifting down the leg side. You can see clearly there, of my sort of generation. Was never a big fan of ABBA, but I just like music in general, and that song is one that I don't mind. How about you?
Well, thanks for the question, Sandy. Well, I think it changes depending on my mood. So sometimes I'm in the mood for an SOS or a Does Your Mother Know? But sometimes I'm in the mood for a Knowing Me, Knowing You.
Okay. Would you use any of those when you're running in the morning?
Mamma Mia would certainly get on the list.
Yeah.
Does Your Mother Know? It's quite a good one. It doesn't stand the test of time. It's a bit questionable when you listen to the lyrics, actually, but we won't go into that. Yeah, anything upbeat. I just don't... Something like, The Winner Takes It All. It's a bit too slow. I suppose it's an inspirational one.
Yeah, it's a good song, but yeah, it's a little bit slow.
Oh, mind the kneecaps.
So that's caught her on the foot, I think, because there was definitely a bit of a hobble. Because I think, that's right there. She's checking now. It's going to leave a bruise. This is right on the foot. Ouch. Thing is, though, I think she saves 4. If that went past her, there's nobody really that part of the ground extra cover. Boundary will do it, and that could be the winning runs. And it will be done by a boundary. And Anupama Rameeshan hammers this for 4. And Malta have done the double over Croatia here. What a wonderful victory this is for Malta. And once again, they do it with plenty of balls to go. So handshakes all around. And Croatia, they tried hard. They battled hard, but they just couldn't get past Lakita Yadav, who batted beautifully for 37 of 69. And when she came together there with Anupama Rameeshan, those two stood firm. Rameeshan finishing with 23 of 22 herself, with a storming boundary to finish off the proceedings.
Excellent performance from Malta. Certainly a more commanding victory than their first one. It's good to see still smiles all around from Croatia, as they can probably admit they've been well beaten on this occasion, as Lakita Yadav, well, she opened up with Jessica Reimer and she stayed there until the very end. And there was a couple of chances for Croatia. That was the catch of the captain to the captain, as Lydia took that one. Helen was the one who bowled that, and well, we thought Anupama, she would come out at 3. It was Tanuja who came out, and she put on a nice little partnership with Lakita. Lakita, in all honesty, was the one doing the majority of the hitting, but Tanuja played her role perfectly. She just anchored that innings for Malta. And Croatia, they kept going and going. All credit to them for that. They just couldn't find any solutions to Lakita, as that was the wicket to fall. Dora Pavlic getting in on the wicket action. Tanuja, though, she'd pretty much done her job at that point. She'd seen off a lot of the opening few overs and allowed Anupama, the star of the batting lineup for Malta, to come in a bit later in the piece. That was Ilonka. She was doing excellent work on the boundary for Croatia, stopping a certain 4 on that occasion. And that was another fantastic dive from Helen, the fielder, who also deserves a lot of credit for her performances. But Anupama and Lakita, they then put on an unbeaten partnership that was worth 60 in the end, and that saw them home. And it was fitting then that they finished the chase with a boundary as well. Congratulations to Malta.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. And I think that was the one that sealed it. It was a lovely shot and a lovely embrace between two very good players. I can see that both of those, Lakita and Anupama, will probably have plenty of other partnerships there in the middle for Malta. A team growing and developing, but as you can see there, getting stronger all the time as they learn, and they would have learned so much from the last 3 days of cricket that they played. 2 different formats, of course, in the T10. They weren't quite able to match their opponents, Croatia, in the T10. Croatia would be the winners there by that 3-2, with Malta winning on the last day of every match, but it was the Croatian side that held on to win that European Cricket International T10 series. But in the T20 International, it's like Malta just had the upper hand against Croatia. They managed to get on both matches the top 3 wickets that they needed pretty early, and they put the squeeze on. And certainly we saw that they were learning all the time, getting the squeeze on and not allowing Croatia to put a big score on the board. And then Malta went on and knocked them off. As you said, really good performance.
Excellent performance from them, and it's a shame we won't see them again. I think Croatia, had they had a 3rd game or a 4th game, they would certainly have tried their luck to get 1 win, but they'll be happy that they got away with the ECI trophy. And as for Malta, they can be super proud of what they've achieved. They're the lower ranked side, so this will certainly boost their ranking, but I think more important than any kind of ranking, it boosts their experience, boosts their confidence, and hopefully gives them just a lot to learn going into future games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think, there was a few skeptical out there, especially when Croatia did win the first 2 matches in that T10 series. They thought that Croatia were going to be just a little bit too strong, especially when we saw some good performances there from the likes of Lydia and also from Helen. And I know that the MVP there, Pavla, was very good as well. But Malta, what they showed is that they learn quickly. They probably learned a bit from Croatia as well in terms of the way they set the field and get the squeeze on, and that served them well. Croatia themselves played some really good cricket as well. I think in the field, they were definitely, in the field for me, they definitely won the battle. I like what they did in the field. The pressure that they applied, the way the field was set, and like I say, I do believe that Malta actually learnt a lot from them in that area. But where they can learn from Malta perhaps is with the batting, particularly when it comes to taking those singles.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the improvements from the first game to the second game. It was on the same day, so there was not too much time to have discussions, but I know they were having a bit of lunch and talking about what they could do better. And you saw that into the second game. Croatia, they've still got a lot of learning to do. Remember, that was their 9th and 10th ever T20I.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a team that's very early on in their development, so they can be extremely proud of what they've done. And I'm happy for Malta as well. They were on the wrong end of the ECIs, but they've had some really good individual performances. They've managed to put it together as a team, and they take home the prize here for the T20I.
Yeah, and one thing that we learnt maybe with Malta, and I think you touched on this yourself when you said that maybe their batters, they weren't super aggressive in terms of being able to play big shots to be, I'm not going to say they weren't competitive in the T10, they were, but they just didn't have the same sort of firepower as what Croatia had. But in this format, that sort of the way that they play and their sort of more defensive style of play actually helped them. They were able to, especially with the sort of targets that they were chasing, they were able to go at that rate without taking any real risk. They didn't have to take big shots, and by doubling up and getting those 2s and converting those singles into 2s, it was enough to get the win. And of course you then had Lakita there and Anupama when they needed to get the big shots in, and take that pressure away. So whenever there was that little period of time where Croatia would build some pressure on them, when they were just getting 2 or 3 and over, they were able to accelerate when they had to and get back on front.
It was sensible cricket. It might not have been the most explosive cricket we'll ever see on the network, but they won't mind one bit. It was effective for them, and they were only able to do that, Malta, because they bowled well in the first place. If they had bowled badly and Croatia had got away, got 120, 130, suddenly they would have been chasing the game, and they would have had to go for those big hits. But because they controlled the first innings with the ball, they were able to control the innings with the bat, and they could just chip away at the total. And in the end, they won comfortably. It was in the 18th over still that they got the runs. So congratulations to them and a well-deserved win.
Yeah, congratulations. But, you know, congratulations to both teams, to both squads, to the management and to the coaching staff, because I think everybody would agree that we saw some good, entertaining cricket from both sides. We saw, for me, what the most amazing thing is, and I think I started the day by saying this, is the way that they grew, not just as a team, but as individuals. I'm not just talking about one particular team. I think both teams here, they learned so much in just 3 days. And let's just hope that they continue to keep playing and practicing, because I think the improvement will be vast. As I always say, I remember seeing Croatia less than 2 years ago when they first started. Most of them hadn't held a bat, hadn't put pads on before, hadn't run with pads on, hadn't worn a lid, hadn't held a cricket ball. If anything, they played with a softball. And from where they started to where they are now in such a short period of time is quite remarkable. And may that growth and may that development continue.
Yeah, long may it continue. And we're continuing tomorrow, of course. The women, their job is done. I hope they get the chance to have a rest day like the men did today. And we're coming back with the double header, Malta versus Estonia. Estonia certainly with a point to prove. They don't want to leave this island with not a single win under their belts. And they've been saying the whole time, T20I, that's their time to shine. Well, boys, over to you.
Yeah, well, maybe they're going to be what the Maltese women were. They're going to be the Maltese women in the T20 format, because, well, the Maltese women, they didn't quite get well beaten by Croatia, but they were always trying to keep up with them, as of course the Estonian men were with Malta in the T10s. But maybe Estonia, maybe they're right, maybe they are going to be better equipped. My worry is, though, so I kind of get what they're saying, that, you know, they're more set to play, or their mindset is going to be better to play this longer format. My worry is that when you look at that Maltese batting lineup, if those batters say we're going to still play the same way, their mindset might be we're going to play 2 T10 innings in 1 T20, and they could put stat loads of runs on the board. So I'll be very interested to see how it goes.
I'm very interested. I think Malta have got a lot of batting firepower. Estonia going to have to come up with some answers to those questions. But I think it's time we get out of this hot box. Rico.
We have to get, it's getting pretty hot and stuffy in here. I just want to say very quickly, thank you to everybody. Well done again to the umpires, well done to the ECN Blue Crew, and also to Two Circles. I know Maggie's looking at us say, come on, I want to get out of here, I want to get in that pool. We're going pretty soon, Maggie. And the Two Circles have been absolutely brilliant. And also want to say it's been a great start from all of you, our supporters and fans around the world, the viewers, the comments. I want to thank you all for the way that you also have embraced these last couple of days watching the women's cricket, and how supportive you've all been as well. I mean, you understand what it's all about. You've been part of us for a long time, and I think just listening to your comments and you all saying the way that these players have grown over the last 3 days sort of sums it up. It's been very good, very entertaining. So thank you very much. Thank you for watching. I can hear the music playing. We will see some highlights of today. But remember, myself and Tina, we will be here tomorrow when the men will be in action. Adios for now.
Have a nice evening.
My body
Move my body. Move my body.